Explosion. Bang. Yilan raised his hand and injected a needle directly into his neck. A strange power invaded his entire body, causing a massive internal struggle that ultimately, with great difficulty, fused together. Phew! A dark blue, deeper than deep blue, emanated from him. Yilan glanced at it and gently shook his head. It seems there really has been a qualitative change. You're right, the era when we couldn't do anything to each other and only competed in power reserves is long gone. Yilan smiled, stimulating the nerves of the ancient god's touch. I hope you don't disappoint me. I hope your power is more useful. The ancient god's touch had already lost its voice. Yilan glanced at Bai Zhuahai, deep in thought. So even using this method, you can't devour the power of ordinary people? You still need a powerful spokesperson to act as an intermediary for you? Feeling the sensation of the potion just now, Yilan pondered. It really is a special edition. So Bai Zhuahai truly is still my person. No longer worried, Yilan threw the second dose of medicine to Bai Taotao. Do you dare to take another shot? Bai Taotao was stunned for a moment, glanced at Bai Zhuahai, and then suddenly smiled. It turns out I still have a home. Everything was for this moment. Bang! With a single injection, Bai Taotao's entire body involuntarily floated, her thick long hair fluttering in the air. Immediately afterwards, terrifying power erupted from her. After all the previous batches of specialized gene enhancement, she now possessed divine-level power. You are my spokesperson. Boom! The ancient god's touch was as anxious as if its butt was on fire. All the power it had just devoured no longer dared to accumulate, and it unleashed a full-force attack on Yilan from all directions. The entire radiant city glowed with endless black energy, surging towards Yilan. Devour. Yilan skillfully manipulated the devouring power, flowing from all directions, absorbing all the incoming power. Stop. 001. The ancient god's touch roared. It's true that you can devour anything now. But if you keep devouring like this, everyone in Radiant City will die. Yilan smiled faintly and did not reply, only maintaining a trace of devouring power around Bai Taotao. For some reason, the power Bai Taotao exerted was not as comprehensive as Bai Zhuahai's. And there was still a problem to solve. How to release Bai Zhuahai and his batch of gene enhancers from this negative state? Yilan suddenly had an unwarranted association and a bold new idea. The devil black chili from Sewage Town seemed to have some connection to gene enhancement, but it hadn't been researched or understood further. Radiant City, at least on the surface, was very interested in this thing. 60 years ago in the shadow of the past, this thing seemed to provide a protective force to the people of Sewage Town when the ancient god's touch erupted. Boom! The next moment, the devouring power on Bai Taotao erupted, engulfing all the gene enhancers, including Bai Zhuahai. Whoosh! Yilan snapped his fingers, and hundreds of devil black chili rained down from the sky, turning into ash in the swirling air and sprinkling onto all the gene enhancers. Put! Perhaps it was due to this, but as they coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, countless black smoke was drawn out of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of gene enhancers regained their clarity. As the vast eternal night power enveloped them, Bai Zhuahai pondered. Continue to devour. Boom! The next moment, hundreds of gene enhancers fully devoured Radiant City, but it seemed different now. The black energy spreading throughout the city began to be devoured, turning it back into an ordinary town. No! No! The ancient god's touch roared in shock. How can you use my power like this? Is there something wrong? Yilan said playfully, our devouring power has fused together. You eat everything, and I don't like to eat any of the things you eat. So I can use your devouring power to suck out all the messy things and then send them back as they were. Yilan's lips curled. Thank you for giving me the purification skill. Ancient god's touch? But you. I'll endure the disgust, but I still have to devour you. Boom. The next moment, Yilan and hundreds of gene enhancers, including Bai Taotao and Bai Zhuahai, unleashed all their devouring power, sweeping over the ancient god's touch. In an instant, the ancient god's touch withered, and the sky-obscuring phantom of the ancient god began to dissipate little by little. Bastard! You damn human insects! How dare you devour my power? The ancient god's touch roared uselessly, while the momentum of Bai Taotao and Bai Zhuahai both surged. Endless devouring power had already condensed into a terrifying psionic storm across the entire sky. Bastard! Bastard! You damn insects! The ancient god's touch shrieked. It had already realized that if it didn't do something, it would truly be finished. At this moment, for the first time since its birth, it experienced unprecedented panic. He's crazy. 001 is crazy. He fused with my power. Oh, the original power. I am the beginning of the world. Everything is a part of me. I am the strongest defense, whether against anomalies or natural creations. I am the foundation, resisting everything, indestructible. An unreasonable power descended, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed to transform itself into a special form. It isolated itself from devouring, like a stubborn rock in the ocean, remaining eternally unmoving amidst the rolling waves. He pointed to Zhao Ganghuang and the hundreds of cybernetic legion on the other side. Control the power I have bestowed upon you. Where my consciousness connects, I will grant you an invincible body. You will be indestructible with me. Then, carve out a bloody path for me. Yilan glanced at it, sighing softly. Connecting to one of your conscious organs grants absolute defense? What a good ability. So you're also an old actor, always pretending to be half dead, but actually always ready to make a move. Yilan slowly took out a strange chip. Then let me try it too. Swish. The chip transformed into an ethereal form and was inserted into Yilan's wrist. The ancient god's touch truly froze this time. It froze for a long, long time. How the hell do you have everything? Feeling the connecting power, Yilan's consciousness felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment, as if it was fighting with an external consciousness for sovereignty. Fortunately, fighting on home ground, he hadn't felt any difficulty so far. Open the box. Su Lezhang quickly and skillfully opened a sturdy box, revealing Zhao Yuanyuan with lifeless eyes inside. Give it to her. Yilan threw the chip, which old doctor had separated into two parts. Su Lezhang caught it steadily, glanced at Zhao Yuanyuan, and gritted his teeth. Yilan himself used it directly, so why wouldn't he dare to give it to Yuanyuan? Crack. The strange chip was inserted into her brain. Zhao Yuanyuan's dull eyes began to shift, and finally, she blinked. Her beautiful eyes suddenly regained their vitality and clarity. You woke up? Before any communication could happen, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! With another thunderous roar, a thick mechanical colossus hand pressed onto the ground, and a 100-meter-tall mechanical colossus climbed out from underground. Mechanical colossus. Everyone's gaze focused on it, watching this element that appeared in the decisive battle, capable of shifting the balance. Still at the core position, there was a transparent film over the mechanical colossus's eyes. Through the film, one could still see Zhao Tiehui's smug, laughing face. The mechanical colossus, wrapped in the whirlwind of absolute defense, charged towards the radiant disk. 001. You don't play fair. How could your plans be so far-reaching? How could they all be your people? Boom! The ancient god's touch roared as the mechanical colossus struck it with a punch. Hundreds of modified humans glowed all over, and once again, they all jumped into the mechanical colossus's arm. This is useless. We all have absolute defense, it can't break my defense. Yilan didn't communicate with it, his face showed a pained expression. Devour. All the devouring power surged towards the ancient god's touch, loosening its defense slightly for a moment. Yilan rushed over, grabbed one of its tentacles, and pulled it outwards with all his might. Both Yilan and the ancient god's touch roared, but one was pulling with all his might, and the other was screaming in agony. What are you doing? Damn! Yilan forcibly tore off a several-meter-long tentacle from the ancient god's touch's body. The tentacle was as sharp as a blade, unbending, and transformed into a sharp long spear. Ancient god's spear. Zhao Yuanyuan nimbly jumped onto the mechanical colossus, on top of Zhao Tiehui's head, and met Yilan's gaze. Whoosh! Yilan threw the tentacle spear over. Their gazes met, and Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes began to lose focus. She pressed down firmly on the mechanical colossus's head, and then her consciousness connected with Zhao Tiehui's consciousness. Bang! 3 consciousnesses, connected through the ancient god's touch's special power structure, caused the mechanical colossus, which was throwing a punch, to grab the flying tentacle spear and, with an unstoppable momentum, stab directly at the ancient god's touch. The absolute defenses of both sides collided, and one side suddenly gained absolute offense. Absolute defense? Today, I will definitely get rid of you. Yilan tightly gripped the ancient god's touch's chaotic tentacles, and both the dynasty and devouring power rushed in simultaneously, rendering it completely unable to dodge for a moment. It struggled frantically, but ultimately could not avoid that terrifying spear. Put! The ancient god's touch flew away completely, like a kite with a broken string. Having almost lost all its power, thrown into midair, it finally adjusted its posture with all its might. 001. You tricked me 30 years ago, and you're tricking me again 30 years later. I'm going to detonate with you. It finally stabilized itself in the air, faced Radiant City, and unleashed all its power. I am the Lord of Creation, I am the beginning, my heart is one with mine. This is my living city. Activate. Each of us is crazy. Rumble, rumble. As the ancient god's touch's voice fell, the entire Radiant City erupted with deep red light. The city seemed to have come alive, stirring to life. But that feeling. So you also have activation, Yilan mused. No, your power is vitalization. Radiant City began its vitalization. Yilan looked down, and the city walls of the entire lower district began to reassemble, as if to solidify this new world. Did you give a part of your vitalization to the Su family? Seeing the city walls as the first step of vitalization, Yilan couldn't help but chuckle. But do you really not know that the Su family's research actually has nothing to do with you? Have you still not realized that all 4 families in Radiant City, except for the Li family which you controlled from the start, are all my people? The ancient god's touch's frenzied expression froze for a moment. At this moment, beneath the radiant disk, Sulimo excitedly waved his fists, watching the entire city reassembling. Sky City Project. Clap. As if to respond to his cry, holes broke open in the city walls on all sides. Endless chains spread out in all directions, gripping every part of Radiant City, and then pulling it, causing it to fly towards the sky. Ascend, and ascend again. Activation. When Radiant City slowly ascended, almost completely detaching from the wasteland, existing in a semi-real, semi-illusory space, Yilan's eyes glowed red, and he pressed his hand to the ground. The entire Radiant City came alive, accompanied by the generation of brand new power. Hungry, a little hungry. After fighting to this point, Yilan finally felt a long-lost hunger, accompanied by waves of dizziness. However, it was not yet his turn to make the final arrangements. Su Lezhang, be the city lord of Sky City. A massive power began to converge on Su Lezhang. Before Su Lezhang could say anything, the ancient god's touch was the first to curse. You're exploiting a bug again. His decisive strike was to use his last power, starting from Radiant City, to vitalize it into an indestructible source of pollution belonging to his own faction, and then attempt to erode and change the rules of the entire wasteland. And Yilan was already relatively weak and still within it, so it was not impossible to inflict unprecedented heavy damage on him again. But Yilan's 2 consecutive moves first involved the Sky City project, directly changing the location and nature of Radiant City. If you vitalize Radiant City, what does that have to do with my Sky City? Furthermore, to give himself no chance at all, when Sky City ascended and was not entirely between realities, no longer affecting the wasteland, Yi Lan simultaneously used activation on the city. Vast power converged, and the entire Radiant City, under the vitalization and activation of two forces, approached a completely new anomaly. And Su Lezhang, directly appointed as the City Lord of Sky City, took control of this power, even its vitalized power. The ancient god's touch seemed to be able to appoint a Sky City Lord as well, but he looked around. Who could he give it to? Why are they all 001's people? With the tide turning, Yi Lan revealed a slight hint of mockery. You want to explode with me? Are you worthy? You think this is over, 001? You're insane. You actually stole my four most core powers. The ancient god's touch said frantically, his voice overwhelming, no longer so vast, seemingly already on the verge of collapse. I am no match for you, but the one who destroys the world will be yourself. Yi Lan's expression tightened slightly, but a playful look still appeared on his face. I know. If I rashly absorb so much of your power and can't quickly utilize it to achieve balance within my body, and if you can exploit that loophole, I might lose control. But how will you do it? Ha 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 ha. The ancient god's touch's power drew closer to collapse, emitting a frantic laugh. Isn't a few minutes enough? Do you really think that I, at all costs, letting you go mad for a few minutes, still can't achieve it? Whoosh! The last remaining tentacles, now insignificant compared to before, suddenly wrapped tightly around Yi Lan, overwhelming him. Then the ancient god's touch, in a nearly illusory form, infinitely approached Yi Lan. In an instant, it seemed as if he was about to merge with Yi Lan. Holy crap! Yi Lan's eyes widened. For the first time, the situation exceeded his expectations. The ancient god's touch's decisiveness and this incredible method were truly unexpected by him. Directly abandoning all resistance, following Yi Lan's devouring, he was directly devoured by Yi Lan. Yi Lan's expression flickered between bright and dark, occasionally revealing a dark, frenzied look, as if he was about to explode. Ho! Yi Lan let out an uncontrolled, eerie sound, and for a moment, the world seemed to be swept by a storm. A storm that would destroy everything began to brew, overwhelming everything. Deep underground, a giant tree emitting a strange aura turned scarlet for an instant, looking up at the distant sky, and stared deeply. At the edge of the horizon, the rising sun seemed to speed up its ascent, but then suddenly paused, slowly descending a little. Brother Yi Lan, meow. The mind cat was almost scared silly, jumping around on Yi Lan's shoulder as if its feet were burning. But this was already its limit. The powers of 001 and the ancient god's touch were completely fused, and it was already great news that it hadn't perished yet. You're losing control, meow. Please hold on a little longer, meow. Please, meow. Just a few more minutes, meow. However, Yi Lan was indeed uncontrollably dissipating. A powerful external force is needed, meow. This power needs to be separated, meow. But me, meow. It and the eternal nightmare stared at each other, an unspeakable desolation in their eyes. We're both so small, do we look like we can do that? Whoosh! Just at this critical moment, a figure rushed towards Yi Lan with the speed of a shooting star. Who is it, meow? The mind cat instinctively tried to block, but instantly felt an extreme sense of danger. And this person? Zhao Ganghuan, meow? Zhao Ganghuan rushed towards Yi Lan like a meteor, his appearance constantly changing. For a moment, he was like a mosaic, and finally, he transformed into another handsome face. He plunged one hand directly into Yi Lan's body, grasping a strange mass and pulling it out like a vacuum cleaner, sweating profusely for a moment. Finally, just as Yi Lan was about to explode, that mass of the ancient god's touch's power was pulled out and absorbed into Zhao Ganghuan's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lan's expression returned to clarity. This is... Everyone was stunned, including the anomalies themselves. How the hell did Zhao Ganghuan suddenly become so fierce? Finally, he turned into Yi Wuhan's face and smiled at Yi Lan, seeking praise. Was my entrance timely enough? Yi Lan. He leaned one hand on Yi Wuhan's shoulder, looking at Radiant City, which resembled a fantastical landscape. Or, from now on, it could be called Sky City. Is it over? Boom. At that very moment, a power completely on par with the ancient god's touch of Radiant City began to spread, recoloring the entire Radiant City. Black. Yi Lan's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked down. The night house, at some unknown point, had fallen like a sick old man, its stone pillars seemingly softened, perilously collapsing to the ground. The entire night house was permeated with dense black gas, eerily wriggling, as if it was about to explode from within. Yi Lan grabbed his communicator at top speed. All personnel in night house evacuate. All personnel evacuate. Night house. Can you split apart? Don't protect anything, don't conserve strength. Just survive. No need. As the words fell, an ancient and distant voice emanated from all directions. The night house stopped wriggling, and a black gas, swirling around an eerie tentacled creature, slowly rose within the night house. I will not destroy this house, I quite like it. The black shadow slowly drifted into the air from the night house, exuding a vast aura. Brilliant, truly brilliant. What a brilliant scheme. If I hadn't come here with you, I truly wouldn't have thought you could plant such a bomb in this Radiant City, which seems to have no connection to you. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. The ancient god's touch. The ancient god's touch that was defeated in Sewage Town and then contained in the night house. Barrier to the world. The voice of the ancient god's touch echoed between heaven and earth. 30 years ago, you secretly came to Radiant City, but you erased all traces of your visit, letting your subordinate 006, Panshir's lock, step forward and, at all costs, lock one of my avatars here, preventing it from contacting the outside world. Because you weren't involved, I just assumed your subordinate was once again acting like a hero at all costs. Trading my avatar for a dying 006 seemed like a great deal, so I haven't invested any more power into Radiant City until now. The voice of the ancient god's touch reverberated in the sky, drifting faintly. But in reality, this was a grand scheme of yours. You removed yourself, brewing and planning for 30 years, as if this was your first time coming to Radiant City. Then, in one fell swoop, you reaped 4 of my core powers, even if they were still very weak. After that, once everything was over, you set up the Sky City project, locking everything here within your main base, ensuring I would remain completely unaware for a very, very long time. The ancient god's touch let out a vast sigh of lament. If your plan had truly succeeded, and you had continuously strengthened new powers, integrating my powers, without my knowledge. In a few more decades, I might truly have been killed by you, permanently killed. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. This was the ancient god's touch. It was the ancient god's touch that was taken from Sewage Town, the one stored in the vessel. Yi Lan had always been very wary of it, fearing it was playing dead, but Yi Lan hadn't expected it to be in such good condition. Most importantly, the ancient god's touch in Radiant City, also an avatar, had its connection to the main body severed a very, very long time ago, but this one. You're really good at playing dead. You love to play dead, you enjoy playing dead, why not play dead for a little longer? Yi Lan sneered, and the entire Sky City seemed to merge with him, infinite power pressing in from all directions. The mechanical colossus and Yi Wuhan watched menacingly. Su Lezhang, who possessed the power of Sky City, and Bai Tao Tao, who possessed the power of the ancient god, pressed their aura from all sides. You're showing your face now, trying to tell me you think you're my opponent? Of course not. The ancient god's touch shook its head with regret, but I can notify my main body. When I abandon everything, abandon all those schemes at civilization's end, and come to deal with you with all my might, you will be completely trampled under my feet. It said with some emotion. I still admire these anomalies under you. Our myriad avatars are one body and one mind, but you severed the connection between this avatar of mine in Radiant City and me, and it actually increasingly wanted to become an independent entity. Now, it is time for me to correct all errors. Yilan's expression changed slightly, and the vast devouring power swept over. This ancient god's touch, which had been playing dead, had absolutely no chance of defeating him. But it simply did not dodge or evade, allowing Yilan to devour an attack, allowing Yi Wuhan to rush towards it, carrying a murderous power. It only performed one action. All its tentacles condensed into a strange pillar of light, shooting towards the sky like a flare. The pillar of light shot up into the sky. Not good, meow. The mind cat's expression changed drastically. What it said is correct, meow. The main body of the ancient god's touch doesn't know you've awakened yet, meow. Its current power is stronger than yours, meow. Your plan is also to usurp these powers before fighting it, meow. If you attract attention now, meow. Don't panic. Just as that strange pillar of light shot into the sky, Pancher's locked somewhat weak yet vast voice echoed out in layers. Boss is far-sighted. The Sky City project is just a prerequisite for the next plan. Only by pulling Radiant City into the sky, only by pulling it to this semi-real, semi-illusory place, can that fellow remain hidden here. Undetected. As soon as the words fell, a new, surging anomalous power suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire Sky City. Boom! The strange pillar of light had already reached tens of thousands of meters in the sky, but it seemed to hit some barrier and could no longer penetrate even a little. The barrier of the world appeared faintly, like an infinite dome covering the entire sky. The strange pillar of light from the ancient god's touch hit it, unable to penetrate even a bit, stirring up ripples. The barrier of the world, ah. The ancient god's touch murmured, I lost fairly, you really brought all your resources to Radiant City, ah. Put. Yi Wuhan finally rushed in front of the ancient god's touch, and a seemingly ordinary dagger plunged into it. Knowing that struggle was useless, it offered no further resistance, turning into dust and dissipating from this world. 005. It's 005, meow. The mind cat cried out in joyous meows. But then, it couldn't help but show a hint of resentment. Brother Yilan, meow. How many secrets are you still hiding, meow? Yilan had just recovered some of his senses when he was asked, feeling a bit helpless. He grimaced and spread his hands, spitting out a mouthful of tentacles. I don't know, I'm also walking and guessing as I go. But it seems there will be a lot of answers soon, and it really is time to investigate myself. Meow. The mind cat sighed, then perked up, waving its meow-meow fists. And Lin Jiao, meow. I don't know what happened to her either, meow. Even if something happened to her, what about my radio, meow meow meow? Yilan rolled his eyes, also falling into thought. Actually, what I'm most worried about is another problem. Meow? This kind of device for containing ancient gods' touch avatars is spread throughout the entire wasteland. All divine churches in core areas of major forces have them stored. Yilan paused. But today's situation proves that it was playing dead. The mind cat shivered instantly. Are you saying it was intentional, meow? And it's distributed in the core of all forces, if it suddenly revives. It could instantly destroy all major forces and anomalies in the entire wasteland. Yilan's brows furrowed deeply, and now that it has exposed this secret, it might not wait any longer and simply erupt directly. The mind cat swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then wouldn't that mean, meow? We're doomed, meow? Don't panic. Yilan smiled, 005 helped me lock this place down. The ancient god's touch won't realize for a while that its secret of playing dead all over the world has been exposed. We still have time to issue a warning to the entire wasteland. That's right, meow. I forgot about 005, meow. It's hidden too deeply, meow. Yilan gently nodded, looking at the wreckage scattered on the surface. Looking at Su Lezhang and Bai Taodao, as well as Zhao Taihui and Zhao Yuanyuan, who could control the mechanical colossus, and the four great families who still possessed power. Radiant cities soaring in the sky. Many things could never go back to how they were. All of this, everything from 30 years ago to today, the countless people and anomalies that appeared, all serve to allow him to usurp these four unique powers of the ancient god's touch. Is all of this truly worth it? Yilan sighed softly and raised his hand. Clap. Radiant City, floating nearly 1,000 meters in the sky, suddenly extended several of its thickest chains all the way to the surface. This would be the future passage for people to travel to and from Radiant City, a true path to the heavens. The 3 Rings 14 youngsters are going to become the 4 Rings 14 youngsters, meow. The Mind Cat murmured. Yilan was amused by the little cat ruining the mood and extended his hand once more. From now on, this will be Sky City. If they are willing, it will be the new main city within the Eternal Night Divine Church's domain. A brilliant Milky Way seemed to appear in the sky. The sun had risen little by little, but it could not pass through this long river. That was the long river of eternal night. Radiant City would forever fly among the stars. Radiant City Arc, End. Nothing to do today. Wasteland Year 61, January. Today is the second day since Radiant City ascended into the sky, now called Sky City. Radiant City ascended to the sky with the help of 006 Pancher's lock, but it faced many twists and turns in the process, suffering heavy damage from the ancient god's touch, almost merging with Radiant City. Fortunately, Sky City, through its own activation, has become a completely new structure, and 006 is clearly not one of them. This allowed them to separate, and it even has healing effects, so 006 is currently residing in Sky City to recuperate. 005 Barrier of the World is still isolating Sky City from the outside, and the ancient god's touch outside has not shown any other reaction. Sky City remains under lockdown. Once order is largely restored, the city gates will open, and it will reconnect with this world via iron chains. Oh, right, the revived Sky City underwent activation by its own evolved power. The principle is still unknown, but the energy problem has been secured. In a strange, UFO-like room, Yilan opened a delicate little notebook and scribbled on it. He didn't have a habit of writing diaries. Who writes diaries, anyway? But with such a massive change, everything settled, and Sky City was in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. Yilan thought he would be incredibly busy, but he ended up having nothing to do. The matter of the eternal night god could no longer be hidden, at least not in Radiant City. Who would dare ask him to handle these troublesome post-war affairs? Indeed, others were incredibly busy, but not him. The current order in Radiant City is basically stable. Among the 4 great families, except for the Li family, which was annihilated, the others are all on our side. After my usurpation of the ancient god's power, the harm from the research of these families has been infinitely reduced. Now, the most pressing point of contention is whether gene enhancement should continue to be researched and promoted. The 4 great families, oh no, now it's the 3 great families, have unanimously joined the Eternal Night Divine Church. The high-end combat power of the Eternal Night Divine Church has truly been supplemented. On this basis, Sky City has been directly defined by the 3 families as the Divine City of Eternal Night. Actually, it's the capital, but they seem to insist on adding divine to make it sound more sacred. The previous leadership of Radiant City was deeply corrupted by the ancient god's touch, and they are all being investigated one by one. Furthermore, Radiant City was divided into upper and lower districts, and there was no strictly defined mayor. Although Su Lejean was appointed in a crisis, he received the unanimous approval of the family heads. I'm not being conceited, but it's still due to my identity being exposed. They clearly believe Su Lejiang is the human who has been with the eternal night god the longest, deeply trusted by the divine, and so on. Bai Taodao's current condition is very good, but the possibility of deterioration cannot be ruled out, especially since even I felt very uncomfortable after absorbing all sorts of messy things from the ancient god's touch. It's worth mentioning that my right hand has been very uncontrollable recently. The part previously corroded by the ancient god's touch occasionally experiences intense numbness and itching, as if it wants to seize control of my arm, but the sensory issues are not significant, and it's generally controllable. I tried to inform various major forces about the ancient god's touch playing dead and secretly tried to find a way to transfer the ancient god's touches clones, but this matter would be smoothest with the coordination of the Twilight God cult. I am not familiar with and do not trust the Pope of the Twilight God cult, but I have not been able to successfully contact Xia Qingyu again. I still can't reach Lin Jiao. Yi Lan's hand paused. Yesterday, I contacted the Wandering Balance to inquire about the Rotten God cult and received a vague answer, with a promise to assist in the investigation. He stated that he would go to the Twilight God cult's sphere of influence to collect clues and has not been contacted since. The shadow of the past has once again disappeared without a trace. Mist Forging seems to be casting 100 mist blue coin with the face value of War of the Twin Gods. I am still considering whether the Eternal Night God's identity needs to be hidden. If it needs to be hidden, I must inform him to censor me. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door. Yilan looked up, and Arthur pushed the door open. God! God! Divine Envoy! Yilan reiterated helplessly, helping him resolve the confusing way of addressing him. Oh. Arthur reacted and handed over a stack of new intelligence. As Arthur retreated, Yilan quietly finished reading, sighed softly, and continued writing in his diary. According to the latest intelligence, all core areas of the Rotten God cult have disappeared. Their churches are desolate, and they are nowhere to be seen in the territories they controlled. It is still unknown where they went, how they did it, or what their purpose is. Before a definitive plan is discussed with the Twilight God cult regarding the ancient gods touch playing dead, I cannot leave Sky City on my own, to avoid alerting them. Sighing, Yilan closed his diary. Sky City, 3rd day. Still unable to contact Xia Qingyu or Lin Jiao. The Wandering Balance has also not sent any further messages. I can wait 2 more days at most, then I must devise an action plan, even if it might be a bit reckless. Then, he put down his pen. Nothing happened today. Listening to music at a pleasure house, crossed out. Accepted Lu Zhang's invitation to beta test Eugene T. House's new script, War of the Twin Gods. Creak. Brother Yilan meow. What are you doing meow? The door was pushed open, and Bai Taotao, dressed in casual clothes, walked in, with the very sweet Mine cat perched on her shoulder. Looking at the ID card in Bai Taotao's hand, Yilan was somewhat speechless. Are the 3 of us, all abnormal tier, really here to play a new script? Isn't this a bit too unprofessional? Hugging the little cat back, Yilan was helplessly exasperated. Why are you following Bai Taotao around all day again? The Mine cat organized its words and only blurted out 2 words, fish meow. Yilan. What's the situation with the Bai family now? Bai Taotao took a sip of water and replied gently. Everything is normal. I tried very hard to decline the position of family head. My father even wanted to push me to compete with Su Jianren for the mayor position, but I really don't want to be tied down. Yilan pondered. What about your brother, Bai Qingshan? Yilan had a deep impression of Bai Qingshan. He was also a very capable person. Before Bai Taotao could speak, the little cat immediately blurted out everything it had seen these past few days. Their father and son have been discussing and debating whether to help Bai Taotao propose to you meow. Their opinions are very divided meow. Bai Qingshan believes this is an unprecedented great opportunity, as Taotao is already abnormal tier in strength, and the Bai family and our eternal Night Divine Church are becoming increasingly close. This could absolutely achieve the most significant marriage alliance in history meow. But Bai Zhuahai believes that the eternal night god is, after all, a god, and such human love and hatred are too childish. If you were to propose it, it would be fine, but if they were to actively suggest such a thing, it would be disrespectful to the eternal night god. Meow. Cat cat, cat cat. Bai Taotao frantically covered the Mind cat's mouth. What are you saying? Yilan also twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head lightly. Why aren't they thinking about anything serious all day? Bai Taotao hasn't even said anything. So, you have nothing to do now? Yilan looked at Bai Taotao thoughtfully. Ah. Bai Taotao was puzzled but still nodded blankly, I guess so. After a slight pause, Yilan's finger tapped on the tabletop. In that instant, he couldn't help but recall the plan he proposed when he saw Lin Jiao idle. Then, with a slight modification. Pope of the Eternal Night Divine Church, would you like to try? Bai Tao Tao? The Pope. Ah. Bai Tao Tao was stunned for a moment, only managing to utter a prolonged ah after a long while. Actually, my top choice for this position was Su Lezhang, Yilan said. Su Lezhang has fully matured now, and I would be more at ease entrusting it to him. But the problem is, he is already the Radiant City Lord. I can't do it. I have no experience at all. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Yilan smiled helplessly. This is the most suitable position for your current strength. If you find it troublesome, you can try to imagine what Lin Jiao would do if she were the Pope. Bai Tao Tao actually tried to imagine it. If Lin Jiao were the Pope, when something happened, she would. What's it to me? After blurting it out, Bai Tao Tao quickly explained, I'm not saying what's it to me to you, but rather, if I were to imagine Lin Jiao as the Pope, she would say. What's it to me? Yilan. Lin Jiao, what kind of image do you have, exactly? Anyway, that's how it is. If the matter is too big, it will come directly to me. If it's not big enough, it won't come to you. As the current peak of human power, the Pope position is yours and yours alone. When I gave you that potion, I think I said you would be my spokesperson. Bai Tao Tao hesitated to speak. What about Arthur Luocho? They've been with you longer, and they're more experienced. I have other important uses for them. Yilan had already made his plans. Compared to other forces, the Eternal Night Divine Church currently had a fatal flaw: too few ability objects. But it was unrealistic to create a large number of them. It required many anomalies and years of accumulation. So, Yilan planned to select an elite squad and have the two of them lead it. He would activation a batch of ability objects based on his current power reserves, prioritizing arming this elite squad. Bai Tao Tao no longer refused and nodded. Okay. That's great, meow. The mind cat bounced around Bai Tao Tao, making her feel a bit self-conscious. What's wrong? I'll personally design the Pope's clothes for you, meow. I'm going to talk to a designer right now, meow. I'll try to make you an Empress-style Pope's robe, meow. Bai Tao Tao? Yilan? Yilan was very hesitant about whether to stop it. Should I really let the little cat design it that way? Then the little cat seemed to have a brilliant idea and bounced out. Hey! Wait! One person and one cat chased each other out like that. Yilan leaned back in his rocking chair, gently swaying. A sliver of sunlight streamed in from the window, bringing a sense of peaceful relaxation. However, such moments seemed unlikely to last long. Suddenly, Yilan felt something. His brow furrowed and relaxed, then relaxed and furrowed again, finally looking at the shadow behind him. You finally decided to come see me? The shadow rippled, and then a figure slowly appeared in Yilan's line of sight. Yi Wuhan. Although I won't interfere much with an existence like you, who has undergone activation and possesses independent consciousness, and instead treat you as an equal life form, but... Yilan's head started to ache when he thought of Yi Wuhan's actions. How did you become Zhao Ganghuang? And you personally commanded the Guangwei Road to bombard me, didn't you? Yi Wuhan. Although he didn't seem very afraid, he clearly heard Yilan's tone of wanting to bring up old scores and make things difficult. His eyes darted around, and he offered an explanation. You're so strong, wasn't I helping you hide your identity? If not for that, everyone would be watching you 24 hours a day, and you wouldn't be able to act in secret, would you? Yilan. So I should thank you, is that it? Tell me, how did you become Zhao Ganghuang? Yi Wuhan recounted the past 30 years. You told me to wait here for 30 years. I had no concept of time then. A few minutes later, I realized the length of 30 years. Just as I was wondering what to do, I felt a violent fluctuation in the inner room. It must have been you fighting the ancient god's touch. I figured if I were to coexist with the other party in the same room for 30 years, the chance of not being discovered would be minuscule, so I simply left the radiant disk. Yi Lan's brow twitched slightly. You certainly made a quick getaway. Oh, Yi Wuhan recalled, after I went to Radiant City, I looked for the person I remembered going to the Radiant Disk with you, then tracked Su Limo's location and encountered the Panshur's lock. After a friendly communication, Friendly communication? Yi Lan looked at it strangely. Yi Wuhan scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. I did want to fight it, but by then it was already embedded in the Radiant City wall, so I didn't make a move. Yi Lan. Continue. After clarifying my identity, it suggested I live here and await your return, so I started looking around the city. Then I met Bai Zhuahai, discovered the deceased Zhao Ganghuang, and an idea came to mind. Yi Lan was speechless. Then how did you persuade Bai Zhuahai? I said I was your person, and then he discussed it with me. Actually, I somewhat haphazardly decided on the plan to impersonate Zhao Ganghuang. I thought it would be fun. Yi Lan was thoughtful. This explains some things. What he saw 30 years ago, before leaving the shadow of the past, should not have been like the day of the decisive battle, where all four great families were on his side. It was normal for Su Limo to still side with him. Behind him was the Panshur's lock, and the Panshur's lock was executing his plan. He had been on his side from beginning to end. And Zhao Ganghuang was already dead. Yi Wuhan was Zhao Ganghuang. Bai Zhuahai, needing to conceal Zhao Ganghuang's death, was directly tied to Yi Wuhan. Because of Yi Wuhan's existence, Bai Zhuahai would not have been out of contact with him for 30 years. Many things must have happened in between, and many emotional journeys were experienced. Perhaps Yi Wuhan truly formed a friendship with Bai Zhuahai, perhaps many things, but ultimately, because of Yi Wuhan's existence, Bai Zhuahai was never able to break away from him. From 30 years ago until now. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lan closed his eyes. Regardless, Radiant City had come to an end. What are your plans? Yi Lan looked at Yi Wuhan, not proactively offering any of his own arrangements. I am willing to continue working for you, Yi Wuhan thought for a moment and said, but I don't really want to act with you. Yi Lan's brow raised. Reason? There's pressure, Yi Wuhan said honestly. Yi Lan was speechless. Actually, I'm not very comfortable with you either, okay? Then so be it, Yi Lan assessed Yi Wuhan's abilities in combat power. I'll give you special missions, and you execute them freely. How about that? Yi Wuhan smiled. The best outcome. At this stage, constantly monitor the movements of the Twilight God cult and search for Lin Jiao. Yi Lan picked up a pen and paper, quickly writing down his communication frequency, and then took out a high-level wandering mission badge. Contact me anytime in an emergency. Yi Wuhan nodded, put away Yi Lan's contact information, and slowly disappeared into the shadows. Watching Yi Wuhan leave, Yi Lan chuckled softly. So strong. He wasn't saying Yi Wuhan was strong, but rather, many people were strong. Finally, strong individuals were beginning to gather around him. There were many people he could trust and who could hold their own. Gate to the future. Sky City, Day 4. Listening to music in the pleasure quarters, crossed out, nothing happened. Sky City, Day 5. Open ground. Yi Lan, what are you doing, meow? In the early morning, the mine cat stretched a big lazy yawn on Yi Lan's shoulder, opening its fluffy, sleepy eyes. Researching the newly acquired power of the ancient god's touch. Meow? Meow. The mine cat instantly lost all sleepiness. How will you test it, meow? Is it dangerous, meow? I'm still thinking. Yi Lan pondered. You listen too. If there's anything inappropriate, speak up in time. Okay, meow. First, let's talk about our line of power, where the devoured power and abnormalities went. Yi Lan pondered. Facts prove that I can already use the power of the phantom expanse, so what about the sewing doll? The mind cat thought hard. it should be possible too? Yilan nodded. That's right, but I haven't felt anything yet. Perhaps after some exploration, I can try. But I don't really like this power. We'll see. Yes, meow. Then, there's devouring. Not far away, a rabbit darted out and quickly ran towards another pile of ruins. Yilan hesitated, then extended his hand. In a blink of an eye, the rabbit vanished into thin air. This is my current devouring. What can you tell? The mind cat pursed its lips and said. It has changed. Now your devouring can devour more than just abnormalities. The ancient god's touch's devouring is more like devouring everything, including life. Yilan frowned. In that case, will it affect the essence of my power? It should have an impact, meow. The mind cat thought and said, but there's one obvious benefit, you might not have to worry about hunger anymore. For example? For example, in extreme situations, you can directly devour ability objects to replenish energy, meow. Yilan's brows relaxed slightly. Isn't that a good thing? It is a good thing, but I don't think it's worth it, meow. The mind cat analyzed, the more you use the power of the ancient god's touch, the more you will resemble the ancient god's touch, meow. It's fine to fight abnormalities at critical moments, meow, but if you constantly devour ability objects, meow, too many times, then. Yilan's brows furrowed deeply, and he nodded gently. There's also good news, my own devouring should have gained a certain purification ability, but it's purely for purifying the ancient god's touches. Influence. Invincibility is also a useful ability, but the problem is that when I use that ability, I need to perform a consciousness access whose principle I don't understand at all. Yilan paused, his words chilling. If I leave Sky City, will using such power directly connect me to the main body of the ancient god's touch? The mind cat was silent for a moment, then finally responded, that sounds a bit scary, meow. Then there's vivification and activation. Yilan pondered, the difference between these two abilities is still very clear. Vivification is more like the ancient god's touch granting power to gods chosen, transforming them into life controlled by the ancient god's touch. While activation is granting power to the target, with room for free play. Actually, the most valuable thing right now is the dynasty. Yilan said, the dynasty is actually a power of rules, rules dominated by the ancient god's touch. Can you open the dynasty now, meow? The mind cat asked curiously. I can. Yilan said, but where would I open the dynasty? The mind cat had nothing to say. But indeed, this will be a great weapon. If one day there's a decisive battle with the ancient god's touch, the dynasty and hometown will both be fatal means. My current hesitation is whether to integrate more thoroughly, or to expend more effort to separate my power from the ancient god's touch's power. Yilan said seriously. These 4 powers correspond to my 4 characteristics. I can directly merge them. If I do that, becoming stronger will be faster and simpler. For example, vivification and activation directly merge into one power, and the ancient god's touch's devouring and my own devouring merge into one type of devouring. But such a decision is inherently irreversible. The mind cat was very worried, not speaking several times, feeling unable to offer any suitable advice. In fact, it understood a lot in an instant. Is it already so urgent? Yilan didn't speak. He rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing his fair arm. Only on the palm, there seemed to be a tattoo like a tentacle carved on it, lifelike. It looked quite normal. Suddenly, Yilan's psionic energy began to circulate, and blue mist started to spread. Whoosh! Yilan's right arm suddenly trembled violently, emitting a strange black gas, completely opposite and different from the psionic energy on the other side. The black gas spread with the psionic energy, covering half of Yilan's arm in a blink of an eye. The tentacle-like mark on his palm floated, and then, one entire side of his body began to writhe strangely. Meow. Meow meow meow. The mind cat was so scared that its fur stood on end. Fortunately, the strange power only spread to half of Yi Lan's body and did not continue to spread to the other side. Don't panic, it's still controllable. Yi Lan sighed softly. The situation now is this: as I can control its power, part of my body has undergone an anomaly. Yi Lan pondered and said, I can still ensure that this part, along with those new powers, is suppressed to one side of my body, and will never cross that line. This requires separate mastery, separate control, and separate use. Yi Lan said in a deep voice, the difficulty is immense. The mind cat finally recovered its senses. But, meow? But, if I merge my power with myself, combine them. Yi Lan said with some hesitation, I have more than a 70% chance of achieving balance, and I won't look like this on one side. The powers will merge into a new kind of power. Don't you think this appearance is even stranger? The mind cat was silent for a long time, not knowing what kind of advice it should give. Then what are you thinking, meow? There are pros and cons to each. Yi Lan said, that's why I don't know what to do. Whoosh! The mind cat was about to say something else when a phantom suddenly appeared in the square, then gradually became transparent and visible. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes and did not immediately dismiss the power from the ancient god's touch side. Instead, it overflowed even more flamboyantly, tightly enveloping the square. Then, Yi Lan stared expressionlessly at the almost transparent, seemingly non-existent newcomer, waiting for him to introduce himself. If he was someone who shouldn't know, then he couldn't leave. Greetings, eternal night god. He bowed his head and bent his body. Yi Lan still did not speak. My main god invites you to come inside and see. Faint psionic energy floated around him, and in a blink of an eye, a deep, dark door appeared out of thin air. Inside the door was an unseen, boundless gray mist. At the end of the gray mist, there seemed to be a brilliant shimmer like the aurora. Click! When the door fully settled in the square, the entire sky city seemed to become unstable. All the surrounding scenery flickered and changed. Sometimes it was a ruined square, sometimes towering buildings rising from the ground, sometimes a battlefield-like ruin with corpses strewn everywhere. The entire sky city sometimes tottered, sometimes was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Amidst the strange phenomena, Yi Lan glanced expressionlessly, sweeping his gaze coldly over him. Who is your main god? The transparent phantom still remained bowed. 004, Future's Gate. One step away. Yi Lan did not communicate with that person again, but looked at the mind cat. The mind cat gave a confirming look and initiated a mental transmission. It's not the main body, it's just a manifestation of its power. Whether it even exists in the current spacetime is uncertain. Naya. Yi Lan seemed lost in thought. So if I step through this door, I'll go to the future? No, Naya. The mind cat shook its head. You should see some potential future, related to yourself, that might happen. A future that might happen? Yi Lan pondered, thought for a moment, and then walked in. Swish! Stepping into that infinitely dark door, everything around him began to spin. Crack! Countless crisp cracking sounds rang out, and when he opened his eyes again, he was met with an endless darkness. Destructive, eerie power permeated every corner of the world, with gray mist and black chi spreading everywhere. There was no light in the world. Yi Lan initially thought this was a secret room, but when he looked up, all around him was boundless emptiness. This was outdoors. There was no sunlight above, yet it wasn't night, there was no brightness from the moon or stars. Crack! Suddenly, hundreds of meters away on the ground, something seemed to flash, like something having a final burst of light before dying. Yi Lan could finally see a little more clearly. Everything around him was as silent as death, more chilling than a black hole. Yi Lan walked towards the light. Suddenly, the silent ground felt somewhat soft. Yi Lan paused and lowered his head. Splat! Turning on the only flashlight he had, Yi Lan finally saw what he was stepping on. Eerily scattered tentacles, shattered on the ground, devoid of all life. They stretched endlessly, forming a mountain of ancient gods' touch corpses. This. Yi Lan gasped slightly. This was at least the corpses of dozens of ancient gods' touch avatars. Thump thump. Yilan continued to walk forward. The power ahead grew more and more terrifying, trying to suppress him from taking another step. What is this thing? Yilan was somewhat horrified. The strength of this power was something he had never experienced before. Clunk. Yilan seemed to trip over something. After a slight turn of his head, he completely stopped. A tree root. For nearly 100 meters around, there were scattered roots and branches, exuding the despair and eeriness of withered death. This amount of wood, almost enough for a logging yard, with each piece intertwined and having the same texture, seemed to come from the same tree. This is... An incredible answer flashed through Yilan's mind, because he smelled a faint, familiar rotten aura still lingering. 002? Yilan looked up in a panic, not daring to, yet needing to see those fragments that still emitted faint glimmers of light. That wasn't the sun. 003 itself wasn't the sun, but now it truly had become a setting sun. Those infinite fragments seemed to sense Yilan's arrival, emitting their final, all-out burst of light. Yilan saw the distance. Ruins, vast ruins. Endless chains crisscrossed with the ruins, leaving only countless fragments on the ground. Further away, it was still darkness. However, that darkness seemed to carry a hint of residual scarlet, some terrifying, indescribable, chilling, yet seemingly non-existent eerie creature, maintaining a posture of devouring everything, filling the entire sky. But it was dead too. In the eerie creature's exact center, a scarlet core, there was a figure suspended in midair. That figure had its back to him, facing the eerie creature, maintaining the posture of a final strike. Seemingly noticing his gaze, the figure slowly turned its head, revealing scarlet eyes. That was no longer a human figure, but merely an eerie shadow in human form. And it seemed to be himself, completely twisted into an eerie being. Those scarlet eyes seemed to regain a moment of clarity, then let out the final roar in this silent world. Just one step away. Beware of traps. Boom. The roar echoed deafeningly in the dead silence of endless memories, as if to tear Yilan from the world. Boom. Everything before him flickered again. Yilan felt like he was constantly traversing in a shuttle, being completely pulled away, experiencing a momentary sensation of being flung out. Stumbling, Yilan was thrown out of the deep door. Brother Yilan, Naya. The mind cat pounced over with a whoosh. Yilan opened his eyes, and before him was once again the wonder of the Sky City, with the long, eternal night above and the bright sunshine all around. I'll wait for you in the future, hoping it's a beautiful future. That strange figure and the deep door gradually disappeared, as if they had never been there. What happened, Naya? The mind cat asked anxiously. I defeated the ancient god's touch. Naya? The mind cat was overjoyed. That's great, Naya. 004's mystical stuff is usually very accurate, Naya. But everything was destroyed. Naya? The mind cat froze. I think I saw myself. Naya? The mind cat felt its thoughts were completely unable to keep up. And then, Naya? He warned me about a trap and told me I was just one step away from success. A trap, Naya? The mind cat's head spun more and more. What kind of trap, Naya? I don't know. Yilan shook his head, his gaze a bit profound. But at this time, this special time, 004 suddenly sent me a warning, which must be closely related to the recent events. The mind cat immediately became extremely worried. Could it be these usurped powers? Probably not. Yilan frowned deeply. This is something the ancient god's touch absolutely could not have foreseen, and something it genuinely wants to prevent, which means this step is completely correct. Moreover, that me also said that I was just one step away from success. What on earth is it, Naya? The mind cat covered its head with both paws, shaking it back and forth, unable to figure it out. I think I already have the answer. Yilan suddenly smiled. Naya? That future should still be very, very far away, at least it's distant from now. I have more pressing matters to attend to right now, such as investigating my past, understanding my plans and arrangements, finding out what happened to the rotten god cult, where Lin Jiao is, and so on. That's too distant, it's irrelevant right now. But why did it send a warning at this moment? Yilan was getting closer to the truth. Because something will soon require a decision that will be linked to a long time from now and cannot be changed. Yilan once again released his newly acquired power, revealing his half-body that was beginning to become eerie. Isn't that the very question? A seemingly permanent solution, yet an irreversible choice. Bloodstained Temple. Sky City, Day 5, Afternoon, Night House. Ha ha ha. A genius. I'm practically a genius. A cut here, another cut here, then a little bit of this, and finally. In what looked like a clinic, the old doctor, dressed in a white lab coat, let out a somewhat deranged, maniacal laugh as he methodically operated the instruments on the operating table, performing an emergency surgery. Beep. The instruments suddenly blared loudly. The old doctor glanced at the life signs and data, and his expression instantly changed drastically. No good. No good. What went wrong? Let me. Amidst a flurry of activity, the patient's life signs finally stabilized. That was close, he wiped his sweat, suddenly feeling an indescribable awkwardness, and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Holy crap! The moment he looked, he nearly jumped in fright. Beside him, Yilan had arrived at some unknown time and was watching him intently. It's compliant. It's compliant. The old doctor quickly defended himself. I'm treating him in a standard, compliant manner. Yilan said nothing, withdrawing his gaze. Trust people when you use them, don't use them if you doubt them. How is he? Basically, his life has been sustained. The old doctor scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, but I haven't come up with a perfect plan. For him to wake up or even be cured. The chances are still pretty slim. Yilan said nothing, letting out a soft sigh. If Xia Chengfei couldn't be saved, Yilan always felt it would be difficult to explain to Xia Qingyu. Especially since she trusted him so much, even though she couldn't help in the final battle, Xia Qingyu never doubted him for a moment. Leaving the emergency room, Arthur was striding towards him. What's wrong? Nothing major. Arthur wiped his sweat amidst his busy schedule, but the city is a bit restless now, and the calls for us to lift the lockdown are becoming more and more frequent. After a moment of contemplation, Yilan slowly spoke. Let's hold on for one more day. I need to contact the Twilight God cult and have that anomaly who can hide memories handle things before we can safely open up. After a pause, Yilan spoke again. Are the city's supplies still sufficient? They are. Arthur nodded. Just food alone, we have enough for several more months without any problem. Yilan finally nodded in relief. That's good. Oh, where's Man? Why haven't I seen her these past few days? She's been staying in her room by herself. Yilan fell silent. Beep beep. Just then, Yilan's communicator finally rang. Looking down, Yilan showed a slight hint of joy, followed by another soft sigh. Xia Qingyu. Hello? Yilan? Hearing that her voice still sounded strong, Yilan felt a slight sense of relief. Why have you been out of contact for so long? Internal struggle, no big deal. Xia Qingyu answered crisply, is there anything? Yilan hesitated. Shouldn't you be asking if the problem with Radiant City has been solved? Ask what? Xia Qingyu rolled her eyes. First, you're here. Second, Radiant City was like a meat grinder, so many high-level anomalies went there, and it's still floating in the sky. How could it not be solved? Yilan was speechless for a moment, then directly asked the urgent question he wanted to know. What's the situation with the Rotten God cult now? Do you have any information you can share with me? I don't know. Xia Qingyu shook her head. I haven't been involved in anything related to that for many days. Ah, not involved? Aren't you already in full-scale war with the rotten god cult? Yilan asked incredulously. Yes, we are at war, but we can't fight them. Xia Qingyu sighed, the entire rotten god cult has disappeared. We can't even see a ghost. Who are we supposed to fight? Yilan. Do you have any theories? Yes. Xia Qingyu finally gave a reliable answer, then asked, are you looking for Lin Jiao? Understood. Xia Qingyu didn't press further, how is my brother? His life is safe, and we're still looking for a cure. Yilan could finally answer a question with confidence. Understood. Xia Qingyu subtly relaxed a lot, her tone quick and sharp, I'll sort out some information for you tonight. Just wait for now. After a pause, she spoke again. Anything else? Yes. Yilan quickened his pace, regarding the ancient god's touch, there's a very, very big problem hidden within it. At the fastest possible speed, Yilan described the problem of the ancient god's touch seemingly playing dead, and how all vessels containing ancient god's touch avatars were almost equivalent to ticking time bombs. This time, Xia Qingyu was silent for a long time. This is indeed a huge matter. Xia Qingyu was even a bit flustered for a moment. The Twilight God cult alone holds 70% of the containment vessels in the entire wasteland. If they are truly all ancient gods touch playing dead in complete states, we might be the first to. Her voice grew more and more solemn, yet it also revealed an undeniable gravity. This requires the Twilight God cult to be at its most efficient to deal with. It's simply too much, one move affects the whole body. Not only must it be kept absolutely secret, but it must also be transferred out at the same time, and even after transfer, preparations must be made for the ancient god's touch to retaliate. This. She sighed. It can't be done now. Yilan listened quietly, not taking on the problem of this matter, but directly pointing to the core. Your internal situation is very chaotic right now. Extremely chaotic. Xia Qingyu didn't say anything too detailed, but Yilan had already fully guessed it. The conflict between the Pope's faction and the Xia family had reached its breaking point. I need that anomaly from your divine church who can hide memories to come to Radiant City. This can also delay the time it takes for you to finish handling internal affairs and begin large-scale transfers of the ancient god's touch. Containment vessels. I can't do it. Xia Qingyu's voice was a bit bitter. This was already the umpteenth time she had said she couldn't do it today, but I can directly contact that anomaly and convey your message. Just say the Eternal Night God is calling it. Okay. Do you need help? At that moment, the communication was silent for a while. Xia Qingyu was truly tempted. Thank you, but it's too late. The plan has already begun, one link after another. Yilan said nothing more, nodding lightly. Okay. Xia Qingyu seemed to be in a real hurry on her end and quickly hung up the phone. Sitting in the room, Yilan sighed. Why, after just solving such a big matter, was another storm brewing? Sky City, Day 5, evening, an anomaly from the Twilight God cult arrived alone in Radiant City and completed the erasure of some memories, but no reply was received from Xia Qingyu as promised. Sky City, Day 6, morning, Radiant City lifted its lockdown, and an iron cable leading directly to the ground was laid down. Various forces flocked in, eagerly trying to understand everything that had happened in Radiant City. The Eternal Night Divine Church's prestige soared across the entire wasteland, thoroughly challenging the two great divine churches. Still no reply was received from Xia Qingyu. Sky City, Day 6, afternoon, Yilan knocked on Xia Manman's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yilan. After a long pause, Xia Manman finally opened the door. The room looked tidy, but her eyes were swollen and bloodshot. Is there anything? Her voice sounded somewhat cold. Is there any way to see inside the Twilight God cult? Xia Manman instantly became wary, but then a sense of what does it have to do with me apathy followed. What do you want to do? Your sister didn't reply to me on time. So? So what do you think?
Xia Man suddenly tensed up, a shiver running down her spine.
You mean? I didn't say anything.
Yilan sighed, don't jump to conclusions, just look first.
I have a way. Help me get a basin of water.
Yilan hesitated, then walked into the bathroom, plugged the sink, and turned on the faucet. Before long, it was filled with water.
Xia Man.
Oh, she said, picking up a stopper from her person, inside which was a solidified drop of water.
This is really, really precious. It can only be used once. Xia Man took a deep breath and dripped it onto the surface of the water in the sink.
Ripples spread across the water, and before long, a scene appeared within it like a mirror.
Where is this?
The moment the image appeared, Yilan looked at Xia Man in confusion, and Xia Man's face was even more bewildered.
Where is this?
As soon as she murmured, her eyes widened. Ruins, a ground full of ruins, so dilapidated that their original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Blood and corpses were everywhere, staining the entire palace. Except for the statue, almost everything was destroyed, as if it had undergone an unprecedentedly tragic battle.
Is this a temple? Xia Man murmured incredulously, frantically stirring the water's surface.
The water rippled, and the image rotated around, but it became increasingly blurry, almost indistinguishable. Moving all the way to the very center, Xia Man froze, like a statue, unable to move an inch further. A scepter pierced through a fully armed, heroic woman. The woman was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, her pupils frozen with a final look of unwillingness.
Xia Qingyu.
Beside her, on the Pope's throne, a middle-aged man placed the Pope's crown on his own head, holding the scepter as if displaying a trophy, his
majestic gaze sweeping in all directions. Sister.
Xia Man felt like she was going crazy, clenching her fists tightly, trembling all over, her palms covered in bloodstains.
Calm down.
Yilan opened his mouth, but only these two words came out.
How can I calm down? Don't panic. Yilan sighed softly, I'll go with you. I don't think she's that easy to kill. If she's still alive, I'll save her.
If she's dead, I'll avenge her.
Xia Man instantly went limp, kneeling down uncontrollably. Woo. Damn it. What in the world are you two great divine churches doing?
Yilan cursed, a surge of nameless anger rising in his heart, and picked up his communicator. Tao, take 2 small teams and visit Twilight City in the name of the Eternal Night Divine Church's Pope. Immediately issue an announcement, depart at once, and draw all of the Twilight God cult's attention.
I will enter secretly and in parallel, keep communications open. Land of Afterglow.
To the west of the wasteland lies the Yuguan land.
The wasteland is the general term for all areas of human activity in the current apocalyptic civilization, and the legendary civilization's end is located even further to the west. While the Twilight God cult's influence and power cover the entire wasteland, there is still a core, vast area under its absolute control, also known as the Yuguan land. The core territory of the Rotten God cult is on the opposite side, with Radiant City situated in the center. Hey, wait. Wait a moment. Across the boundless wasteland, a remarkably clean modified off-road vehicle sped along.
Driving towards the Yuguan land always brought a wonderful feeling, a peculiar sense of light gradually rising.
Suddenly, several people appeared in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. Click. Yilan's eyes flickered as he glanced at the person's attire and expression, then slowly pressed the brake.
Xia Man, leaning back in her seat, looked out, then, with a knowing expression, leaned back again, half closing her eyes to rest.
Phew.
Yilan rolled down the window, his expression calm yet unapproachable as he looked at the person outside.
Who are you, and what do you want?
The person blocking the road hadn't expected such a cold voice from inside the car and quickly adjusted his approach. He hurried forward, arriving at the car window.
Hello, I'd like to talk. Who are you? Yilan said impatiently, what do you want?
Yilan's tone made him abandon his plans of beating around the bush and hinting, and he restructured his words. I am the mayor of Liang Town, Yilan didn't interrupt or say anything, but upon hearing these potentially useful prefixes, he immediately looked at Xia Man with an inquiring gaze.
Xia Man understood Yilan's meaning and gently shook her head.
Yilan understood, turned his head back, and directly addressed the person blocking the road, the so-called mayor of Liang Town. I haven't heard of Liang Town. Hearing this, the so-called mayor of Liang Town was not flustered or displeased, instead, he was quite excited. Yilan saying this with such certainty meant he was exactly the person he was looking for to ask directions.
That's normal. That's normal. We are not a settlement within the Yuguan land, so it's natural you haven't heard of us.
You really are from the Yuguan land, that's wonderful. Yilan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the nearby riverbank, lost in thought for a moment. A continuous camp was set up by the river, and it looked like it already had a scale of thousands of people. It was early morning, just a few hours after sunrise, and wisps of cooking smoke were already rising from the camp, indicating breakfast was being prepared. However, this camp of thousands was not a military camp. One glance revealed that its primary component was ordinary people. The clothing and complexions of these ordinary people were relatively good. It wasn't a settlement long plagued by hunger and hardship, and their military strength also seemed decent. Not to mention the red dots he had occasionally felt scanning over his head, he could also see an antique-level tank, a relic from before the
apocalypse. As for its power,
Yilan thought it was impressive that it could still move, but it was still quite formidable for fighting simple mutated creatures.
Your people are here for what? Well, we are migrating.
Yilan wasn't surprised. After the first few sentences of their conversation, he had already guessed most of it. This human settlement called Liang Town was migrating its entire population due to some reason, moving into the Yuguan land. This was the reason for Yilan's confusion. They had no problems with equipment or food, and their living conditions were excellent, so what had
happened that made them choose a collective migration?
Most people have a certain attachment to their homeland. Unless it's a matter of life and death, it's difficult to reach a consensus to do such a
thing.
Yet, from Yilan's observation, at most, some people's gazes were a bit anxious and confused, but dissatisfaction was very rare.
Thinking back to Sewage Town, even in that state, didn't they still not want to leave? So, you stopped me because?
Ahem, that's a long story. The mayor of Liang Town scratched his head awkwardly. We heard that there's been some internal strife in the Yuguan land recently, and the situation is very complicated. For a while, we didn't dare to enter rashly, so we thought to ask someone passing through from inside the Yuguan land for information.
Yilan's frown deepened.
So you mean you're not even sure if the Twilight God cult will accept you, or if they've prepared living spaces and various survival conditions, yet?
You just set off, bringing your families and everyone here? Isn't that ridiculous?
The mayor of Liang Town's expression became even more bitter. We actually already joined the Twilight God cult, but we don't have any credentials right now, and we don't know who to look for.
This time, even Xia Man started to find it a bit absurd.
If you join the Twilight God cult, you should have regular contact with the cult, and this kind of large-scale migration isn't something you spontaneously decided on in the heat of the moment. It requires approval from above to prepare living areas for you in advance.
But now you're saying you don't have credentials, which is quite contradictory, isn't it?
The mayor of Liang Town sighed deeply.
We were just recruited, but we haven't received any credentials yet.
When we got here, we heard about the large-scale internal strife breaking out in the Yuguan land, and we became even more unsure of what to do.
So?
Yilan really felt that what he was saying was full of holes, yet it didn't sound like he was making things up at all.
So, didn't we see you heading in with a clear purpose? That's why we wanted to understand the situation.
At least, we should know where to find the people who called us here, and who to connect with. Xia Man grew more and more suspicious as she listened.
So you mean, the people from the Twilight God cult recruited you, but didn't personally bring you over?
That was too absurd. It didn't conform to the proper procedures at all.
Fortunately, the mayor of Liang Town's final edition finally connected all the causes and effects. Someone was leading us this way, but as we were going, he suddenly seemed to receive some news and said he had to rush back for a bit. The mayor of Liang Town sighed. He just said he needed to go back for a bit and told us to keep heading this way. But we've been here for 2 days already, and no one has contacted us again. Then we asked around a bit. He looked up at the two of them with a touch of apprehension. We heard that internal strife broke out within the Twilight God cult. We're worried that the person who brought us here might have died, and we don't know if we'll be inexplicably drawn into factional disputes, so we're very. Xiao Man said nothing more, turning her head away somberly. Yes, it was her mistake, she had forgotten about that factor. The bloody battle that day, who knew how many people had died? And that meant the paralysis of countless events and countless functional institutions. Perhaps that person died, or perhaps he didn't have the time or opportunity to deal with them again. In any case, they were simply forgotten here. All of this shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened in the Twilight God cult. Quite cautious, Yilan offered a word of praise. To think of this issue in such a situation and not blindly rush in was an incredibly unprecedented approach. Other rules and regulations could be ignored for now. Two groups of people were fighting to the death inside, and there was even a possibility of abnormal intervention from behind the scenes. These people were already in great danger just by passing through. I can certainly point you to a clear path, Yilan smiled, an idea forming in his mind. How about we have breakfast together first? Holy object. The mayor of Liang Town hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. You're so outgoing. Ah, if you trust us, then of course you can. Following the mayor of Liang Town's vehicle, Yilan's off-road car slowly drove into the camp. Upon reaching the center of the camp, the mayor hesitated for a moment, then directed his staff to set up tents in a slightly secluded spot by the river. Glancing around, Yilan and Man's equipment and expressions were both confident and composed. The mayor, feeling a bit uneasy and very hesitant, finally waved his hand. He withdrew the snipers who had been half-aiming at their position. Sitting by the bonfire with the mayor of Liang Town, some townspeople brought several freshly caught fish in baskets, along with a strange-looking noodle soup. Gurgle, gurgle. Yilan merely glanced at it, took a small sip of the soup, and found the taste strangely indescribable. It wasn't bad, but it was far from delicious. However, the grilled fish, sizzling over the fire, smelled fragrant, and in this winter morning with the sun rising, it had a rather pleasant flavor. Tell me about your situation, Yilan said naturally, taking a bite of fish. Who was responsible for bringing you into Yuguangland? When Yilan asked, the mayor of Liang Town answered fluently, as if he had already decided what he could and couldn't say when he was seeking help. I don't know. I only know it was an elite unit from the Twilight God cult. I believe they were called the Judgment Squad. Man, who had been silently eating fish, paused, and Yilan subtly sent a glance her way, meeting her eyes. The Punishment Squad. That meant that at least before the Civil War, that place belonged to Xia Qingfei's faction. So what happened to make your entire town absorbed and collectively relocated to Yuguangland? Yilan asked this question, which was actually very high on his mental list, in a seemingly casual manner. As someone who had experienced similar events, Yilan was extremely sensitive to such situations. In the current wasteland, where the structure was relatively stable, this was very unusual. Joining the Twilight God cult was one thing, and operating as a cooperative outpost was normal, but an entire town relocating. Unless something very, very significant happened, such a situation would rarely occur. For example, 60 years ago, if Sewage Town hadn't led to the two great divine churches arriving simultaneously, its fate would likely have been a collective relocation. There was definitely a major event that had already happened, hidden behind this. Hearing Yilan's question, he wasn't particularly sensitive, but his expression was extremely troubled. This matter is of great importance. Without the approval of the Twilight God cult's dedicated liaison, I truly dare not speak carelessly. Yilan immediately looked at Man. Man pouted slightly, and spiritual energy surged, a ray of light emanating from her body.
This? The mayor of Liang Town was genuinely surprised and delighted upon seeing this ray of light. We are people of the Twilight God cult, responsible for overseeing an elite judgment squad, Man said. While I cannot give you the credentials you desire or directly overstep my authority to manage your affairs, I can at least confirm that I have the
right to understand the situation and can offer you the best solution.
Yilan also looked at the mayor of Liang Town, smiling and nodding. Good, Man has learned to help me with my disguise.
Like this.
That's acceptable. The mayor of Liang Town carefully chose his words and phrasing. Actually, we have always believed in the Twilight God cult and
the Yu-Wei God.
Yilan frowned and interrupted him directly without hiding anything. This is completely different from what you said before, isn't it?
Actually, it's the same. I haven't lied in any of my statements.
The mayor of Liang Town sighed. I just, didn't express myself clearly.
We always thought we believed in the Yu-Wei God.
Yilan was slightly taken aback.
Thought you did?
Yes. Since he had decided to speak, he no longer concealed anything, revealing everything. Our town has always been under an unusual protection, enjoying the blessings and gifts of Twilight Divine Power. It called itself Pure Remnant Sun, and we also built a branch of the Twilight Church according to the Twilight God cult's specifications, even
diligently and conscientiously selecting clergy. After that, we always enjoyed favorable weather and lived in peace and prosperity.
Yi Lan's eyebrows twitched. These all sounded like normal things. But if they were connected to what he had said earlier, then things started to become abnormal. So, Yilan felt that things were becoming thought-provoking and couldn't help but ask, who is it? The mayor of Liang Town also shook his head bitterly. I don't know. Yilan and Man exchanged bewildered glances.
Who disguised themselves as Pure Remnant Sun, developed in a small place, and concealed it for decades?
So, how did you find out?
Many years have passed since then. The mayor of Liang Town sighed deeply, his thoughts seemingly drifting back decades. We rarely visited
other settlements and factions as per the main god's request, always living peacefully in Liang Town. Although it was remote, over the immensely long years, even every many years, an external team from the Twilight God cult would pass by. When they saw the Twilight Church here, they would even come in for supplies, but even they never discovered anything unusual. Until, he paused, the last time a judgment squad from the Twilight God cult passed through here. Man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured by the professionalism of the Twilight God cult's judgment squad.
And then it was discovered?
Not really. The mayor of Liang Town said with a hint of embarrassment. They didn't discover anything either, but they mentioned our Twilight Church in their report, which must have helped them with something very important, earning us credit. Then, after an internal review by the Twilight God cult, it was discovered that Liang Town was not within their sphere of influence at all, and there was no record of a Twilight Church branch there.
Yilan didn't know how to comment. Impressive.
Exchanging another glance with Man, Yilan could also tell that this matter seemed much more serious than imagined.
What purpose is this fake Yu-Wei God using you to achieve? Yilan asked. Have you ever seen its true form, or witnessed its divine power?
I don't know, the mayor of Liang Town said. It merely restricted us from contacting the outside world, claiming we were to guard a holy relic, and we never doubted it.
What holy relic? What does it look like? Yilan instantly found a major breakthrough. It looks like,
The mayor suddenly froze, his eyes full of confusion. Then he kept uttering like a filler word, his expression somewhat dazed. Yilan narrowed his eyes, a soft hum seeming to bring him back to his senses.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
The mayor of Liang Town asked with an apologetic smile.
What does it look like? Yilan patiently repeated. What looks like what?
The mayor was a bit confused. The holy relic, Yilan repeated, his expression unchanged.
Oh, right, the holy relic.
The mayor of Liang Town seemed to recall something, then became confused again. Yilan narrowed his eyes.
The mayor's confused expression was once again startled by Yilan's soft hum. What's wrong? I'm waiting for you to speak, the holy relic.
Yilan patiently emphasized again.
The mayor looked utterly bewildered, feeling that Yilan was saying something nonsensical. What holy relic? Blend in.
Yilan's pupils contracted slightly, and Xiaomanman also involuntarily sat up a little, feeling a slight chill at that moment. They exchanged glances, and Yilan's expression was somewhat solemn as he initiated a mind transmission.
Little cat, did you detect any abnormal external interference just now? No, meow.
The mind cat's voice echoed repeatedly in Yilan's mind. If he's not acting, then this matter is very serious, meow.
Abnormalities that can interfere with memory are extremely rare.
An interference that goes undetected in front of you, even the Twilight God cult's member who helped us interfere with Sky City's memory a few days
ago couldn't do it, meow.
Yilan's gaze flickered continuously. From the situation just now, if he wasn't considering the mayor of Liang Town was acting, then it was a targeted forgetting that triggered whenever
certain memories were questioned. And he had asked 3 times in a row. It seemed that with each question, the forgetting became more thorough.
It looked like he couldn't ask anymore, otherwise, if he kept asking, he might not be able to get any answers even if he found a solution later.
Wait. Yilan felt as if an electric current had passed through his entire body.
Each time a relevant point was questioned, too much was forgotten. At this moment, he still remembered the issue of the holy object, but from now on, if anyone else asked, they would no longer get any clues about the
holy object.
The mayor of Liang Town claimed that for decades, the false god impersonating pure remnant sun hadn't made them do anything special. Was it truly nothing, or had these memories already been completely forgotten under the questioning of the Twilight God cult's judgment squad in the
previous round?
For the first time, Yilan had a clearer understanding of how elite a team like the judgment squad was in handling external disasters.
In matters like this, mishandling even one step could be catastrophic. Did you feel anything special about them? Didn't feel anything, meow. Decades have passed, and if a god's chosen doesn't use their abilities, it's impossible to tell, meow. Yilan was silent. Who do you think is doing such a thing? I can't imagine, meow.
If you're prepared, you can directly attack him or force him to attack you to test it out. Yilan was silent for a moment.
Let's wait and see.
Once this matter was uncovered, it would be taking on a lot of trouble and a messy situation. Although he hadn't said it, lives were at stake, and Yilan was actually growing anxious, and the longer the time passed, the more anxious he would
become. Xiaoqing Yu and Lin Jiao.
The problem with the people of Liang Town was that they forgot a little for every bit of information they learned. For example, he had only spoken 3 sentences, and if the Twilight God cult were to deal with this matter later, they would have forever lost the
clue to the holy object.
So, if he were to ask any further, he would have to take charge of this matter. It required time, but the problem was, time was needed everywhere right now. What Yilan lacked most was time. Let's wait and see, don't delve deeper for now.
Let me first confirm whether the current Twilight God cult can clean up their mess.
Yilan sighed and smiled at the mayor of Liang Town.
I think I understand your predicament.
Please step aside for a moment, we need to discuss something. The mayor was startled, then nodded hesitantly, leading his people to the side and leaving the scene to Yilan and Xiaomanman.
Their problems are significant.
The judgment squad's handling and arrangements were correct. They shouldn't be allowed to enter the Yuguan land so vaguely and unknowingly.
There must be elite supervision, accompaniment, and guidance. It was Xiaomanman who spoke first. The annoying thing is that we don't know what stage that squad's investigation reached, what their plans were, what unresolved hidden dangers
remained, and what important precautions they discovered.
Most crucially, who exactly is the false god behind Liang Town, and is there even a theory? We know nothing, and for now, we can't get any information from the Twilight God cult.
Yilan glanced at her. Although she had been somewhat slacking off recently, caring about nothing but revenge, when push came to shove, when things happened right before her
eyes, Man still instinctively became professional. Don't panic, Yilan said. Tell me, according to normal procedures, how is this usually handled?
As someone who isn't directly in charge, if I encountered such a situation, I would immediately monitor the situation here and contact my superiors to confirm the situation and plan.
Xia Man spread her hands.
Then the problem arises. In the current situation, I completely don't know who to contact, and I might even be on a wanted list already. The highest superior for such an incident is the Grand Inquisitor, who is currently lying in the night house, and my sister. After a long time, Xia Qingyu was finally mentioned again, and the atmosphere became slightly somber.
So?
Yilan rubbed his forehead.
Our current problem is, can we really let such a large group of people, who clearly have serious problems, enter the Yuguan land? Xia Man didn't quite understand. Why must they be taken to the Yuguan land? Many reasons.
Yilan pointed to the group of people.
The problems hidden behind them are immense, like a giant ticking time bomb.
Whether you leave it here or take it inside, it could explode at any moment. The difference is, the Twilight God cult is professional at handling such things. No matter how chaotic it gets, they have bomb disposal experts. As long as they go in and openly find the Twilight God cult, the bomb disposal experts will have to be dispatched to deal with it, even if.
Reluctantly.
Yilan spread his hands. But given the current internal strife within the Twilight God cult, it's uncertain whether the judgment squad that brought them is even still alive. If we directly notify the Pope, he might not even care about matters outside the Yuguan land. Therefore, to get them managed and handled, we can only act first and report later, entering the Yuguan land.
No matter how busy or lacking in energy your Pope is, he will have to deal with it, because a ticking time bomb cannot explode in his own home.
Xia Man was speechless, feeling only a pang of sorrow.
Since when did our Twilight God cult become so indifferent to such matters, only dealing with them if absolutely necessary?
However, due to his trust in the entire Xia family line, starting from Xia Qingyu and Xia Tianan, Yilan held no expectations for the current Pope of
the Twilight God cult.
Another point is that by following them into the Yuguan land, we can be more discreet and it will be easier.
Ha! Xia Man didn't see where it would be easier. We'll blend in with them and enter the city in the Yuguan land. The Twilight God cult will first investigate the problems with this group of people.
Then, they will discover the very serious hidden problems, and then they'll be frantically researching, finding solutions, and taking over. As long as we hide a little, the Twilight God cult won't immediately realize that within this huge trouble, there's an even bigger trouble like us.
Hiding. Plan. Xia Man choked.
What you said is also true.
Right? So my only concern now is that I can't deal with this matter anymore. Yilan sighed. But their problems are very serious. If they are brought into the Yuguan land, does the current Twilight God cult have the ability to perfectly resolve the risks behind them? I don't want to bring disaster to the ordinary people of Yuguan land.
Xia Man paused, then you don't have to worry about that.
After all, he is a generation's Pope.
No matter how much of a scoundrel he is, he still has ability.
Xia Man's voice was cold, otherwise, how could he have defeated my sister? Yilan's eyebrows twitched. You should believe in your sister. She's already dead. Did you see it with your own eyes? Did you personally confirm it?
Xia Man was questioned into silence by Yilan, suddenly feeling a little fragile.
I know you want to persuade me, to make me feel better, but this is different from when you wanted to protect someone in Sewage Town back then. When a person is alive, you can say you are confident, but if the hope of unknown life or death falls through, I will be very sad. After a moment of silence, Yilan also smiled. But I have always felt that I can trust you all, from beginning to end.
Xia Man looked at him blankly, and Yilan, uncharacteristically, felt a touch of melancholy.
Including Lin Jiao, the current situation must also be very bad. I'm also trying to find her, and most likely save her, but the clues got cut off at the Twilight God cult. And then something happened to your sister. But whether it's Xia Qingyu or Lin Jiao.
Yilan paused. I still don't think they would die so carelessly. If it was truly confirmed that they were dead, my emotions wouldn't be as stable as they are now. It would be quite explosive. For example, I would have just charged in directly. Staring blankly at Yilan, Xia Manman finally lowered her head, her voice soft.
I'm sorry? Ha? Yilan was stunned for a moment. What are you sorry for? Starting from the series of changes during the decisive battle in Radiant City, I've had some opinions about you. Xia Manman paused, although No, it has nothing to do with you.
Bringing up old matters, Yilan also fell silent for a moment.
It still has some connection. Even if it was because I was schemed against, Xia Qingfei's assassination and the severe damage to the promised arc ultimately arose from it. Xia Manman shook her head, perhaps finally understanding. But I've always only focused on my own emotions, and never realized that you were also feeling very bad. After all, I always didn't know if you truly considered these humans around you to be important. She looked up. Right? Eternal Night God. Envoy.
Yilan did not avoid her gaze, but his expression was somewhat peculiar.
Are you all right?
Xia Manman's rare brewing emotions froze for a moment.
Ha? Yilan's face was full of shock. You can actually empathize and be considerate of others? Xia Manman? Ha ha.
Rolling his eyes, Yilan brought up the main topic again.
Where do you think they should go after entering the Yuguan land? Does it conflict with our destination?
Dawn Fortress, Xia Manman said without hesitation. Coming from the direction of the wasteland, it's the first Twilight God cult town gathering point within the Yuguan land. A permanent armed force is stationed there, and there are also anomalies guarding it. Its strategic significance is to defend against all invading and attacking external forces from the direction of the wasteland, and it is the Yuguan land's sole and strongest defense line on the wasteland side. Due to its pivotal location, it was also the second core of the Judgment Tribunal in the past. It is the most convenient transit point for entering the wasteland. Yilan was thoughtful. So the strength here is very strong, right? How many territories of this intensity do you have in the Yuguan land? On the west side of the Yuguan land, beyond civilization's end, there are 2 more such fortresses. Apart from these 3 fortresses, the remaining elite forces are basically all in Twilight City and the promised Arkansas. Yilan nodded gently, thus gaining a basic understanding of the power distribution in the Yuguan land.
Xia Manman continued to introduce.
No matter what the situation of this group of people is, as long as they can reach Dawn Fortress, it will be fine. Given its location, they have the most abundant experience in dealing with dangers entering the Yuguan land.
Yilan nodded. What about their identities? Is it feasible to enter without credentials? Will they be held accountable?
Entering without credentials is indeed very serious, and their numbers are too large, and they also possess abundant armed forces.
Xia Manman said. Thoughtfully, but the situation is special.
Even without credentials, after an incident of this level occurs, we will have a record internally. At the very least, we can find the record of Liang Town having no Twilight Church, and a second team being dispatched. Overall, the problem isn't big, it's just an operation to supplement the formalities. She paused, as long as they indeed reach Dawn Fortress, and don't wander around like headless flies in the Yuguan land, or arrive at other gathering points first, causing the spread of contamination. Yilan nodded gently, and waved to the mayor of Liang Town, who had been anxiously watching from the side for a while, signaling that he could come over. Before long, the mayor of Liang Town returned to the camp with some apprehension. You two, what do you say? The two had been discussing for too long, making him feel uneasy. First, you should have no doubts about our identities, right? Yilan tried his best to show a gentle smile. He actually thought about it seriously for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No doubt, no doubt. Very good. Then please cooperate with the plan we have devised for you. Yilan said.
Naturally, naturally.
Since you are internal members of the Twilight God cult, we certainly trust you completely.
Yilan nodded gently.
I will guide you on roughly where to go and how to proceed at each step to ensure no accidents occur.
Yilan said, but you must promise that after you come into contact with the Twilight God cult, you temporarily cannot mention that we guided you.
And we will accompany your team to arrive, pretending to be one of you, until you successfully connect with the Twilight God cult.
The mayor of Liang Town was stunned for a moment. Huh? This is actually for your benefit. Yilan said with conviction. Half-truths, isn't this exactly what you need?
You need officials to accompany you, to prevent problems before they arise, and to guide you to the correct destination, so you don't wander aimlessly like headless flies within the Yuguan land.
Strong.
The mayor of Liang Town seemed to realize something.
You're right, but, sigh.
It's not that I don't trust you, but our situation is special, and I hope you can understand.
Can you tell us why?
Of course, we can also show ourselves. Yilan shrugged, speaking words that were as true as could be, but are you truly prepared to get involved in the internal bloodbath of the Twilight God cult right now, when you've just arrived, know nothing, understand nothing, don't know whose side to take?
Even if you wanted to, and can barely protect yourselves? Yilan wasn't entirely talking nonsense.
If the Pope of the Twilight God cult, who had already killed Xia Qingyu, purged the Xia family line, and was still actively operating, learned that Yi Lan of the Eternal Night Divine Church had arrived with Xia Man, even if he didn't dare to directly act due to the Eternal Night Divine Church, Yi
Lan also happened to bring over 1,000 people.
Yilan wasn't sure how much these top-tier beings of the Twilight God cult knew about the situation in Sky City, but the Twilight God cult had already sent an anomaly capable of erasing memories to help Radiant City with post-incident cleanup. It might discuss it with other anomalies, and a Grand Pope might not necessarily be without connections to certain anomalies. To someone who understood the layout of Sky City, Yilan was practically becoming the god of schemes. The mayor of Liang Town was speechless, thoroughly sold on the anxiety. Then you. We don't know, we're not clear, which is why we're suggesting this. Yilan spoke words that were both reasonable and convincing. As you've already seen, we just rushed back from outside. It definitely doesn't matter to the two of us, as we'll be drawn in no matter what, but the current situation is that you need us to take you in, and I'm worried about dragging you into it. His words were well-reasoned, his motives logical, and their identities were impeccable, deeply moving the mayor of Liang Town.
Thank you so much. I'm truly despicable, I actually doubted you for a moment. Yilan. You don't have to be. Anyway, that's how it is.
Yilan paused, then leisurely summarized his statement, or, if you have any better ideas, you can bring them up and we'll
listen.
The mayor of Liang Town tentatively asked, can we wait until the Twilight God cult's internal affairs are resolved before coming? Yilan's gaze slowly swept over them, and he shook his head.
You've asked the wrong person, but based on my experience, I don't recommend it.
Your problems are very serious, delaying even a day or an hour is dangerous. If you don't want the false gods who once deceived you to come knocking again, the sooner you enter Yuguan land, the better.
The mayor got rid of his sense of, and nodded repeatedly. Then I have no more questions. We'll do it this way. I leave it to the two of you.
Yilan nodded slightly, then looked up at the sky.
Then go prepare. Tell me, what's the earliest you can depart? When? The mayor was stunned for a moment. Right now. No need to rush that much.
Yilan glanced at his watch. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare.
We'll depart after 15 minutes. Follow us. When you see the city outline, I'll honk and slow down.
Then your convoy should quickly overtake my vehicle, and I'll always be in the middle.
No problem.
A little over 10 minutes later, Yilan and Xiao Man reboarded the off-road vehicle and drove towards the distant and sacred Yuguan land. Looking in the rearview mirror, Liang Town's vehicles were also quite large, with many pre-apocalypse passenger buses, enough to get everyone on
board. Of course, it would definitely be a bit crowded.
Driving on the wide road, Yilan glanced at the slightly distracted Xiao Man in the passenger seat and chuckled softly.
Want to get involved?
Xiao Man wanted to say she didn't want to, but ultimately expressed her attitude subtly. Let's find my sister first.
You're right, no matter what, I at least need to see her alive, or her corpse if she's dead.
Yilan chuckled softly and said.
Do you have any idea about their situation? No. Xiao Man shook her head decisively, then began to pour out her thoughts. I don't know anything, after all, I'm completely unaware of the
relevant preliminary investigations, the intelligence from the rear, as well as the handling and placement plans. But there are only two situations in which they would be arranged to enter Yuguangland. Either the problem is basically resolved, the overall situation is controllable, and they've come to Yuguangland for the final cleanup.
She paused.
Or, the situation is extremely serious, impossible to handle in the outer areas, and must be resolved in Yuguangland, possibly even requiring an
anomaly to intervene.
Beep beep. The communicator in his hand rang, and Yilan spoke.
You drive for a bit.
Switching the custom off-road vehicle to cruise mode, the two flexibly swapped positions inside the car and answered the call.
Tao. Where are you? I'm already in the night house and almost at Yuguangland.
I received intelligence that the Twilight God cult is mobilizing forces in this direction.
Tao hurriedly said.
But the Pope of the Twilight God cult refused the meeting invitation, citing busy internal affairs.
What do we do now? He won't meet. Yilan's gaze shifted, and he spoke.
Send another message, give him half a day, and say that after the Sky City incident, there are important matters concerning the safety of the entire
wasteland to discuss. If he is uneasy about us entering Yuguangland, he can also choose to meet in Sky City.
What if he still refuses? Have the Night House go in directly.
By Tao. Isn't that too aggressive? If we're attacked, wouldn't that directly start a war? Don't panic, there's a clear divine revelation, they wouldn't dare. Yilan said, and we've made it very clear that we're eager to discuss things.
What you need to pay attention to is to be careful and cautious in everything. If he truly wants to start a war, he will definitely devise accidents and traps, and even provoke you to make the first move. Of course, there's no need to be timid either, show your momentum. I don't want to genuinely fight them, because they are not enemies, because of the pure remnant sun, and because I truly have major matters concerning the safety of the entire wasteland that need to be handled with a fully stable Twilight God cult.
Simply put, I'm indeed very annoyed with this Pope of the Twilight God cult, but ultimately, this is the Pope of the Twilight God cult's debt, not the Twilight God cult's debt. So there's no need to be hesitant.
Because behind the Eternal Night Divine Church is the Eternal Night God.
Tao was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Okay. I think.
Hanging up the phone, Yilan leaned back slightly in his seat and looked out the window.
It's quite unique, it has the flavor of a divine kingdom.
Although it was still the vast wasteland, there was a well-maintained, uphill straight road that stretched to the horizon.
Reflected in the omnipresent light, it gave a sense of hope.
It wasn't just sunlight, light was everywhere. The road was flat and empty, with no people in sight, nor the chaos he had imagined. Moving forward, the deeper he went into Yuguangland, the more that lingering sense of vastness began to appear.
How much further?
There are too many buses in Liang town, and the models are old, so the speed is limited.
Xiao Man thought for a moment and gave an approximate number, about 3 hours? Nodding slightly, Yilan reclined his seat, lay down gently, and closed his eyes. Little cat?
Yilan initiated a soft telepathic message.
I'm here, meow. What's wrong, meow? Nothing, but I'm a little confused. Ah, meow?
The mind cat directly materialized, causing Xiao Man to glance at the cat that had appeared out of thin air.
Why, meow? I'm thinking about what to do. Tell me in detail, meow?
The mind cat blamed himself for overlooking some things. As Yilan grew stronger and became more of a backbone for those around him, he began to be less able, and less inclined, to confide his troubles.
Anyone could be confused, but how could his own main god be confused? And the only one who could analyze these confusions with absolute ease was Little Cat. How should I fight ancient god's touch? Even its clones are already so strong. Perhaps the wasteland to the west has already turned into a hell, and even if I go in directly, I'll be overwhelmed. I must increase my strength, but how do I increase it? I can't just go around devouring the anomalies in those containment towers for no reason, can I? The second and third ones have problems. Medium-sized anomalies like wandering balance suddenly lost contact, and small anomalies are all hiding from me, and even if they weren't hiding, they don't seem to know anything. I seem to have won a great victory in Radiant City, directly stealing Ancient God's Touch's power, and temporarily haven't been discovered. But, then what? How do I improve those few powers? How exactly do I improve them to a level where I can fight Ancient God's Touch? Yilan exchanged glances with the equally confused Mind Cat inside. All of this means two most important things: remembering everything that happened before, and heading to civilization's end. But right now, I'm still entangled in the factions within the wasteland, endlessly implicated. I'm wondering if I should stop bothering with these matters. Is this a waste of my time? Then I came to Yuguanland, to the Twilight God cult here. I don't know if I should follow this path. But, even if I don't care about Lin Jiao, or Xiaoqingyu. Yilan paused. The Twilight God cult is in a mess, even the Pope dares to kill God's chosen. Isn't that ridiculous? The rotten God cult has collectively disappeared. No one knows where they went, and no one knows if they are deeply mired in nightmares in hell. Can I just watch that happen? Yilan paused. I want to help. I want to solve these problems, because I don't see anyone else who can change these things besides me. I don't want to watch Man rush into the fire by herself. I don't want Lin Jiao to be forever submerged in the dark, sunless apocalypse. And those people from Liang Town later on, they clearly have bad luck. If it's not handled well, it will be another disaster like Sewage Town. As 001, the Eternal Night God, I should probably ignore these people and only look at the big picture, always the big picture. I should even directly cooperate with the new Pope of the Twilight God cult, even actively help him quickly stabilize the situation, and then have him work for me. But I want to save them. I can't swallow this. I want to avenge these people named Xia. For a moment, the atmosphere was so quiet that even the Mind Cat didn't know what to say. It scratched its head. Meow. Meow. Yilan was stunned and looked at the Mind Cat strangely. Did you just say something? No, meow. I just haven't thought it through yet and made a few interjections. Yilan's mouth twitched. I thought something happened to you too. I suddenly couldn't understand what you were saying. Mind Cat, meow. Yilan. Wait a moment, meow, let me think, meow. The Mind Cat rubbed its face. I don't know what to say, meow. I think it's fine just like before, meow. Like Xiaoqingyu, meow, Lin Jiao, meow, it's definitely fine if you want to save them, meow. Just do whatever you want, meow. What god or human, meow, by the standards of the wasteland, meow, I'm still a god, meow. If you recognize them as your friends, then they are your friends, meow. I would never abandon my friends, meow. As for whether getting involved in the affairs of the two great divine churches is a waste of time, meow. I don't think so, meow. Ancient God's Touch is an enemy of the entire wasteland, meow, and naturally an enemy of all humanity, meow. You are just very strong, meow, but they can also contribute, meow. Gradually reorganizing the two great divine churches, meow, solving large-scale anomaly disasters like the one Liang Town is suffering, meow. Stabilizing the entire wasteland, meow, and then uniting everyone in the wasteland, and then going to civilization's end to fight a big group battle. Meow. Isn't that what you've been doing, meow? Moreover, even if the help the two great divine churches can give you on the day of the decisive battle is limited, 002 and 003 are still very strong. Their states are not right, your idea is correct, meow. If you can solve their problems first, and then go to civilization's end together, wouldn't you have more confidence, meow?
Yilan was stunned, then smiled softly.
Yes.
Little Cat had connected the lines that he had suddenly failed to put together.
Isn't this what he was doing?
In Sewage Town, he brought everyone together to fight the boss, Ancient God's Touch. He handled the big one, and they handled the small ones. It was the same in Radiant City, gathering the 2 great divine churches, connecting the 4 great families, and under what was probably his previous arrangement, a large number of ability objects swarmed in, finally dealing a heavy blow to Ancient God's Touch.
That's right. Yilan smiled. Humans can be very strong, can't they? Aren't I an example?
Right, meow, you are, meow.
The Mind Cat waved its paw, and there's the radio, meow.
We can't just throw it into some strange place, meow.
Yilan's mouth twitched. You finally spoke your mind.
You definitely care about the radio more than Lin Xiao.
I've also thought of some ways to increase power, meow. The Mind Cat felt it was simply too smart, having solved another major problem, the targets you can devour now aren't as scarce as before, meow.
Oh? Ancient God's Touch is playing dead, and there are so many clones scattered everywhere, meow.
Why not secretly devour them one by one, meow? Yilan actually thought about whether it was feasible. By the way, meow, at the end of that battle in Sky City, meow, you initiated a devour on Ancient God's Touch. Did you get any power, meow?
Certainly. Yilan shook his head helplessly, but it seems I've suppressed it all on the corrupted side. My own power hasn't increased much. However, Yilan's mind opened up. My power is always recovering, and I have to use it whenever I fight, which means I can never fully recover
much.
Next time, I can fight by consuming Ancient God's Touch's power and skills.
I didn't think of that, meow, but it's very feasible, meow. This way, wouldn't the powers stolen from Ancient God's Touch keep getting stronger, meow? Little Cat grew more excited as he spoke.
Then, when the Twilight God cult returns to the right hands, meow, and the Rotten God cult is rescued and its hidden dangers resolved, meow, aren't
you able to devour ability objects now, meow?
Just have all the anomalies in the wasteland make ability objects every day and send them to you to eat in large quantities, meow.
Wouldn't that solve it? Yilan's mouth twitched. 6. But you're right, do whatever is most urgent first.
Every step forms the path to the end.
But, Yilan's mouth twitched. So many Ancient God's Touch clones, spread across the wasteland, in petri dishes, why do I suddenly feel something is off?
The Mind Cat's eyes moved.
Like prepared delicacies? Yilan's mouth twitched. Is there a possibility, you think? Meow? This is another grand scheme, and I have skillfully dug a pit for Ancient God's Touch again? Fortress of Dawn. 3 hours later.
A city's outline appeared in the distant end, and Yilan slowly opened his eyes, reawakening from a nap.
Beep. Xia Man remembered Yilan's words, quickly honked, and then began to decelerate.
Liang Town, anxious and uneasy, saw the city's outline even earlier.
As soon as they received the signal, they began to accelerate, overtaking Yilan's off-road vehicle from both sides, eventually driving at the front of the convoy.
Compared to Radiant City's magnificent walls, Dawn Fortress's walls are at most 3 to 5 meters tall, and they are all mechanically constructed from
extremely sturdy materials.
This is more than enough. After all, the combat power here is incomparable to Radiant City decades ago, and it's more than sufficient to deal with
wandering mutated creatures. And if a magic scythe or something similar causes trouble, they can get an early warning and confront it outside the city, or even have a few anomalies finish it with a flick of a finger.
Yilan looked at the city's exterior and the outlines of the deeper buildings, lost in thought. Other places were normal. Compared to other cities, the aura of the divine was stronger. For example, the architectural designs had their own set of principles and aesthetics, and clothing was predominantly pure white and beige.
Everything else was normal. Only
Yilan inexplicably felt a bit strange.
Why does the outside of Dawn Fortress look like it's covered by a golden shield around the city? You can see it?
Xiaomanman was slightly startled, then understood, oh, that's normal. Yuguan land rarely has the small settlements common in the wasteland, they are basically all city-level large settlements.
This is a defensive measure that every one of them has.
Seeing that Xiaomanman had finished speaking and seemed to have no intention of explaining further, Yilan hesitated to speak. It wasn't that Xiaomanman didn't dare to tell him the secrets of Twilight, or the mechanisms, but rather that she thought she was invincible and
therefore omniscient, so when explaining things, she would instinctively omit details and skip directly to the point. Yilan asked the mind cat. Can you see it? I can sense a little, meow. The mind cat tried hard to sense, it should be the defensive power exerted by 003, meow? Used to protect the city, meow. I can't sense it very clearly, meow. 003's power is weaker than yours, meow, but it also belongs to a high-level power, meow. I can't see clearly, meow, but I infer its effect is similar to 005, meow. The mind cat delivered its final conclusion. The effect should be similar to 005, meow. But its sealing and defensive capabilities are probably more than 10 times weaker. Yilan nodded slightly. If the effect in this area is average, then it should have more offensive capabilities and the attack characteristics of old 3. Finally approaching the city gate, Yilan gazed into the distance and could already see the elite Twilight God cult guards, in a group, at the gate. Although the guards at the gate here didn't serve much purpose, their main function was registration and inspection, similar to the role of security guards. However, this also served a very important symbolic purpose. Whose people stood at the gate indicated whose territory this was. Man, what about those city guards? What about them? Do you recognize them? What squad are they from? Whose people could they be? Xiaomanman chuckled softly, then her brows furrowed tightly. Punishment Squad? Punishment Squad? Yilan was quite familiar with this organization. The two largest combat agencies within the God cult, one internal and one external. Xia Chengfei was the Grand Inquisitor. Of course, judging by Xiaomanman's expression, the Punishment Squad should not be the controllers of this area. Whose people would normally be here? Dawn Legion. Xiaomanman said, the Twilight God cult has 3 positions for war high priests, each commanding one of the Twilight God cult's 3 fortresses and an independent military corps. The Dawn Legion is responsible for the Wasteland defense line, and the other 2 fortresses are on the civilization's end side. Xiaomanman's brows were tightly furrowed, indicating that the situation seemed to puzzle her. Moreover, Dawn Fortress is a special case. Because it is an important hub for entering the Wasteland, the Judgment Tribunal primarily conducts external missions, and this is a necessary passage for all who come and go. Over time, it has almost become their second main base. The military corps is not suitable for wandering in the city all day, as Dawn Fortress also serves as a large settlement with many people living there. The Judgment Tribunal, often stationed here, sends out squads to deal with anomaly-related issues, and even assists in defense, maintaining a very good relationship with the Dawn High Priest. She paused, her eyes flickering. I thought they were people from the Dawn Legion, because the 3 military corps are autonomous. At the very least, they would be the Pope's people, who controlled this place with a strong hand, but why are they people from the Punishment Squad? Yilan paused. In fact, from an outsider's perspective, he already understood. But have you ever considered the possibility that the Punishment Tribunal are the Pope's people? Xiaomanman trembled slightly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of it, she just didn't want to think in that direction. My brother said that he had a very good relationship with the Punishment High Priest, and the other party owed him a favor. Yilan didn't speak. The Punishment Tribunal itself was a violent agency that operated internally. In his view, it was more of a regulatory department. So, who did it regulate? The Judgment Tribunal, the 3 fortresses. The God cult's forces first obeyed the divine revelation of the main god. Without a divine revelation, if anyone could command the Punishment Tribunal, it would certainly be the Pope, not the judgment tribunal. Xia Manman's illusion was shattered, and she gradually stiffened, then cursed. So, damn it. I understand now, that bastard. That traitor.
Xia Manman gritted her teeth.
Your deduction is correct, but the process must be different.
The core relationship between the punishment tribunal and the judgment tribunal being adversarial is naturally correct, but this generation is
different.
My brother and he were genuinely good friends on the surface, and the punishment high priest didn't think highly of this generation's pope either. Under these circumstances, with my brother heavily injured and unable to recover, the pope making trouble for our Xia family, and the old man in seclusion, my sister, the only one with some prestige, was isolated and helpless, not yet fully able to control the judgment tribunal. In such a situation, she would definitely seek help from my brother's good friend. If the punishment high priest superficially cooperated, participated in and arranged a counterattack plan, and then stabbed them in the back when
everything was ready.
Xia Manman gritted her teeth. Only this explanation and this situation can explain why my sister was directly ambushed and killed in the temple. Yilan was silent for a moment. One could only say that if this conjecture held true, Xia Qingyu's chances of survival would become infinitely small.
Who goes there? A mighty force of over 1,000 people rushed forward.
The punishment squad was extremely vigilant, immediately taking up their weapons.
Stop. Yilan frowned.
The first unexpected event had occurred. These punishment squad members had clearly not experienced such a situation before, and their experience in handling it was shockingly poor, making
Lan even worried that they might directly resort to violence. Punishment court.
The punishment squad guarding the gate was truly dumbfounded.
1,000 people. 1,000 people suddenly appeared in the Yuguan land. What was going on? Don't be impulsive.
Fortunately, they still had a captain, and the captains of the two great divine churches were usually very reliable.
Who are you? Show your credentials. We got separated from the people who told us to come here.
The mayor of Liang Town rolled down his window and shouted loudly, "We haven't had time
to get our credentials yet. And we can't afford to delay. Please understand."
The captain of the punishment squad frowned deeply, signaling his entire team to be on alert, his expression very cautious, yet he couldn't be overly cautious, such as maintaining a high-pressure state at all times. These people truly seemed to be a large-scale migration of ordinary people, and the rules of the Twilight God cult strictly prohibited harming
ordinary people unless it was a major situation. But this, there was no report, no credentials. Did this define it as a major situation or not?
It's because of an abnormal disaster before, the people sent by the Twilight God cult came to solve our problems, and after solving them, they
told us to come here.
The mayor of Liang Town quickly explained the situation, though he didn't go into too much detail, but they never contacted
us again. We couldn't afford to delay, so we came in looking for them.
This punishment squad guarding the city exchanged glances, all frowning, unsure for a moment how to handle the situation. They hadn't received any news, nor had they received any notification from the Dawn Fortress, which meant the other party's arrival here was
definitely not pre-approved. That was a violation.
Additionally, they claimed someone had assigned them, which could be considered a verbal credential.
But, that could only be considered a fake credential.
Although judgment was not mentioned once, the leader of this group had made it very clear, Twilight God cult field personnel. The only people from the Twilight God cult who went to the wasteland were the Judgment Squad. The Punishment Squad did occasionally go out, but those were always top-secret operations, tracking and investigating internal targets, and they would never be involved in handling abnormal disasters.
Fully armed, ample firepower, carrying ability objects, and a massive number of nearly 1,000 people. The captain of the Punishment Squad's eyes flickered. Even though many people were the main focus, it could not hide the fact that the other party was a whole, and this whole included all the elements mentioned above. Such a team, without credentials, without prior contact or reporting, directly entered the Yuguan land, and seemed to have arrived here due to ties With the Judgment Tribunal, which had already been purged and disbanded, this could be defined as an armed forced entry, which meant they could be directly swept away. But the problem was, this group did not act recklessly at all. They arrived at the Dawn Fortress, which specifically handles the review and issues of outsiders, with a clear objective. This demonstrated a clear intention to proactively address the issue, suggesting a deeper and more reasonable underlying cause. If the four of them acted rashly, they would directly and thoroughly enrage the Dawn Warfare Bishop. But then again, they didn't need to do that, did they? Hello, I am the mayor of Lyon Town. The mayor of Lyon Town stepped forward to introduce himself. Lyon Town? A member of this punishment squad frowned deeply. Is it famous? Why did you trespass into the Uguine land without authorization? The person's attitude made the mayor of Lyon Town hesitate for a moment, unsure whether to reveal everything. Fortunately, their captain's expression had already softened, and he raised a hand to stop his subordinate. Don't scare them, these people are all ordinary folks, not our mission targets or those to be judged. He showed a relatively amiable smile. Tell us, why are you here, and what are your demands? The mayor of Lyon Town hesitated slightly. He was also very cautious. Can we speak directly with the highest authority? The captain of the punishment squad frowned tightly. If you can't get past me, you won't see your so-called highest authority, he said with a hint of warning, so you can also understand that I am the highest authority. The mayor of Lyon Town opened his mouth, feeling that the Twilight God cult was not as good as he had imagined. However, he finally began to speak eloquently. This time, there was truly no more concealment. He spoke of the false god, of the judgment squad previously responsible for handling and supplying, then of their emergency redeployment, and how Lyon Town, after migrating, was unable to rendezvous at the designated location. Wait a minute. The captain of the punishment squad's expression was serious, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Even the previously arrogant team member became nervous. All of you, step back a few paces. Ha! The mayor of Lyon Town was stunned for a moment. I said. The captain of the punishment squad's tone grew heavier, and he had already silently activated his psychic energy. Everyone, step back. Oh. The mayor of Lyon Town responded with 2 O's, a little nervous and a little complicated, then pursed his lips and signaled the whole town to step back a few paces. After all, they were a group of ordinary people, and for a moment, there was utter chaos. It wasn't until the vast crowd had retreated 5 paces away that the captain of the Twilight God cult's punishment squad breathed a sigh of relief. Both because there was a safe distance allowing them space to deploy defenses, and because the other party's cooperative attitude symbolized harmlessness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he quickly considered how to handle this matter and whether he could handle it. The Pope's intention was to do everything possible to sideline the Dawn Warfare Bishop, at least on the surface, so that to everyone else, he appeared sidelined, meaning all matters should ideally be handled by the Punishment Tribunal. However, the Punishment Tribunal still lacked sufficient personnel here, and even if their high-end combat power was strong enough, in a situation involving thousands of people, most of whom were ordinary people, the number of people in the Judgment Tribunal was still a drop in the bucket. This required the Dawn Fortress to intervene. And one thing could now be confirmed: this group had nothing to do with the internal affairs of the Twilight God cult, although they were initiated and migrated by the Judgment Squad. This group had no connection with the Judgment Tribunal, and there was no possibility of them being a hidden arrangement or a planted bomb. The ordeal this group faced was one of the most bizarre events in the history of the Twilight God cult. In other factions, this might only be considered a mid-level anomalous event, but in the Twilight God cult, it was undoubtedly a top-level event. A wicked god who dared to impersonate the Yue god. A settlement that believed in a false Yue god, established the Twilight God cult, and operated peacefully for decades. It was too ridiculous, the problems behind it were infinitely vast. Finally, he pulled out his communicator. Hello? Dawn Bishop, there's a situation at the city gate. You need to bring some people to take a look. During the communication, the captain of the punishment squad's face repeatedly showed an unpleasant expression.
His inviting the people from Dawn Fortress here was already a concession, but they actually didn't appreciate it. They made a series of excuses and even sarcastic remarks, roughly along the lines of "Why do you need us to come? Is there anything our mighty punishment tribunal can't solve?" Several minutes later, the communication finally concluded, and the captain of the punishment squad was in an extremely bad mood.
"Keep your movements small. If I detect anything unusual, you will be killed without mercy."
The mayor of Liang Town swallowed nervously. Compared to this person, Yilan and that cold female companion suddenly seemed incredibly amiable. Those two had constantly given people a sense of security and reliability, but since arriving here, all he could feel was distrust and a feeling that
made one instinctively wary. "Oh, right." The captain of the punishment squad suddenly remembered something and frowned. "Isn't this your first time in the Yuguan land? Why are you so familiar with the terrain? How do you know the exact location here, and how did you know you should come here first?"
That? The mayor of Liang Town seemed to be recalling, and as he recalled, he quietly turned his head.
"Some possibility."
The mayor of Liang Town was stunned for a moment, almost unable to keep up his act.
"No, where are the people?"
Turning his head, he found that Yilan and Man had already vanished, leaving only an empty off-road vehicle. It was then that he remembered Yilan's instructions. It seemed their purpose was simply to deliver him and his people here.
For a moment, the mayor of Liang Town thought of many things.
Recalling the attitude of this squad, the rumors of internal strife within the Twilight God cult, and Yilan's mention that if they didn't bring them up, they wouldn't get entangled in the Twilight God cult's internal conflict, he immediately decided to help conceal the two. And, even if it wasn't to distance himself from the incident, even if it was just because those two and these four belonged to different sides of the Twilight God cult's internal strife, he would still be willing to help Yilan's side. It was already clear which of the two groups treated people like them better, and which seemed like truly reliable existences. The squad that helped us resolve the abnormal disaster told us that our situation couldn't be delayed, and once we lost contact with him, we should come. The mayor suddenly remembered something and changed the content of his original words, which would have directly pushed the responsibility onto the judgment squad's demands, to avoid suspicion of it being a judgment tribunal arrangement and getting involved in the internal strife. "Just directly enter the Yuguan land," the mayor said fluently. "And then?" "I don't know why, but I just felt like there was a first city here. Maybe it was the influence of the false god before. I hope to get help." Inside the Dawn Fortress, by the window of a teahouse overlooking the city gate, Yilan withdrew his gaze and took a light sip of tea. "Are they at risk?" No, Man said without hesitation, then nodded her chin towards the window beside them.
"There are too many people, and it's too big of a commotion. Look how many people are watching over there."
"I'm very confident in the Dawn Fortress people handling this situation. Even if the punishment tribunal handles it, it won't be a big problem. The Dawn Fortress isn't an area the Pope can fully control so quickly.
As long as they don't want to cause disunity, they won't break the rules when doing things."
After speaking, Man didn't forget to openly mock the squad from earlier. "Look how nervous they are, it's so embarrassing."
Man sneered, "Every established judgment squad of ours has experienced this more than a handful of times.
They're like this, but they're very good at acting against our judgment tribunal, with endless methods.
That is their function."
Yilan took a sip of tea. "In an internal war, it's hard for you to be their opponents." Man withdrew her gaze. At this point, they had received the most appropriate arrangements, easing a worry in her heart. But in such a busy situation, to continue micromanaging would truly be a case of not knowing what's important.
Although Yilan didn't think so.
This was a bit like the mutated giant rats. "I didn't want to do this side quest, but in the end, after all the fuss, I still had to do it."
"What's your plan now?"
Yilan glanced at Man and spoke naturally.
"Find your sister." Man. "Of course, that's only part of it. You really are
I was already prepared for my sister to be dead, but you constantly give me hope like this.
Finding your sister is actually simple. We can just go capture the Pope and ask him.
Yilan said something both outrageous and reasonable. But the current problem is that the ancient god's touch's clone is feigning death, and there's a 70% chance such a clone exists in the
Guang land.
Yilan paused, recalling his various schemes during his time in Radiant City.
If the ancient god's touch was feigning death in the Guang land with such ample time, would it not have laid any groundwork? This was why he wasn't showing himself directly for now. Tell me your thoughts.
Yilan said, saving the world and saving your sister don't conflict.
I need an intelligence network, and trustworthy personnel.
And from any angle, this Yuhui Pope cannot be trusted by me.
Man nodded lightly. The most important thing is intelligence. We are now completely ignorant of the situation in the Guang land. I need to know about the battle between my sister and the Pope's faction a few days ago to analyze the situation and discern everyone's positions. If possible, I hope to analyze my sister's action plan from this intelligence, and then find her. And conveniently, as the center of the Judgment Tribunal's second largest sphere of influence, Dawn Fortress has many of our safe houses, and is even our Xia family's territory. We must go there first to check the situation.
Secondly, I need to understand the current situation of the Judgment Tribunal in detail, whether it has been annihilated or disbanded, or if my
sister's death led to its surrender and allegiance to the Pope. Each of these situations means we need to take different countermeasures.
For example, gathering remaining personnel, trying to contact the current person in charge, or directly treating them as hostile. Yilan nodded lightly, approving Man's plan. Of course, he also raised a question.
Teahouses, taverns, aren't these all good places to gather intelligence? Yilan subtly gestured around. Aren't you going to find some people who like to talk loudly to gather intelligence, or are you just leaving?
It seemed Man had already considered this matter, and she shook her head lightly.
While I disdain them, don't underestimate the punishment tribunal, they are invincible in this regard. Since the Pope now seems to want to leverage power to directly control the Dawn Fortress, such large venues might have their people. There are hundreds of people here now, but even if only one of them is present, it's very likely to draw the punishment tribunal's attention to us. Is there a possibility of winning over the Dawn Warfare Bishop of Dawn Fortress in the dispute between your Xia family and the Pope's faction? Lan didn't refute her point but made a few additions. Secondly, I believe it's necessary to follow up on the matter of Liang Town. Man slightly opened her mouth, wanting to speak but not, thinking, aren't you wasting time? Haven't we helped those people from Liang Town enough?
Yilan smiled with emotion. The rolling tide of fate will push everything, related or unrelated, together.
Until the unrelated also becomes related. If all paths are blocked, do you believe they might just become the breakthrough point? Man didn't know what to say, she just didn't refute him. It is possible to win over the Dawn Warfare Bishop, but the problem is that those who were qualified and capable of winning him over are no longer here. Xia Chengfei, Xia Qingyu. Yilan mused, what if the Eternal Night Divine Church's leverage is applied to this?
Then he would only refuse even more sternly, preferring death.
Man said with certainty, the Dawn Warfare Bishop is absolutely loyal to the main
God, and his identity as a warfare bishop dictates his steadfastness in such situations. He would never harm people of his own faction at the request of other gods.
But I don't think that's a problem at all.
I want to confirm something again. The implication of your words is that your sister and your brother are both qualified to be won over, right?
Man nodded, awaiting Yilan's next words. Then, you are the same. I can't.
I don't have that kind of prestige in the Twilight God cult.
Man shook her head with a bitter smile. This isn't a matter of prestige. Yilan denied Man's statement. Who is your sister? Man was even more confused. Are you silly? She's of course. Just state her most important identity.
Yilan suddenly thought of related matters and interrupted her, as if she was about to recite all of Xia Qing used numerous prefixes and titles like a chant.
Man was startled. That is the God's Chosen of Pure Remnant Sunday. Yilan sneered, what exactly is this Pope doing? The main God doesn't have the energy or time to respond, so he dares to kill a God's Chosen? Is he rebelling? Man was silent for a moment. Within the Divine Church, there's a 7-day rule given by the main God's divine revelation. In an emergency, if it doesn't respond within 7 days, the Divine Church can make its own decision. So, has it been 7 days? Yilan interrupted, even if we count from the battle in Sky City, it hasn't been 7 days yet. If we're really talking about this, the time should only count 7 days after Xia Qingyu was convicted and judged, right? What about detention? What about judgment? Man was silent again for a moment. He has some kind of confidence, I guess. In a sense, isn't the Pope also a God's chosen? Yilan sneered again. What kind of confidence? That pure remnant son tacitly approves?
Man truly fell silent, then after a long while, she spoke softly.
Is there really no such possibility?
Yilan was even taken aback by Man, truly not expecting her to say such a thing. Of course, since she said it, Yilan went along with it and analyzed it.
That indeed shows great confidence, but if he wanted to kill someone, why make the operation so complicated? Man's voice was faint. But what if this person has always been protected by the Eternal Night God, and he doesn't want to offend the Eternal Night God? Yilan. Your conjecture is a bit astonishing even to me. Yilan paused, these are all your words, I didn't say anything. This time, I'm not stirring up trouble between you and the main God, or instigating your faith. Man rolled her eyes at this. Faith? Faith my ass, faith. You're actually the Eternal Night God. An existence that even a main God respects and dares not provoke, yet you're always by my side, acting more like a normal person than I do. Sometimes you act goofy, you even comfort me, so easygoing, doing everything without a ripple. How can I revere a God anymore? How can I imagine the idol as it used to be, held high in the heavens? How's Tao doing? It seems not to be going smoothly?
Seeing Yilan actually seriously considering the possibility of pure remnant son tacitly approving or even pushing this matter, Man, who had enjoyed her rant, finally became nervous and a little flustered, changing the subject to avoid it.
I don't know, but no matter what, she will arrive tonight. Then I'll see whether to have her come to Dawn Fortress or go directly to Twilight City.
Yilan was also happy to change the subject first, not wanting to think about the issue of 003's actions.
Thinking about it with insufficient information and clues would only lead to more conspiracy theories. Yilan looked in the direction of the fortress gate. Large-scale troops, accompanied by various ability objects, had already moved forward to take over. Polite, organized, orderly, with clear objectives, unhurried, it formed a stark contrast to the operational capabilities of those 4 punishment squad members. Even the mayor of Liang Town's face once again bloomed with a hopeful smile. The superiority was immediately apparent, it was very formal and indeed reliable. Yilan no longer lingered his gaze, draining the tea in his cup. Let's go, lead the way. It's your home this time. Misty Antiques. Proceeding along the streets of Dawn Fortress, the two arrived relatively smoothly at the Xia family's safe house, as mentioned by Xia Man. Its style was very unique, slightly different from the architecture of Yuguan Land, yet naturally blended together. However, this Dawn Fortress. Why is your architecture so retro in style? Most of the buildings are 2 or 3 stories high, with a vaguely medieval fantasy design and layout? Yilan asked casually. After the apocalypse, the wasteland's population drastically decreased, with only 1 in 10 surviving, and most cities became ruins. People didn't like tall buildings even in well-preserved areas. When there aren't that many people, skyscrapers everywhere become quite awkward, Xia Man explained. When the 3 major fortresses of Yuguan Land were first built, the population was even scarcer, so this scale of design was ultimately adopted. As for the exterior, it's primarily based on light and sunshine, which led to this appearance. Yilan nodded slightly. So it wasn't my imagination, it really did have a fantasy feel. Well then, Yilan pointed at the building in front of them. What's the public identity of our safe house, the one that keeps it running? Xia Man looked at Yilan with interest. What, are you planning to help the Eternal Night Divine Church copy our safe house system? Yilan. If it's good, why not? Yilan said casually. So what kind of place is this? An antique shop. Xia Man gave Yilan a very unexpected answer. Huh? Yilan was momentarily stunned. What the hell, this doesn't seem to fit with the safe house at all. A fake can't be real, this was the first step in our safe house design, Xia Man explained. If we were to operate a business completely unrelated to our functions, then over time, flaws would inevitably appear. No one knows what the future holds. For example, if an organization like the Punishment Tribunal sent out an elite squad to fully search for safe houses, this level of oversight and inconsistency would be enough to be discovered. Yilan hesitated, then asked, so, where exactly does an antique shop's function overlap with your judgment squads? The field squads of the Judgment Tribunal all have excellent historical experience. During rotations, rest, and duty, everyone is capable of professionally operating this antique shop, one of the best in the wasteland. Also, Xia Man paused, her expression slightly odd. Have you heard of a pre-apocalyptic meme? What meme? The three most high-risk professions in a world of supernatural apocalypse. Xia Man spread her hands. Two of them are historians and antique shop owners. Yilan. Because they'll inevitably keep coming into contact with these ancient things, they're very likely to trigger supernatural events? Yilan mused. Thoughtfully. That's right, Xia Man nodded. So many times, our judgment squad doesn't even need to specifically look for abnormal events to resolve. High-risk, high-quality missions are triggered here all the time. Yilan completely understood now. So you're basically doing sting operations here? As they got closer, Yilan could already clearly see the luxurious signboard of the shop. Mist Antiques, Dawn Fortress Branch. Yilan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. This is a chain store? Of course. No matter what, she was finally home. No matter what, those potentially sad things hadn't yet overwhelmed her, and here it was peaceful. So her mood was temporarily good. Otherwise, how could a shop with such a big reputation in Yuguanland not be suspected by the Punishment Tribunal, not be thoroughly investigated? By them? Because it's a wasteland-wide chain. They only investigate here when they suspect Mist Antiques, not because they're investigating someone from the Judgment Squad. Yilan pondered, feeling that her logic was indeed impeccable. But since it's so famous, why haven't I seen it in Radiant City? In the previous meeting between Su Lezhang and Bai Taotao, Sky City would be the official term for Radiant City in formal settings, official language, and formal documents. However, most people found it difficult to change their habits immediately, and official daily communication still supported using Radiant City. It's possible that there was one, Xia Man said. It's just that when we went, Radiant City had already started to expel all foreign forces, and this Mist Antiques was one of them. It was also expelled? Yilan was rarely curious. Radiant City at that time didn't expel just any level of force. Only forces backed by anomalies were considered to have met the threshold for expulsion. Yes, otherwise, how could it not be suspected if we used it as a safe house? Who is behind it? This should be the most well-known anomaly in the wasteland, Xia Man blinked. Mist forging, but it's not all of his power, just one of his forces. Yilan was slightly stunned, then realized, deep in thought. Mist forging maintains its influence and balance by issuing mist blue coins, and it meticulously enjoys printing various classic scenes, which is compatible with the characteristics of Mist Antiques. Speaking of which, he and the Shadow of the Past seem to have some similar characteristics. Xia Man pulled out a 20 denomination mist blue coin from her pocket and showed it to Yilan. Look, This is the edition of Mist Blue coin that records the Twilight God cult headquarters. She then rummaged through a few more and took one out. And this 5 denomination one, it's from the day Dawn Fortress was established a few years ago. Yilan took it and played with it for a moment, as if he could see the various scenes of that year from the exquisite engraving. We, too, will eventually become history. Although it's only one of the industries under the God of Mist, it's also through his power that Mist Antiques has a continuous flow of funds to collect, and eventually grow and develop. Yilan was a little strange. So, why can your judgment tribunal use the territory of Mist Forging as a safe house? Because these forces under the God of Mist are only rich, but not strong, Xia Man hesitated. Didn't I just tell you about the danger of a shop like Mist Antiques? Every few days, they collect some dangerous items that they can't deal with, and then they ask our judgment squad for help. Over time, some Mist Antiques even have our judgment squad permanently stationed there, and our relationship has become intertwined like that. Yilan. That's pretty much it. Xiao Man took a deep breath. After saying so much, she still couldn't avoid the nervousness that came with this moment. It's time to see what's inside. Safe house. Stepping into Mist Antiques, an ancient aura immediately wafted over. Looking around, it wasn't exactly overflowing with treasures, but it was certainly rich and varied. The interior layout was quite spacious, and the placement of various items was very well thought out. Walking straight ahead, I didn't encounter any customers or staff. This was a bit unusual, but there was still good news, and very good news at that. The entire interior of Mist Antiques was very calm, the kind where you could tell at a glance that it hadn't experienced any fighting. Seeing this scene, Xia Man immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. This was a very good start. It's fine, it seems to be fine here. As long as the safe house was fine, it meant it was operational, meaning many people could evacuate here. It meant that they could find their people here. Yilan didn't speak, but he wasn't as optimistic as Xia Man. Soon, they reached the middle, and her gaze swept over the front desk. Xia Man was instantly surprised. Little Six. At the front desk, a slightly thin figure trembled all over, then lifted his fair and young face. Who? It's me. Your man sis. Xia Man pushed him casually. He certainly seemed like someone she was familiar with. The young man called Little Six's eyes also brightened with surprise for a moment. Why are you the only one here? Take me to the secret base underground first. By the way, where are the others? How are they doing? What exactly happened a few days ago? Oh, and... Xia Man had too many questions that needed answers. Finally, someone who had been here all along and could answer her questions appeared. She rattled off questions, almost forgetting that there were so many that the other person wouldn't know how to respond. Here. Little Six's eyes dimmed for a moment, and he paused before speaking. It's a long story. I'll go downstairs and call them for you. Everyone is inside. Xia Man was in high spirits and walked in happily. Let's go together, shall we? Why do you need to call them? Let's go, let's go. Wait. Wait a moment. Little Six anxiously quickened his pace by 2 steps, blocking Xia Man. No, let me go call them. Xia Man finally frowned, and Little Six's gaze repeatedly avoided hers. I'm sorry, Man sis, I hope you can understand. You haven't been back for too long, and it's not safe here. I have to report first, otherwise, if people are seen entering the underground setup, they might react defensively. Xia Man wasn't very happy, but she was slowly convinced. She finally nodded. You're right, I was too excited. Little Six bid farewell and entered the secret passage of the safe house. Yilan first looked at the location of the secret passage he went to, then glanced outside the door, and finally sat down on a stool at his leisure. Are you sure this person is trustworthy? Yes. Xia Man said with great certainty, this child isn't strong, but he's quick-witted and agile. He's been stationed at the safe house for a long time doing logistics. All the judgment squad members who come and go here like him very much and often look out for him. Over time, basically everyone knows him, and he knows everyone. He's quite a well-known figure in our judgment tribunal. Yilan didn't raise any doubts and nodded lightly. Alright, then let's wait. Time passed quickly, until Yilan's brow furrowed slightly. How long has it been? Underground, there was truly no movement at all. 3 minutes, I guess? Xia Man said uncertainly. I don't know your twilight procedures, Yilan said. Do you think this amount of time is long? Perhaps, a little long. Xia Man then continued to talk to herself, but it's still within a reasonable range. After all, the current situation is special, and the overall situation of the Judgment Tribunal is probably already very bad. My sudden return means caution is necessary. Nodding gently, Yilan constantly paid attention to the psionic fluctuations around him. In a blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed since Little Six left. This time, even Xia Man was starting to get restless. She paced back and forth, seemingly wanting to go directly to the underground base, but Yilan stopped her again. I'm only offering one possibility, purely as a conjecture for you to consider, not a definite conclusion. Yilan paused, then continued. What if he's already on the Pope's side? Perhaps he wouldn't have betrayed you at the very beginning, but what about now that the dust has settled? Dawn Fortress is already controlled by the Punishment Tribunal. Can a place like this truly be so safe, so undisturbed, even to the point of seeming tranquil? Xia Man froze. Even if this safe house is hidden deeply and well, even if it's a safe house under your Judgment Tribunal, it's ultimately a place that serves the Twilight God cult. Can you guarantee that no other non-Judgment Tribunal personnel have used it under special circumstances? That no special individuals from outside the Judgment Tribunal have communicated or transited through here? If there are. Yilan didn't want to be too absolute, although from the time and the lack of movement here, the truth was already obvious, then this place is not absolutely safe. Xia Man opened her mouth. In truth, she just didn't want to believe it. Even if he only betrayed them after everything had settled, after Xia Qingyu's death and when the overall situation was irreversible, it would still doom many people. His position was too crucial. Perhaps your relationship is indeed very good, and he also appreciates your care. Yilan said, then if he has already surrendered to the Pope and still cares about your relationship, these 3 to 5 minutes, which are already long enough for us to notice something is wrong, might be the last time he's giving you to leave. Xia Man couldn't help but lower her head slightly. You're right, I understand, but if you are still willing to trust. Yilan chuckled softly, if you don't want to be someone who judges a gentleman by your own petty standards. If you don't want to miss the opportunity to contact the main force because of a possibility, then wait a little longer. Yilan's words were simple, and always had that sense of security. I can back you up. Xia Man opened her mouth. Thank you. Time continued to pass, reaching the 7-minute mark. Accompanying a surge of psionic fluctuations, dazzling light echoed through the room. Whoosh! A dense group of figures appeared outside Mist Antiques, all wearing Twilight God artillery and being elites of the Twilight God cult. Countless ability objects and firearms were aimed here, as if ready to completely annihilate the place at any moment. Punishment Tribunal. The last big fish. The underground passage leading to the so-called secret base had been completely sealed off and could not be opened again. Yilan looked around, assessed the threat level of such an attack, and then stopped assessing. It was very controllable. The only thing was, there was a faint sense of familiarity. However, this sense of familiarity was quickly traced to its source by Yilan. Before entering Dawn Fortress, at the main gate, there was a golden barrier, shining brightly like a sphere, enveloping the entire massive fortress. A slightly smaller version of that barrier. The golden barrier radiated light, tightly sealing the entire Mist Antiques. The light shone brilliantly, as if to drain the power from Man's body from all directions, her whole body gradually becoming uncontrollable. Ha! Man let out a tragic laugh.
It was understandable, but unacceptable. She turned her head back with some sadness, and then, once again, or rather, without any expectation, she was completely stunned. Yi Lan had disappeared.
Ah! Ha! The sadness made Man's mind a bit muddled, and she couldn't process it for a moment, let alone figure out how Yi Lan had disappeared. Did he disappear on his own accord, or was he forced to disappear? She wasn't so foolish as to think that Yi Lan had run away on his own. Following that line of reasoning, she would most likely guess that Yi Lan was planning to come back to rescue her gradually in a few days. For example, he had more important things to do now. But it still felt so awful. She was already in so much pain. Was she being abandoned again? Even if it was temporary. She was going to be given up on again. Man.
The elite squad of the punishment squad burst through the door, their momentum soaring. During this time, they had, from beginning to end, constantly exerted immense pressure on everyone in the judgment tribunal. The captain of the punishment squad, who was in charge of commanding the scene and leading the team, looked quite smug. It was the same person seen at the city gate earlier. He was incredibly imposing and awe-inspiring, showing no sign of the panicked, ghost-seeing look he had when facing an abnormal event.
So disdainful. So confident of victory. Ha! Man looked at him, truly without any expression. Contempt. Surprise, what a surprise!
The captain of the punishment squad clapped his hands, clicking his tongue in approval.
We maintained your safe house, pretending everything was running as usual, not exposed or discovered, and set up a perfect trap.
But in reality, it was just a casual effort, just to constantly harvest those scattered, escaped elites of the judgment tribunal, and that would have
been enough.
I would have been satisfied. After all, every little bit counts. The captain of the punishment squad's lips curled into a wider smile. But who would have thought, a huge fish swam in?
Man finally couldn't help but sneer. A big fish? You're really useless. Can you even consider me a big fish when you see me? I myself don't even think of myself that way.
The captain of the punishment squad narrowed his eyes and let out a thundering roar.
Man. You don't have to mock for the sake of mocking. After all, I actually quite admire your family. Your tactics are indeed excellent.
Your brother Xia Chengfei laid down so many contingencies and foreshadowing. Your father Xia Tianan possessed such terrifying connections. After the Battle of Sky City, His Holiness the Pope moved against you stubborn fellows. Yet, in such adversity, your sister actually used these intricate connections and powers, almost truly overturning our side.
It's just a pity. One move short. The captain of the punishment squad clicked his tongue twice.
Perhaps what you said is also right.
You don't deserve to be called a big fish. I, too, think you're not worth worrying about. Just an adopted daughter, how much trouble can she stir up? He spoke with emotion.
But, no matter what, Xingyu's final strike was still a bit startling.
Regardless, this last risk of yours must be eliminated.
No matter how distant the relationship, the moment you are cut down, all of the Xia family's power remaining in Yuguang land will be completely uprooted before His Holiness the Pope perfectly controls Yuguang land.
So tell me, are you a big fish or not?
Man had originally intended to retort, but after finally hearing what the other party was saying, she was completely stunned.
The last one? If I die, then the roots will be completely eradicated? Ah, you wouldn't not know, would you? After observing Man's expression, the captain of the punishment squad quickly understood what was happening, finding it even more amusing.
He spoke of the past from a high position, like a declaration to the defeated, attempting to completely break down the opponent's defenses. The day before yesterday, Xingyu's assassination attempt on the Pope failed, and she died on the spot. Hours later, the Pope, with all his forces, surrounded the manor where Xia Tianan supposedly retired.
Xia Tianan, unwilling to be humiliated, committed suicide on the spot. You are the last one. Oh no, you are a big fish.
Man gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with endless killing intent. She used her last ounce of strength to endure, gritting her teeth and speaking each word clearly. Xia Chengfei remains the Grand Inquisitor to this day, and during his tenure, he has not made a single mistake. Even now, the Pope is not qualified to remove him from his position, because his merits are enough to offset any fabricated charges. Xiao Tianan rendered outstanding military service to the Twilight God cult, from the cult's inception to expanding the Twilight God cult's territory. According to the will of the main deity, to establishing Yuguang land, confronting the Rotten God cult, stabilizing the Wasteland's order, and
resolving major abnormal disasters.
Xingyu is the god's chosen of the main deity, the most talented human in the history of the Twilight God cult, with meticulous thoughts and formidable combat power. She resolved countless matters that her age and strength should not have qualified her to solve, establishing a formidable reputation in the Wasteland, bringing countless glory to the Twilight God cult, and also allowing the Twilight God cult to produce a young person who
could rival Lin Jiao, instead of letting the Rotten God cult monopolize the stage, with a promising future. How dare you? What right do you have to be so ruthless? Are you truly not afraid of divine punishment, even a little bit?
Man's gaze was like that of a madman eager to devour someone, momentarily making the imposing captain of the punishment squad feel awkward. However, after glancing back at the vast number of people in power behind him, he immediately regained his composure.
Listen to what you're saying, isn't it too conceited? If you're so powerful, why has your Xia family never produced a pope? Man found it amusing. Do you truly believe everyone is like you, so eager for the so-called position of Pope? Touch of the ancient god. No, your faith isn't pious enough. The captain of the punishment squad clicked his tongue twice. This isn't about whether you want to or not. Even if you don't want to, as long as the main god wants it, you can produce a pope. But you haven't. The captain of the punishment squad said with a smile. There's no need to recite your family S anymore. We are all the main god's blades in the human world. Although killing you might displease the main god, this displeasure comes from feeling troubled, because the main god would instantly lose many good hands. You are still useful. His eyes also flickered with a hint of madness. But as long as we are more pious, as long as we do better, with or without your judgment tribunal, it's all the same. The sun will rise as usual, and the Twilight God cult will still be the most glorious beacon in the wasteland. Xia Man didn't deny that some of what he said made sense. For example, as long as they did well, and since the matter had already happened, the main god wouldn't care at all. But, it was truly infuriating. You, do better? Yes. The captain of the punishment squad turned his head at the sound, because the sudden interjection wasn't from him, but from behind him. The magnificent divine cannon shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. As countless people made way, it highlighted a figure who was slightly pale, a little sickly, yet full of the aura of a hero. Xia Man's pupils constricted. Punishment High Priest? He nodded. What a reckless girl, as always. You have no idea how important you are, yet you stubbornly returned here, willingly jumping into our encirclement. You still don't understand my regard for you, and I also don't understand what made you wait here for 7 minutes without sensing anything amiss. This is already the fastest I could possibly get here. I almost thought I wouldn't make it many times. But you still became a turtle in a jar. Xia Man looked at him coldly. There was no way, the mockery wasn't good enough to truly provoke her. She could stay here because of her trust in an old friend. It was because Yi Lan told her he could cover for her. Well, that really was a waste of your time, and an inconvenience to your esteemed presence. Xia Man scoffed. Not a waste at all. Furthermore, the reason I'm willing to say so much to you is because I have a new plan, and I'm considering the possibility of not killing you. The punishment high priest waved his hand. I remember a few days ago, it was Xia Qingyu, acting as the Grand Inquisitor, who worked with us to launch a full-scale war against the Rotten God cult. Although I'm well aware that she wanted to use this as an excuse to divert the conflict and buy time for your brother to recover. To prevent us from acting during a state of war.
The punishment high priest smiled. But it was a good war, a good declaration of war, and this war will be a war of annihilation. We will lead the Twilight God cult to sweep across the wasteland, clear out all hostile forces, and let the main god's divine power spread to every
corner of the wasteland.
The rotten god cult will also cease to exist, forever swept into the dustbin of history. We will offer a purer faith and a wasteland more under the control of the Twilight God cult to the main god.
What do you think? Will there still be any divine punishment? He held out his hand, extending an invitation. You have no blood relation to them, which allows you to choose a new path and allows us not to completely eradicate you. You can choose your own future, and you have a long future ahead.
Xia Man stared at him as if he were an idiot.
So, should I thank you then?
The punishment high priest's brow raised, then he immediately relaxed, a smile appearing.
I know you're upset right now, but I'm willing to give you time to think. No.
Xia Man opened her mouth. First, let's not mention that we both know your intentions. Because I'm surnamed Xia, if I surrendered to you at this moment, I would directly help you stabilize the situation, eliminating any remaining
resistance, and perhaps further reducing the possibility of divine punishment. I just want to ask, can't you even draw a pie in the sky? The punishment high priest's brow furrowed. Is this your incredibly proud grand goal and lofty ideal? Xia Man sneered.
I was wondering where you got the confidence to annihilate the rotten god cult and dominate the entire wasteland.
So it's because the rotten god cult has already disappeared.
Then you will effectively have only a nominal enemy, swiftly occupying the entire territory of the rotten god cult without resistance, and then publicly declare an unprecedented great victory, rewriting decades of the wasteland's landscape, and taking all the glory for yourselves.
Xia Man opened her mouth. You are truly amazing.
The punishment high priest narrowed his eyes.
This was no longer a problem that could be changed by a generation gap.
Xia Man, after going out, God knows who she learned from, but not a single word she spoke wasn't laced with sarcasm.
The mockery in every word and phrase was practically overflowing.
Of course, none of that mattered, but Xia Man's attitude was already very clear.
Then it's a pity.
Since you choose this way, the punishment high priest shook his head gently.
Eradicating the roots can also achieve all my goals. He raised his hand, but before he could give the order, the captain of the punishment squad quietly reported. High priest, according to the intelligence I received, Xia Man came here with another person, but that person disappeared before being seen. The punishment high priest frowned, not overly concerned. That's not important. We sealed it off quickly, there's no way anyone could escape. As for everything else, we can determine who it was from the corpses after it's all over.
Xia Man paused slightly, then chuckled softly.
Sure enough, Little Six betrayed me. But I am alone.
Xia Man erupted with intense killing intent, and I will make sure none of you self-important wastes remain.
Did they truly understand how strong the enemies in the wasteland were? Did they know that they dealt with troublesome things every day? They didn't know. They couldn't solve anything that the Judgment Tribunal could easily solve, but attacking the Judgment Tribunal was easy for them. Then, I can show you what kind of power humans can unleash.
Xia Man slowly floated up.
Even if I can't kill all of you, then let those who survive see what you are about to face, and how you personally shattered the barrier that protected you. Boom!
Suddenly, the light in the entire room flickered precariously, and the invisible golden shield directly manifested, swaying as if it were melting.
A strange and vast wave of air, like lightning before thunder, rushed forward first.
Xia Man and the punishment high priest across from her were both stunned.
Neither of them had made a move yet. Where the hell did this attack come from? This power. Xia Man's expression changed slightly, becoming even more confused.
The punishment squad on the opposite side, however, became flustered.
What is it? What kind of power is this, that it can directly break through the Twilight Shield? Is there an anomaly attacking us? That's impossible.
The punishment high priest remained somewhat composed, narrowing his eyes, but his expression also changed.
No, this isn't breaking through, this is devouring. Boom!
A vast power rolled into Mist Antiques, instantly changing the situation. The punishment high priest turned around, shocked. Shadows were deep, and ghostly figures were dense, as if they had already arrived in hell.
This power is Ancient God's Touch.
Before more reactions could occur, the strange and vast power, like a torrent, roared in, carrying wanton but seemingly few tentacles. Then, layer upon layer, they coiled and wrapped like vines.
How could? Boom!
It once again swept around grandly, and the strange tentacles, like man-eating trees, wrapped Xiaomanman layer by layer, dragging her outwards.
The side of justice.
Xiaomanman was clearly stunned for a moment, and then instinctively began to resist the crisis, unleashing a burst of power that showed even more
vigor than the punishment squad. This was completely different from the punishment squad's fierce and powerful demeanor when fighting their own people.
It was only when she saw this situation that Xiaomanman instinctively felt a surge of energy.
However,
the moment she was completely enveloped by the tentacles, she was still stunned, and then completely swallowed inside, dragged outwards.
The punishment squad, including the punishment high priest, was also a bit bewildered. What's going on? Did an enemy take out another enemy? Boom!
But before they could think any further, the overwhelming, bizarre power snaked towards them. Immediately, the punishment high priest's expression drastically changed.
Retreat! Retreat! Put!
The bizarre tentacles were like sharp blades, layered and swirling everywhere. They pierced, they swept, almost crushing everything in their path.
Put!
The punishment high priest was instantly severely wounded, almost dying on the spot.
Light!
He desperately mobilized the power of the pure remnant sun, barely sustaining himself, and then, before the bizarre power could further invade, he was
desperately pulled out by the punishment squad. Retreat! Retreat! He reiterated loudly once more.
Immediately notify the Dawn Legion to suppress this.
Seek abnormal intervention. Yes.
The responses from the punishment tribunal were thunderous, and they swiftly retreated, looking rather like they were scrambling in fear.
Wait. High Priest, what about Xiaomanman? The captain of the punishment squad suddenly remembered this key person and asked with concern. Why bother with her?
The punishment high priest spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head. We don't need to act anymore.
Will the ancient God's touch let her go?
It's just, facing the full alert of Dawn Fortress, the punishment high priest, whose safety was now assured, chuckled, it's just a bit dramatic in the end, she didn't die by our hands. To die before the enemy that one must face with all one's might, at least it's much, much more honorable than that old fellow Xiatianan.
Boom!
The entire city resounded with all sorts of noises, the sounds of abnormal fluctuations and characteristic influences, the mobilization of a large-scale military corps, and the chaotic sounds of footsteps, all converging into a symphony. Shortly after the first wave of abnormal power roared in, the full city defense light curtain of Dawn Fortress opened, and the golden shield, previously only perceptible, enveloped the entire city. Then, countless vast powers came from all directions, sweeping across the entire city. Heaven and earth anomalies flickered everywhere, and a red and yellow power swept across the city, as if making the city's buildings move. That was the fluctuation of the defense mechanism centered on the Twilight Church in each district, fully opened. At the same time, another force arrived, dividing the entire city into one small square area after another, like a keyboard. However, this was for faster partitioning to find targets. Then, several waves of power, slightly inferior in momentum but very substantial in number when overlapped, and somewhat forceful, crushed into mist.
Antiques, with countless abnormal auras descending from the sky.
Accompanying this vast attack, the bizarre tentacles within Mist Antiques were instantly annihilated. However, the ancient God's touch disappeared, or rather, it had never appeared.
Between heaven and earth, peace was restored. Da-da-day. Boom boom boom.
Amidst the roar of vehicles and dense footsteps, a majestic figure heavily closed a car door.
Dawn Warfare Bishop.
The members of the Dawn Legion saluted one after another.
The Dawn Warfare Bishop nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then strode quickly to the newly established outer cordon outside Mist Antiques.
Seeing the arrival of the Dawn Warfare Bishop, the captain of the punishment squad quietly glanced at his high priest's expression, then understood.
And lashed out. What kind of job are you doing? What kind of job are you doing? Didn't you claim that the 3 major fortresses were impregnable to the outside world? Why, in broad daylight, would such a critical strategic fortress experience a high-risk incident of the ancient god's touch erupting from within? What are your people doing?
The Dawn Warfare Bishop gave him a cold look, said nothing, and sneered. No one knows when an accident will come or how it will come, especially with abnormal disasters that are hard to guard against. But if the people from the Judgment Tribunal were here, they would already be working on all fronts, investigating the scene, tracking targets,
analyzing causes, finding clues.
And not like you, fleeing in disarray, then standing there like spectators waiting for us to arrive, not even knowing how to do simple things like setting up a cordon and sealing off the area, and by the way, trying to find an excuse to assign blame, to force the Judgment Tribunal to get an
opportunity to infiltrate Dawn Fortress more deeply.
He sighed and stepped into Mist Antiques, leaving behind only his confusion and concern for the future of the Twilight God cult. He turned towards the completely ruined Mist Antiques, his face grim and ugly.
Dawn Warfare Bishop, what do we do now?
Weren't you still looking for the appraiser of Mist Antiques? A trusted subordinate of the Dawn Warfare Bishop asked with a hint of worry. He waved his hand, and the subordinate stopped speaking.
In the corner of Twilight Fortress. More than 10 minutes after the incident at Mist Antiques, after the first round of lockdown and screening, the block-like layers of blockade began to dissipate area by area.
The enemy had disappeared, but if this continued, it would cause panic among ordinary people. And the abnormal power could not sustain the consumption of continuously releasing abilities. After putting Xia Man down, Yilan leaned against the wall and gently shook his head.
What do you think?
Xia Man hesitated, then started to speak again, and finally managed to sort out the situation a little.
Immediately, her expression became even stranger. How can you use the power of the ancient god's touch? You're not actually an insider, in league with the ancient god's touch, are you? Yilan. You really are a little master of deduction, aren't you?
Yilan rolled his eyes. So what are you going to do, act on behalf of heaven and eliminate
the great demon? Xia Man. This left her speechless again. It's not that serious. In her helplessness, Xia Man suddenly showed a hint of inferiority.
After all, there's no blood relation. Even if we grew up in the same environment, being taught by example since childhood, but, for the first time, Xia Man spoke her heart out like
this. I ultimately don't have that kind of inherent piety that they do.
Yilan listened to her speak her mind.
Perhaps it's from being with you for so long, I've found that gods can actually be seen as people.
If I look at the pure remnant sun from this perspective again, as a god, it never cared about my life or death, not the slightest consideration for my sisters' and father's lives or deaths.
Instead, you've always been helping me, always protecting everything I cherish. So,
she smiled brightly.
If you really are on the side of the ancient god's touch, then I'm already considering switching sides. I guess Su Lezhang would consider that too. Yilan. There's no need to think so dangerously.
Yilan smiled, also with a kind of inner confidence.
Standing on the side of justice will always eventually lead to standing on my side. A new plan.
After a period of relative quiet, Xia Man hesitated, as if she had something to say.
So, why did you use the ancient god's touch to save me? This isn't just scaring people.
It scared not only the opponent but also her own people. There are many reasons. Yilan shook his head gently.
For one, as I've repeatedly emphasized, I don't want them to know I'm here.
Leaving aside the recent series of events, just thinking back to when he first left Sewage Town, long ago.
003 had already issued a divine revelation. As soon as they saw him, they were to swarm around, follow, and protect him. Yilan could feel that once he revealed himself, it would be even more chaotic than the ancient god's touch revealing itself. On the other hand, I want to stir up the waters here and put some pressure on them. Yilan smiled faintly, with a touch of helplessness. When they think a crisis involving the ancient god's touch has erupted within the Yuguan land, will they still devote all their energy to dealing with the Eternal Night Divine Church's arrival? Furthermore, as the first time in the history of the wasteland that a clone of the ancient god's touch has been completely resolved without being contained in a vessel, will the Eternal Night Divine Church still be stubbornly refused entry? Yilan suddenly thought of the main body of the ancient god's touch at this very moment, hearing that he had attacked Dawn Fortress, and probably looking utterly bewildered, which he found somewhat amusing. Their refusal to meet the Eternal Night Divine Church at this time is simply because they aren't prepared, haven't resolved internal issues, and there's no profit to be made. Most importantly, they aren't unaware of Xia Qingyu's good relationship with the Eternal Night Divine Church. As a specific liaison, and someone for whom the Eternal Night God personally vouched, would he not worry that the Eternal Night Divine Church's intentions are malicious? Well, of course, his worries are correct, our intentions are indeed malicious. But Yilan smiled. He's just mitigating risk, but from any angle, the Eternal Night Divine Church cannot brazenly interfere with the Twilight God cult's internal affairs. His risk is controllable, he just doesn't want any extra complications. But when the ancient god's touch, coming and going without a trace, makes an appearance in the Yuguan land, will he be willing to take a little more risk to achieve a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of Twilight? And Yilan revealed a playful smile. I suddenly wanted to tease the ancient god's touch, to see its reaction when it's pretending to be dead and suddenly finds its power jumping around. Xia Man paused, utterly confused for a moment. So now, what should we do? It's easy. Of course, I don't think there's any need to go to your Xia family manor, Yilan said. I have a brand new plan. Instead of blindly searching everywhere, we should first confirm some meaningful things, such as the Dawn Warfare Bishop's stance. As for clues, they often intersect in unexpected places. Dawn Fortress clearly can't stay out of this, so we have too many ways to eventually gather the clues in the same location. Xia Man was even more bewildered. What new plan? Yilan's lips curved slightly. First, you need to tell me what kind of identification an appraiser for missed antiques requires. Xia Man. At 1 p.m., Dawn Fortress had been under full lockdown until now, with no signs of easing. The lockdown hadn't significantly affected ordinary people, they were merely discussing and guessing what had happened based on their own perceptions. But this clearly had a huge impact on Yilan and Xia Man, whose identities were problematic. Their movements were restricted everywhere, truly making every step difficult. Numerous clergy members walked around, their figures ubiquitous, and various strange ability objects continuously screened the area. Ethereal, abnormal energies came from all directions, sweeping through at irregular intervals to monitor any possible anomalies from the ancient gods' touch. As a result, Yilan's movements were extremely cautious. He couldn't avoid using psychological invisibility, yet he didn't dare to use psychological invisibility continuously, to avoid being discovered by the experts of Dawn Fortress due to the psionic fluctuations from using an ability object. So, when he encountered stronger teams, Yilan would cautiously move to a safe position, appearing in his true form and blending into the crowd. This cycle repeated, making the process of movement indescribably difficult and tedious for a time. Perhaps due to the darkness under the lamp effect, such screenings became much less frequent once they reached the vicinity of the Dawn Cathedral. Standing before the Dawn Cathedral like this, Xia Man's expression was peculiar, as if she had something to say but held back. Are you serious? We're going straight here? Not we, but I, Yilan emphasized. I don't have a suitable way to hide your appearance yet, and you just showed your face in front of the punishment tribunal, which is really quite conspicuous. Xia Man opened her mouth. Oh.
Yilan pointed to a smaller but similarly distinctive chapel on the side of the cathedral.
Do you see that?
Xiaomanman focused her gaze, then looked thoughtful.
Dawn Guard? Yes, Yilan nodded. That will be the second line in my plan.
We'll separate for now. You go there to gather information from the outside, while I'll go ahead to the Dawn Cathedral. The Dawn Guard is a branch of the Dawn Military Corps, responsible for urban security in Dawn Fortress. In these troubled times, regardless of whether the upcoming plan goes smoothly, the Dawn Guard is a place worth manipulating. After parting ways with Xiaomanman, Yilan walked directly into the Dawn Cathedral.
He was unobstructed along the way.
This was a dual-purpose church, serving both military and civilian needs. On one hand, the initial areas were open for the residents of Dawn Fortress to pray, while on the other, the deeper parts were the core hub of the
entire Dawn Fortress, as well as the residence and office of the Dawn Warfare Bishop.
Without necessarily catching the king by catching the thief first, but to speed things up, Yilan intended to go straight to the leader. Upon entering the cathedral, Yilan frowned. There were many people praying, and quite a few residents had even brought tents and were sleeping on the floor. During his observation, a priest noticed Yilan looking around and approached him. "Hello," his voice carried the inherent gentleness of most Twilight God cult priests, and he asked softly, "You seem a bit confused.
Is this your first time here?"
"Yes," Yilan glanced at him, not explaining anything, but instead pointed to the people sleeping on the floor in the cathedral.
"What's going on? Homeless?" The priest was slightly embarrassed, yet couldn't help but feel that Yilan's conjecture wasn't entirely off base. "Not exactly, it's just that there
was an outbreak of the ancient god's touch's power recently, and the city is quite unstable. These people generally feel that the cathedral is absolutely safe, so they moved in to sleep."
"Yilan." The priest sighed again. "We can't help it. We don't feel right about kicking them out, otherwise, the situation would only become more chaotic and—"
Yilan nodded slightly and stated his purpose directly.
"I need to see the Dawn Warfare Bishop. Would it be convenient for you to introduce me? Legendary treasure appraiser." "See the Dawn Warfare Bishop?" Yilan's single sentence immediately put the priest on alert, and he blurted out. "What do you need?" "If it's for shelter, there's no need, you can just move in directly." "Yilan." The priest's outrageous reaction forced Yilan to rephrase his words. "I heard that the great bishop is looking for a mist appraiser?" The priest's pupils contracted slightly, and he blurted out a second time, "How do you know that?" The repeated reactions left Yilan speechless. "Why are you so jumpy?"
Pulling out a War of Two Gods themed mist blue coin from his pocket, a coin of very special texture that had only recently been given to him, Yilan slowly spoke. "I am a senior appraiser of mist antiques. Your bishop sought our appraisal assistance, but your branch office at Dawn Fortress has just been destroyed," Yilan said, using the reason he had
found.
"I received a divine revelation from the main god and have come to help directly." The priest's tense expression immediately relaxed, but before he could even smile, it became solemn again.
"A divine revelation?"
Yilan maintained his smile without changing his expression.
"Yes, God knows all." The priest hesitated, then gritted his teeth. "Wait a moment. I'll go report."
Yilan nodded, and the priest left, followed by a somewhat lengthy wait.
Tap, tap, tap.
A few minutes later, the sound of dense footsteps began. As Yilan's expression turned grim, a Dawn military corps of about 100 people surrounded the area. The military corps commander, leading the way, strode purposefully to Yilan's front and scrutinized him.
"Are you a mist appraiser?"
Yilan nodded expressionlessly. After observing Yilan's attire and appearance, the Dawn military corps officer was temporarily unsure of what to do. "I don't know how you found out, but His Excellency the Dawn Warfare Bishop only intended to invite a mist appraiser and hadn't even contacted mist
antiques yet. So how did you know?"
Yilan was slightly taken aback, not expecting the problem to lie here.
However, it was actually easy to explain. "I said it," Yilan reiterated. "God knows all.
After speaking in riddles, Yilan tossed out his mist blue coin, which the Dawn Military Corps officer quickly caught. Before Yilan could say anything else, he let out a cry of surprise.
This is a legendary appraisal master.
Yilan coldly retrieved the mist blue coin, but a faint smile played on his lips.
Mist forging, huh?
When the words legendary came out, Yilan understood. This was just like the Wandering Balance. They wouldn't meet him, but all kinds of help within their power would be given to him to the fullest
extent.
Since there's no problem with my identity, and your attitude isn't one of needing help, then I'll be leaving. With that, Yilan turned around directly.
Wait.
In an instant, the Dawn Military Corps officer was sweating profusely with anxiety. Please, legendary appraisal master, calm your anger.
We misunderstood. Dawn Fortress is on edge right now, please be understanding. He made a gesture to lead the way, speaking urgently, please follow me, I will take you to meet the Dawn Warfare Bishop right now.
Yilan remained expressionless and slowly spoke. You still don't seem to understand one thing, it's the main god who called me to help you, not me coming to you for help.
But I saw your aggressive posture just now, were you planning to take me down directly? The Dawn Military Corps officer was once again sweating profusely.
I wouldn't dare. Yilan waved his hand with an annoyed expression, looking as if he really didn't want to deal with their mess.
Don't waste any more of my time. Lead the way.
Yes. With the full cooperation of the Dawn Military Corps, the group quickly headed deeper into the Dawn Cathedral. They passed through numerous corridors, moving away from the outer areas of the Dawn Cathedral, becoming increasingly secluded and quiet. Of course, this was also a characteristic style of the Yuguan land, which was to always feel as if one were bathed in light. They ascended a spiral passage tens of meters high, walking until they reached a spacious hall. The military corps commander of the Dawn Military Corps led Yilan into a small side room. With his gaze in the sacred sunlight, Yilan sat down and spread his hands. Where is the great bishop? Please wait a moment, the person explained with a slight panic. It's not that we don't trust you, but our Twilight God cult has complex procedures and formalities to ensure foolproof safety.
Your identity is certainly not a problem, but there still needs to be a small verification step. It won't take up too much of your time. Yilan's expressionless and subtly angry face made the junior officer extremely uneasy. He nervously placed an object on the table. It really won't take too much time, he said, pointing to the table where an ability object, emitting a faint mist but clearly ancient, was placed. You just need to move your fingers and appraise this first. Yilan maintained his dissatisfied attitude, continuously outputting silent pressure, then picked up the bottle from the table and began to examine. After a simple observation, Yilan had already made a judgment. Quite interesting. Not only a test but also a little mechanism designed for me, Yilan mocked professionally, opening the stopper. It's not the bottle that emits psionic energy, but the water within the bottle. The officer of the Dawn Military Corps immediately felt a surge of respect. Truly professional. Yilan calmly injected psionic energy into his specially made mist blue coin, then threw a mold-like mist blue coin with no image into the bottle, and then activated psionic energy to connect the two. Whoosh! Vast psionic energy surged, creating a somewhat absurd feeling of heaven and earth anomalies for a moment. The faces of the Dawn Military Corps team changed slightly, but they quickly found it very reasonable. Is this what a legendary appraisal master is like? Not long after, the blank mold, as if printed by psionic energy, slowly revealed an image on its surface. The moment the image appeared, Yilan felt the miraculous nature of mist forging. It was as if it was speaking to him. After a subtle sense of data flooded his mind, the image on the mist blue coin became increasingly clear. Like every other mist blue coin, it was as if a historical, magnificent scene had been captured from the most perfect angle, showing all the content within the frame. In the image on the mist blue coin, two vast armies were clashing. On one side, a small sun rose into the sky behind them, on the other, a half-withered tree rooted in the ground grew. The clothing of the two opposing sides showed a clear contrast. Overwhelming psionic fluctuations, faint yet present, filled what was now a battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield was a lake, which had been reduced to a shallow puddle during the battle, emitting strange fluctuations. "This is it," Yilan locked onto the target and looked up. Identified as an ability object, low hazard level. Estimated creation time is about 30 to 40 years ago. At that time, the two great divine churches fought a decisive battle in a certain part of the wasteland. The momentum was immense, the central battlefield lake was reduced to a puddle, and vast, profound energy cycles intertwined, ultimately causing the water source to undergo an anomalous transformation. This eventually formed this water of balance, which appears liquid but is actually semi-solid and can be used as an ability object. Related risks, Yilan looked up, his gaze sweeping over the others present, feeling how incredibly useful this ability was, have been eliminated by the Twilight God cult. In the pin-drop silence, the people of the Dawn Military Corps in the room exchanged glances. Then, their faces filled with admiration. This is truly powerful, far more powerful than any mist appraiser they had seen before. Is this what a legend is? Are we done? After demonstrating his strength, Yilan's attitude was as if he had lost his last shred of patience. Can we speed things up a bit? Yes, yes. This way. The Dawn Military Corps officer nodded repeatedly and opened the door again. Please come this way. Li Gu's worries. Leaving this side door cottage again, Yilan truly stepped into the room that was clearly the real core of the Dawn Cathedral. The hall was bustling with people, a stark contrast to the deserted streets outside. As the central hub of the entire Dawn Fortress, it seemed truly overwhelmed with activity. On the sand table, a dignified figure was urgently arranging something. Yilan's gaze locked onto him. Xiaomanman had just introduced this person, the helmsman of Dawn Fortress, the Dawn Warfare Bishop, Li Valley. The surrounding Dawn Military Corps quickly stepped forward to report. Archbishop. This is an appraiser from Mist Antiques, here to help with appraisals. Mist Antiques? Hearing these 4 words, Li Valley's first reaction was to frown, instinctively thinking of what had just happened at Mist Antiques. Xiaomanman's true colors revealed, the punishment tribunal's encirclement, and then the ancient god's touch appearing. Behind each of these events lay immense trouble. And at this moment, someone claiming to be a Mist appraiser showed up, stating he could help appraise something he was extremely worried about. Could such a coincidence exist? Archbishop, this person is extraordinary. As Li Valley's confidant, the officer of the Dawn Military Corps likely guessed Li Valley's thoughts and quickly leaned in to whisper. He was completely anxious by Yilan's attitude, feeling that if he delayed or showed any more suspicion, this terrifyingly capable legendary appraisal master would truly throw his hands up and leave. This is a legendary appraisal master, and he is suspected to be sent by the god of mist. Li Valley's pupils sharply contracted. Whether it was the legendary appraisal master or the identity of being sent by the god of mist, both made the matter infinitely more serious. Have you confirmed he is indeed a mist appraiser? I confirm, the Dawn Military Corps officer said with certainty. Li Valley nodded slightly. If so, then the mist forging truly had a hand in this matter. As long as it was confirmed that he was from Mist Antiques, they were one of them. They could tell 1,000 lies, but they would never dare to falsely transmit a divine revelation from a god. Oh, my, Li Valley sighed, feeling as if the day's events were suffocating him. Liang Town, which worshipped a mysterious false god, the punishment tribunal's complete infiltration of Dawn Fortress, Xiaomanman, the last survivor of the Xia family, appearing, the ancient god's touch suddenly erupting and then mysteriously disappearing, the eternal night divine churches. Cathedral stationed outside the Yuguan land. Perhaps from Yilan's perspective, it was a somewhat calm day, but Dawn Fortress was essentially completely fractured. And now, Mist Forging had sent someone who was likely God's chosen. How significant must an event be for a powerful god to personally and proactively intervene? Please invite him to my study. With that, he left a step ahead. Yilan was thoughtful. Was he going to make some preparations? However, everything was quickly coming to light.
and the Dawn Military Corps officer hurried back to invite him again. "This way, please, this way. The Dawn Warfare Bishop is waiting for you in his study." Yilan nodded slightly and rose to walk towards the study. Upon arriving at the study, Lee Valley was already seated at his desk, with the opposite seat reserved for Yilan. On the table were hastily prepared desserts and drinks. It was truly very rushed.
"Hello, legendary appraisal master?"
As an existence that was already a major figure in the Twilight God cult, Lee Valley's attitude was very good. "Yes," Yilan gave an affirmative reply.
Lee Valley once again expressed his apology. "Please forgive me. Things are truly a bit too busy right now, and I haven't been able to entertain you properly. Please don't mind it."
Yilan glanced at him, and when he sensed the genuine sincerity in his attitude, he nodded slightly. In fact, thinking carefully, Mist Antiques, as a direct subordinate force of Mist Forging, was also one of the major forces in the wasteland. And a legendary appraisal master, like a legendary wanderer, was already at the very top of their own faction, to a certain extent comparable to the archbishops of the two great divine churches. It was just that the Twilight God cult was a bit too strong, otherwise, with just this identity, the two would already be close to equal in rank.
"Your name?" Yilan was thoughtful. He was really humble, indicating that this matter was indeed extremely important to Lee Valley, and he truly needed him? Was he worried that repeated identity verification would anger him, but due to its importance, he had no choice but to confirm it again and again?
"My name is Wu Lan," Yilan said impatiently. "You can go ask the God of Mist, but you won't find me in Mist Antiques database."
"Hearing my name, you should understand, right?" Lee Valley's expression grew even more solemn.
This person was called Wu Lan, and the core of Mist Forging's power and ability was the Mist Blue Coin. This was almost crowning a person with a divine name. He was likely a god's chosen of Mist Forging, and an absolute hidden line at that. Lee Valley's expression was serious as he pressed a switch on the desk, revealing an exquisite treasure box inside.
Yilan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
This was just a storage box, yet it was already an ability object with an extremely high embedment level. It was both extravagant and once again demonstrated its importance. What exactly does Lee Valley want a Mist appraiser to appraise? Yilan became even more serious. The treasure box slowly opened, revealing its contents.
It was an extremely exquisite, perfect glass shard without a single ripple.
Yilan immediately examined it, but found that apart from a few faint wisps of psionic fluctuation, he didn't immediately feel anything overly special
about it. "This is?" Lee Valley sighed deeply, carefully choosing his words. "This is a long story.
Although your status is high and you are an allied force, I cannot explain it to you in detail. I only hope to find the most professional Mist appraiser to help me conduct the most meticulous inspection of it." His expression was solemn.
"What I can say is that while everything appears normal on the surface, I clearly feel that a surging undercurrent is hidden behind the entire Guang land." He paused, staring at Yilan. "And this is the beginning of all the surging undercurrents. Falling."
Yilan narrowed his eyes and placed the glass shard in his hand.
For some reason, as soon as Yilan held the glass shard, Lee Valley's gaze completely fixated on Yilan, as if he wouldn't even blink. Yilan immediately understood, and spoke in a tone that was neither pleased nor angry.
"Archbishop, that's not very considerate of you.
There's a risk in picking up this item, isn't there?
That's why you were staring intently at my situation, yet you offered no warning." Lee Valley was called out directly, his expression slightly awkward, but Yilan had already continued his investigation.
"It was as if I am very strong, so I don't care."
Looking at the glass shard in his hand, Yilan was deep in thought. First, it could be confirmed that this glass shard was an ability object.
Its appearance was almost flawless, and its power.
Yilan's brows furrowed slightly. He really couldn't feel any special power, or rather, whose power it belonged to.
"Little cat?"
Yilan probed in his mind.
"I don't know, meow." Mind Cat quickly responded. "I think it's like a part of the Twilight God cult's anomaly mirror prison, meow."
but it also seems completely unlike it.
I can't explain this feeling, meow. Yilan frowned.
But why do I feel like it has a little bit of 003's aura?
Mind Cat began to ponder. This is quite complicated, meow.
The power forms of Mirror Prison and Pure Remnant Sun are somewhat similar, just like Rotten Spear and Rotten Tree, meow. Without seeing the person themselves, meow, it's a bit hard to tell who it is, meow. Yilan was thoughtful, fiddling with the blank mist blue coin mold in his hand.
But, can I also use the appraiser's ability to confirm this?
Ever since Yilan discovered that God of Mist had given him such a gift, Yilan truly found it very useful. Thinking about it, God of Mist should have prepared the identity and ability of a legendary appraisal master for him since the issuance of the new denomination Mist Blue Coin in Sewage Town, but it had never been used.
Theoretically, yes, meow. Mind Cat hesitated, but I actually don't recommend using this ability often, meow, it's really dangerous, meow. Dangerous? Yilan didn't understand what it meant. For example, meow.
Mind Cat racked its brain trying to explain, for example, if God of Mist were to use this method to appraise some ability objects, and it turned out to be something that emerged from the terrifying changes in the containment tower during the world's end 60 years ago.
Can you imagine what kind of backlash he would suffer, meow? Yilan suddenly had a vivid image.
No wonder historians and antiquarians were considered the most high-risk professions in the eerie wasteland.
Don't panic, not many things can endanger me.
Yilan made up his mind. Besides, I'm really starting to get curious.
With that, Yilan poured his psionic energy into the specially made mist blue coin, and then tossed a blank mist blue coin mold into the bottle. Then, psionic energy surged in.
The mist blue coin adhered to the strange glass shard, and psionic energy rapidly radiated out.
Amidst infinite transformations, images began to form on the blank mist blue coin. It was about to appraise the scene of its birth.
But after only a few seconds, the glass surface began to stabilize.
It was still empty. What does this mean? Yilan frowned. The thing behind it was too strong to appraise?
Then, Yilan suddenly froze. The mist blue coin had, unknowingly, turned the same color as the glass shard. Its front was so flawless that there was no reflection at all, and the back could not be seen.
It was as if it doesn't exist? Yilan murmured. Boom!
The moment his voice fell, an explosive roar sounded in Yilan's ears.
Countless lights flashed, and endless psionic fluctuations surged like a tide, causing all the alarms in the entire Dawn Cathedral to suddenly blare. The mist blue coin, connected to the glass shard, also suddenly emitted overwhelming energy, as if it was omnipresent, yet also non-existent, directly
rushing into Yilan's brain, seemingly trying to scatter his consciousness.
Boom!
Yilan's psionic energy built a defense line in his brain, stabilizing his consciousness, which was almost falling apart, but he couldn't resist a
feeling of dizziness.
A feeling of dizziness, as if being drawn away from this world.
That feeling was falling, endless falling.
Falling to a place unknown and perhaps non-existent, memories began to scatter even more. In that place as deep as the netherworld, Yilan seemed to see some familiar figures in an instant. It seemed he wouldn't be alone, it seemed they would gather. Those flickering shadows were
Xia Qingyu? Lin Jiao? Yilan's pupils suddenly contracted. No! What's wrong with me? Why would I see them here? Meow! Meow! Mind Cat's loud shriek echoed in Yilan's ears. What's going on, meow?
Yilan was once again jolted awake by the echoing voice in his mind.
A moment of clarity, accompanied by a little panic and disbelief. What's happening? How did he almost turn into nothingness? This. Wake up!
Yilan roared softly, and suddenly opened his eyes, his vision instantly clear. Only then did he realize that he had somehow closed his eyes earlier.
No!
Yilan waved his hand over his left eye, realizing that he indeed only had vision from one eye. But he didn't need to wonder anymore, the terror of others answered all his questions. You. Lee Valley didn't retreat a single step, but he was pointing at him, his face full of terror, looking utterly resigned to death, as if preparing to
purify himself at any moment.
With a slight frown, Yilan ignored him and turned his head to look at the mirror beside him.
The reflection in the mirror startled even Yilan.
Only half of his body remained, and it was the very eerie half of his body after usurping the ancient god's touch power. The half belonging to his own power had no blood or anything, it was empty, as if it had completely disappeared.
This. No wonder Lee Valley was so terrified, right? Even I feel a bit insane just looking at this. Don't panic. This was Yi Lan's first sentence after regaining full consciousness. Lee Valley? He really wanted to curse. How the hell do you expect me not to panic? Do you want to see what you look like right now? Some things might still be unclear, and passing out would indeed be bad.
Yilan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist.
But the moment I woke up, everything was back under control. Boom! Yi Lan's power spread once again. Crack! The smooth, flawless glass directly disintegrated on its own, turning into ash. Swish! Yi Lan's missing half-body reappeared without any warning or explanation, seamlessly rejoining his main body, including the eerie side, which returned to normal. Yilan was back to being Yilan. Lee Valley's expression was extremely uncertain and bewildered. You? What happened?
He said that, but his posture showed he was ready to act at any moment.
Yi Lan's eyes flickered. The situation was a bit bad, Lee Valley must be suspicious of him.
He had almost disappeared just now, and although the reason for his disappearance was not related to him, the remaining half of his body had very
obvious eerie characteristics. Even if Lee Valley didn't suspect ancient god's touch, he wouldn't be far off.
In the next instant, Yilan suddenly erupted, grabbing Lee Valley's collar with one hand and directly punching him with the other.
Bastard!
Yilan cursed loudly. Such an attack wouldn't cause much harm to someone of their strength, but Lee Valley was clearly stunned by the direct blow. And Yilan threw another punch, still furious as he hit him.
What exactly did you hide?
If it weren't for God of Mist predicting this trip would be dangerous and leaving me a safeguard, I would already be dead. Lee Valley froze for a moment, as if he suddenly understood the whole story, so much so that he forgot to dodge and was punched by Yilan again.
Wait.
With a punch to the face, Lee Valley felt that another punch might result in the embarrassing situation of his teeth flying out, so he quickly grabbed
Yi Lan's hand. What do you mean by this? You just said God of Mist left you a safeguard?
Yilan, furious, threw Lee Valley to the ground, showing no I have a problem awareness, but rather an imposing aura. He pointed at the mirror.
What is this thing? Where did you get it? Fishing.
The two of them sat back down on the desktop, and the Dawn Cathedral's alarms were all silenced after Lee Valley confirmed it. Of course, only the alarms were stopped, not the alert.
Brother Wulan, are you really not going to explain why you were like that just now?
Yilan was expressionless, as if he didn't want to bother with him, and only answered one sentence.
Why do you think the God of Mist sent me?
The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, so he could just use being angry as an excuse to explain less. During this time, Lee Valley had also roughly sorted out his thoughts. No matter how strange Yilan's image was just now, one thing couldn't be changed. He was indeed a mist appraiser, and a legendary appraisal master. It was also very certain that he was a person of mist forging. This meant that if he had a problem, it implied that the God of Mist had a problem, which was clearly unlikely.
I can't say much. Lee Valley took a deep breath.
This mirror surface was initially found inside the mirror prison. We all thought it was an ability objects created by the God of Mirror. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, just used it as an ability objects, until later, several successive holders mysteriously disappeared. Yilan snorted and once again preempted, launching a suppressive attack from a moral high ground. So when I picked it up directly, you stared at me intently, because you wanted to see if I would disappear, or how I would disappear.
Lee Valley was a little embarrassed. You picked it up a bit fast.
I had thought about reminding you, but I hadn't figured out how yet.
Yi Lan.
At that time, with the experience of our Dawn Fortress, we didn't find any problems, and finally handed it over to the Judgment Tribunal for
investigation.
But they were different from their usual style of action, and the final result was hastily concluded.
Lee Valley paused. I was uneasy, so I kept it myself. Until.
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. 4 days ago, the Pope came here to seek the God of Edge to bless his weapon.
Yi Lan's eyes flickered slightly. The information he wanted was starting to come.
A strange item that could threaten him, involving the Pope and other anomalies, these clues actually converged.
Then? Yi Lan asked again, looking very calm.
Then I don't know why, the God of Edge embedded an almost identical thing on the Pope's scepter. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembering when he was still in Sky City, Xiaoman remotely showed him the scene of the Twilight Temple. The Pope, holding a glass-like scepter, killed Xia Qingyu.
Do you think the God of Edge has a problem?
Hearing Yi Lan's straightforward words, Lee Valley was startled and shook his head gently.
I wouldn't dare, but I am still somewhat suspicious. But the main god is not here, the Pope is not very reliable, and the Judgment Tribunal has been disbanded. I really have no one to report to. The most crucial thing.
Lee Valley paused. In my position, I am particularly sensitive to many things. This item inexplicably makes me feel very similar to the disappearance of the Rotten God cult.
Yi Lan's pupils contracted. If these two things were related, then it was indeed a big deal.
Even behind the disappearance of the Rotten God cult, the God of Edge, the Pope, there might be some unspeakable secrets between them.
The Pope killing the gods chosen. From that moment on, things had already become a bit absurd.
Yi Lan stood up, his voice unquestionable.
I need to consult the God of Mist. Lee Valley nodded.
Please do. This was perfect for him. In his position, it was inconvenient for him to seek help from anomalies outside the Twilight God cult system. Even if he wanted to invite the God of Mist, he was powerless. This was also the reason for finding a powerful mist appraiser. However, Yi Lan hadn't finished speaking. You must leave here.
Lee Valley was very reluctant but knew it was reasonable. All right, I'll wait nearby.
Creak. The door was slowly closed, and after a few more seconds of silence, Yi Lan looked at the Mind Cat.
Little cat, did you feel it? The Mind Cat materialized, still with lingering fear. I felt it, meow. There's two faint spiritual energy fluctuations in the room, meow. The time was about 4 days ago, meow. 4 days ago. Yi Lan pondered the time. The day the God of Edge blessed the Yuhui Pope's scepter? It seems so, meow. Yi Lan's eyes flickered again, and then he finally made a decision. Rewind.
Endless light and shadows flickered, spiritual energy drifted everywhere, and the scene in the room gradually froze to 3 days ago.
It's Lee Valley, meow.
Seeing the figure on the desk, the Mind Cat immediately identified the target and meowed loudly. Yi Lan's gaze swept over and he nodded gently. The little cat hadn't realized anything yet, but in just such an instant, Yi Lan had already discovered some very inappropriate things.
No, it could even be said to be extremely inappropriate. I seem to feel. Yi Lan softly stated his judgment. In this area of the rewind, there seem to be several anomalies in this room? If you say so, meow. The Mind Cat immediately began to explore, revealing an expression of it really is so, it seems to be like this, meow. It's just that they should be relatively far away, only casting their gaze here, meow. Yi Lan nodded gently, quietly observing the subsequent movements.
Clearly, for most anomalies, they adhered to the attitude of don't move if you don't have to.
Whether it was Yi Lan's illusion or not, among all the anomalies he had seen so far, except for the sewing doll, the others were very lazy.
So, just from the number of anomalies here, Yi Lan had a feeling that something big was about to happen.
Creak.
Finally, the scene changed, and the door was heavily pushed open. Although their owner was not yet visible, these people's uniforms were already recognizable as quite familiar.
Punishment Squad.
2 squads each occupied one side, clearing a path into the room, standing on either side, forming a central passage.
And then, a person completely shrouded in a black robe, with great momentum and presence, strode in.
In fact, that person had disguised himself, but in Yi Lan's opinion.
What was the difference between this disguise and no disguise at all? The elite level of these 2 punishment squads, in Yi Lan's eyes, far surpassed the squad seen at the city gate, and in this situation, there were not many who could have such elites clearing the way. Theoretically, the punishment high priest himself should also be counted among them, but Yi Lan really wanted to complain about the current situation. You say you're waving such a huge Pope's scepter around, what's the use of wearing a black robe?
Greetings, Pope. Li Valley rose and bowed respectfully, and the Mind Cat immediately became excited.
As expected of Big Brother Yi Lan, meow. Every rewind is worth it, meow. This time we found the main culprit directly, meow.
Yi Lan did not lose himself in the Mind Cat's constant meows, looking thoughtful.
Do you feel a sense of incongruity? Incongruity, meow?
The Mind Cat was initially puzzled, then watched more intently in the rewind.
Finally, it harbored a slight uncertainty. Do you mean, meow, that the relationship between Li Valley and the Pope seems very good, meow? Yi Lan nodded gently.
Judging from this current point in time, Li Valley has completely attached himself to the Pope, which is not the same as what we saw when we arrived
at Dawn Fortress. What do you think this indicates? The Mind Cat's expression became even more shocked. Do you mean Li Valley has been acting with us all along, meow? No, meow. Not just acting with us, meow. But acting with everyone, meow. Yi Lan nodded gently, indicating his approval of the little cat's analysis. If this deduction is true, do you think it's like fishing? Plan. What does this mean, meow? The Mind Cat quickly started thinking. Dawn Fortress has always shown resistance to the Pope, meow. Although the Pope's influence is already present in Dawn Fortress, it's a reluctant infiltration, meow. If all of this is an act, meow, then wouldn't it be?
It could be like a signal light, continuously attracting remnants of the Judgment Tribunal, the Xia family, and other forces here.
Yi Lan finished its sentence. Gulp. The Mind Cat swallowed hard. That Archbishop Li Valley, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, can't be that bad, meow. Shouldn't we teach him a good lesson, meow?
Yi Lan nodded, then shook his head.
No rush. Let's see what he's done first. If it's not bad enough, it's not worth me risking being detected by the ancient god's touch to act. Besides, this is just speculation.
Yi Lan shrugged. What if he's doing this to outwardly accommodate the Pope, but actually protect the judgment
tribunal and the Xia family? Meow. Yi Lan quietly watched.
The beauty of retrospection lies here.
What, a conspiracy? Are you talking about the one being plotted right in front of me? Archbishop Li Valley, please rise.
The Pope laughed, motioning for Li Valley to stand, then muttered something.
Your Dawn Fortress is quite heavily guarded.
I almost got discovered on my way here.
Hearing this, Li Valley's mouth twitched slightly. Heavily guarded?
You came dressed like a ghost and still weren't discovered.
Shouldn't it be considered poorly guarded? The Pope flatters me. Li Valley politely replied, then sat back behind his desk.
With a thud, the Pope slammed his majestic Pope scepter onto the table.
The God of Edge is currently on duty at Dawn Fortress. I've already scheduled a meeting. Is he available now? God of Edge.
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, and the relevant information the Mind Cat mentioned quickly flooded his mind. God of Edge, full name Bottle of Edge. The Mind Cat hadn't explained its specific abilities clearly, but its general function was similar to a blacksmith, an anomaly that makes equipment.
Information too came from Li Valley.
According to Lee Valley, the god of Edge gave him an identical glass shard to the one Yilan identified. Yilan focused his gaze. Of course, I wouldn't let the Pope come in vain. Lee Valley said, I've already consulted with the god of Edge. If he's willing to come, he should be able to descend into this cathedral at any time. The Pope nodded slightly, his emotions somewhat subdued. Immediately after, Lee Valley spoke abruptly, without preamble. Your Holiness, you must have a lot to do right now, right? Why pretend to be confused? The Pope opened his eyes and looked at him indifferently. Lee Valley, since you've already chosen a side, do your job. Lee Valley's smile faded, and he frowned slightly. I only have one concern. Hearing this, the Pope seemed to understand, and leisurely sipped his tea. Xia Qingyu? Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was unintentional, they finally brought up something he was more concerned about. Is this matter a bit too extreme? Xia Qingyu is, after all, a god's chosen of the main god. Do you really think the main god won't punish us upon his return? The Pope paused slightly, then waved his hand very leisurely. You overestimate her. Has too much time passed? Have you all forgotten? At this moment, the Pope slowly stood up, his gaze extremely sharp. I was also a god's chosen many years ago, and I ascended to the position of Pope as a god's chosen. An internal power struggle occurring in the human world, a battle between God's chosen and God's chosen. The Pope stood before the silent Lee Valley, speaking with conviction. Do you really think the main God would care too much about any one of us? Lee Valley stared into the Pope's eyes, not backing down at this moment. Remember what I said, win or lose, leave a way out. That is my condition for supporting you. The Pope, realizing he had been a bit agitated, closed his eyes again. After watching this entire scene, Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already gotten an answer. The previous conspiracy theory could basically be ruled out. Everything that happened in Yuguangland these past few days was 99% just an internal struggle of the Twilight God cult, with no relation to the third brother. He just didn't know if he had followed Lee Valley's request. Did he leave a little leeway? In the very next moment, the Pope pulled out a flawless rectangular glass shard. This isn't it, meow. The moment he saw this object, even Yilan narrowed his eyes deeply. It appeared. This strange thing. And from the current situation, the Pope was by no means ignorant. Keep a close eye on it. The Pope whispered to Lee Valley, who was interested in this. Yilan's pupils constricted, and a surge of power instantly rushed towards the door. Unfortunately, it seemed that beyond the retrospection, there was no inescapable net from Lee Valley. So, he genuinely wants to ask the god of mist to appraise this thing? Yilan's eyes flickered. TSK. This means there's also a trust crisis between the Pope and Lee Valley. It's just unclear whether this trust crisis originated during the retrospection or now. Yilan continued to watch this object. The moment the Pope took out the glass shard, Yilan clearly saw a look of fear in Lee Valley's eyes, and then he spoke cautiously to the Pope. How to keep an eye on it? Are you giving it to me? Giving it to you? No. The Pope waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just releasing the news that it will appear here. As for who is interested, you can investigate that yourself. What is this? Lee Valley asked. The Pope spoke in riddles. Perhaps it's related to some grand plan. Lee Valley's eye twitched. Our plan? It's also an indispensable part of it. Both sides fell silent simultaneously. Boom! In the very next moment, the psionic energy between heaven and earth erupted with a roar. Gray mist filled the sky, bringing layers of what seemed to be spatial fluctuations, and then the entire room was, as if completely unaware, contained within a bottle. This bottle then seemed to transform into a furnace, and in the blink of an eye, glaciers and oceans crashed down, a truly magnificent sight. It was a very real sensation. Scorching, humid. But it also seemed to be just a backdrop, everything in the room still existed, clinking and clanking incessantly. After a few breaths, even the tea set on the table became somewhat sharp. Feeling the scene in the retrospection, Yilan's mouth curved upwards. So, the bottle of edge has arrived. This is getting interesting. The bottle of sharpness. That's quite interesting, meow, the mind cat said, a hint of eagerness in its voice. Although it's a bit weak, meow. If possible, this is the anomaly I currently most recommend bringing into the Eternal Night Divine Church as soon as possible, meow. Yilan slightly turned his head for a moment. Such a high evaluation? Tell me more? He's an enchanter, meow, the mind cat said happily. Yilan. What story vocabulary have you pulled out now? So, he can attach a certain power to another object? Yilan pondered the mind cat's statement and soon twitched his lips. Isn't that a sewing doll? Mind cat. It hadn't expected Yilan to think that, but it seemed to make some sense? No, meow. This guy isn't as bad as a sewing doll, meow. Seemingly worried that Yilan would develop unnecessary, incorrect, and huge misunderstandings, the mind cat quickly explained. It attaches things between objects, meow, while a sewing doll forcibly merges them, meow. Yilan nodded seriously, though he didn't quite grasp the difference. Give me an example? For example, the mind cat thought for a moment, for example, if Big Stupid Hand makes an ability object, meow. Then the bottle of edge enchants that ability object onto your illusory blade, meow. Isn't that amazing, meow? The mind cat immediately had a plan, thinking this would be a super cool weapon. Then, your illusory blade will become a ranged weapon, meow. You just wave your hand, meow. And wherever you wave, it disappears, meow. Yilan. It wasn't that he thought this attack method wasn't strong enough, he just deeply realized that the power consumption seemed a bit too terrifying. Yilan continued to watch the scene in the flashback, which was when the bottle of edge had fully descended but had not yet revealed its true form. Then he spoke leisurely. You Hui Pope. Why do you seek me? The Pope bowed deeply, his voice resonating. Greetings, God of Edge. After a respectful greeting, he quickly began to narrate his plea and request. While the main god is not in the world, the Yuguan land is in a major crisis with undercurrents surging. Although I am reluctant to trouble you for help, I still hope to receive some assistance. The bottle of edge looked at him steadily and spoke slowly. Undercurrents surging? Yes, the Pope quickly explained. The situation in the wasteland has changed again and again. First, the rotten god cult suddenly disappeared, and then the Eternal Night Divine Church and Radiant City united, flourishing day by day. I am also worried that it will strike my Twilight God cult. After hearing the Pope's concerns, the bottle of edge's emotions immediately returned to normal, and it waved its hand impatiently. There is no need for you to worry about the matters of eternal night. The Pope and Lee Valley were both stunned, and then the bottle of edge seemed to feel that its statement was still not clear enough, so it spoke again. To elaborate. Let everything develop naturally, no need to worry, and certainly do not interfere. This is not my intention or decision, but I am very certain that the main god would also make such a decision. The Pope and Lee Valley looked at each other in dismay. This was not the answer they, especially the Pope, wanted, but it was also an entirely unexpected answer. The deity attendants of the Twilight God cult had always refrained from participating in decisions and paid little attention to human affairs. Yet, at this moment, concerning the Eternal Night Divine Church, an anomaly under Twilight's banner, for the first time, clearly expressed its stance. What exactly is the Eternal Night God? The Pope murmured, then his expression gradually returned to normal. I request that you bestow power upon my Pope's scepter to cope with the ever-changing situation and for unforeseen needs. Pope's scepter, the bottle of edge seemed to be deep in thought, then slowly spoke. I hear that your relationship with the main god's other gods chosen has been very strained recently? The Pope was slightly taken aback and quickly lowered his head. Yes, I believe that's Xiaoqingyu. Stop, I don't want to hear about your trivial human affairs, the god of edge waved its hand, let it be. It's a minor matter. As the Pope, you do have the right to request some assistance from us. The God of Edge cast its power across the entire room, seemingly conducting some inspection, and spoke slowly. What kind of power do you wish to imbue this scepter with? The Pope raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and once again took out the glass shard he had previously shown to Lee Valley, presenting it to the Bottle of Edge. Imbue it with the power of this object. Boom! The next moment, as if with the Bottle of Edge's probing, psionic energy surged violently. Then, whether it was the surging psionic energy or the immense sound, a deafening hum echoed in their ears.
Does the main god know about this?
The Pope was slightly startled, as the Bottle of Edge's attitude seemed much more aggressive than he had imagined. I cannot contact the main god at the moment. The Pope had no choice but to tell the truth. At this, the Bottle of Edge also changed its previous attitude and spoke indifferently. In that case, let's talk after you receive a divine revelation from the main god. The Pope's expression subtly changed. The situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse for him.
God of Edge. Please hear me out, the Pope said urgently.
A special situation, a major change, has occurred within Yuguang City. I came here to activate this object, and it has already been approved by over a dozen anomalies within Yuguang City.
A major change in Yuguang City?
The Bottle of Edge frowned deeply, an expression of "what nonsense are you spouting" on its face.
How come I didn't hear about it when I arrived? Is it because of your human infighting?
The Pope gave an awkward laugh. On the surface, it should be unrelated, but in reality, perhaps.
Humph. The Bottle of Edge snorted coldly, clearly looking down on the Pope. In that case, which anomaly escorted you here?
The Pope breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more confident. It was the God of Wandering. This time, Yilan didn't even need to look. The mind cat was already meowing happily.
It's the wandering butterfly, meow. Seeing the mind cat's reaction, Yilan was thoughtful. Very good relationship? Extremely good, meow.
Yilan said no more, but the Bottle of Edge in the room was also muttering to itself.
This Pope is really not reassuring. I don't know what Remnant Son is thinking, sigh.
After a murmur that probably no one could hear, the psionic energy fluctuations in the room surged violently. The scepter and the rectangular glass shards simultaneously disappeared, simply dissolving into the air.
Crack, crack, crack. The entire room echoed with a symphony of sounds the next moment.
On one side was a pleasant crisp ringing, and on the other, the rustling wind like brushstrokes. Intertwined, it created a pleasing atmosphere for a moment, also carrying an epic sense of a treasure about to be born.
Boom!
With another flash of light, the tabletop, like a printing press, slowly printed out a Pope's scepter.
Its handle lit up like a crystal lamp, and the square glass shard attached to it, shimmering with a subtly eerie glow. Thank you, God of Edge.
The Pope made no attempt to hide his joy, then immediately picked it up. It was still as magnificent, imbued with a sense of history. It had both the freshness of something newly made and a hint of uncontrollable surge and eeriness.
Brother Yilan, meow. Although the mind cat had expected it, it was still somewhat shocked at this moment. He enchanted that eerie thing onto the scepter, meow.
Yilan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression slightly serious.
Not only that, there are two other strange things you might not have noticed yet. Image. Two things? The mind cat asked, somewhat bewildered.
It genuinely hadn't found anything, just felt surprised, but for Yilan to immediately point out two issues seemed like too many, didn't it? First, the scepter only took on the appearance of the Pope's scepter in that vision after one of those strange items was embedded in it.
The mind cat looked thoughtful. Are you saying?
As seen in that vision, Xia Qingyu ultimately died at the exact spot on the scepter where the glass shard was embedded. So, the answer to whether Xia Qingyu is dead or alive depends entirely on what this glass shard is and what its function is.
The mind cat was silent for a moment. As for the second point, Yilan paused, his eyes flickering slightly. Don't you think there's a piece missing from the glass shard that was placed on the scepter? A piece missing?
The mind cat was slightly stunned, at first not understanding, then suddenly realizing.
Are you saying that the bottle of edge embezzled it? Yilan. What the hell do you mean, embezzled? Using that word to describe an anomaly is a bit too far-fetched. One thing is very clear, the piece of glass the Pope brought was rectangular, but what's on the table now is a square piece of glass. There are two possibilities: either the bottle of edge didn't need that much when enchanting it, so a small part was left over. But the problem is, based on my assessment of the bottle of edge, it shouldn't have the ability to split such a strange item. So? The mind cat gasped. The bottle of edge has one of these too. It used its own piece, and left the Pope's piece. Its expression was one of shock. Why? What's the difference? I don't know, Yilan turned his head. But unlike Lee Valley, we just need to find him and ask. Stop, rewind. The power of rewinding gradually dissipated, with no further accidents, and no scenario of Lee Valley ambushing outside and breaking in. Yilan had initially suspected this was a trap, because Lee Valley was clearly fishing, and the Pope had entrusted him to investigate who was interested in this strange glass shard. But on second thought, he wasn't exactly one of the targets to be caught. The mist forging itself might be interested in this, and as an anomaly of such high sequence, in the absence of 003, even if it took the bait, the Twilight God cult wouldn't be able to handle it. If Yilan's identity was beyond question, and he still insisted on breaking in, that would truly be a bit crazy. At the very least, he shouldn't expect the mist forging to help anymore. Clack! Yilan pressed something on the table that resembled a doorbell, signaling to Lee Valley that he was done and could come in. Creak! Before long, Lee Valley pushed the door open, his voice somewhat hurried. What did the God of Mist say? His gaze towards Yilan wasn't particularly wary, but extremely cautious. At least, Yilan could sense many indistinct figures, hidden in the shadows, outside the door. However, Yilan understood, his caution was justified. I spoke with the God of Mist, Yilan said. As something that occurred in Yuguan land, it should naturally be handled by your Twilight God cult. But my God believes that the situation has become so severe that it is beyond human capacity to cope. Furthermore, your most elite judgment tribunal is no longer here. Lee Valley's expression darkened slightly. This matter has reached a point where it can only be resolved by one of the three great main gods. Yilan revealed his true intentions, without arousing suspicion, reasonably throwing out his personal agenda. The rotten tree has disappeared, and even if it hadn't, you wouldn't want him to handle this problem. My God informed me that he will do everything possible from a divine perspective to contact Pure Remnant Sunday. Yilan stared into Lee Valley's eyes. If contact cannot be made, my God will have no choice but to request the only currently living God among the three great main gods, Eternal Night Blue, to resolve the problem here. I hope you are mentally prepared for this now. Lee Valley was stunned. He truly hadn't expected this legendary appraisal master to say such a thing. It was simply too businesslike. The Eternal Night God is inherently a neutral god between the two great divine churches, a powerful main god. If Pure Remnant's son cannot be contacted, his involvement is indeed not a problem. Most importantly, these words came from the God of Mist, and he doesn't seem to gain anything from this matter. If you truly don't want outsiders to meddle in affairs here, Yilan put away the broken glass shard, then investigate some more useful things. I will come again at the same time tomorrow. I hope by then, you can be more candid. With that, Yilan left the room. The numerous experts hidden outside the door received a signal from Lee Valley and made no move. Of course, Yilan made a small move, such as letting the mind cat's power subtly permeate the study a little, then he slowed down and listened in. A few seconds later, presumably judging that he had gone far enough, voices came from the room. The mind cat began translating in Yilan's mind. A man in black said, Archbishop, what's going on? Lee Valley said, this person is quite problematic, but his identity should be fine. He didn't make any strange requests, just emphasized that if a main god isn't found in a few days, the Eternal Night God should be called. The Eternal Night God is still a true god, so this Mist Blue's identity should be fine. Wait a minute, Yilan felt somewhat annoyed by the lengthy meow translations and interrupted, get to the point. The Mind Cat.
Their discussion concluded that the priority of this matter should be greatly increased, even on par with the investigation of the ancient gods.
Touch. They mentioned Liang Town.
The Yuhui Pope wants to transfer these people and that incident to Yuguang City for handling.
Yilan's footsteps suddenly paused. Li Valley agreed? He sort of agreed.
He said he'd have the Dawn Guard handle the transfer, but he granted them extensive authority to conduct a strict review.
Yilan's eyes flickered.
At this point, letting these people go to Yuguang City might not necessarily be a bad thing, as even if one thought about it with their eyes closed, Dawn Fortress was bound to become chaotic.
But, was Yuguang City safe?
According to the Pope's words in the Rewind, a major incident had also occurred within Yuguang City, to the extent that over a dozen anomalies agreed
to him enchanting this item. A storm was brewing. What exactly was that strange glass shard, and why did even he almost truly disappear? Was this matter truly related to the disappearance of the Rotten God cult? If so, then the Rotten God cult was indeed in trouble, perhaps even finished?
The third brother had his own plans and small actions in this process, and both Mirror Prison and the Bottle of Edge were somewhat involved.
Was this matter the third brother's scheme, or was the third brother also a victim? If he was a victim, and the third brother was absent, if he failed to control this problem, would the next to disappear be the entire Yuguan land? Yilan's eyes continuously flickered. This matter was too big.
If the two great divine churches disappeared simultaneously, the order of the wasteland would likely collapse instantly. Even if only the Eternal Night Divine Church remained in the entire wasteland at that time, it would take a lot of time to establish a basic foundation, which did not align with Yilan's ideas. He didn't need to dominate. In the current situation, as long as Pure Remnant Sun and the Rotten Tree returned, they would completely obey him in the
matter of resisting the ancient god's touch.
And he didn't need to consider the control over the wasteland several generations later, only needing to ensure the present, so he could fully act as
an alliance leader. Liang Town.
Yilan murmured, walking towards the Dawn Guard sanctuary.
Direct.
After leaving Dawn Cathedral, Yilan quickly flashed into an alley, shook off his pursuers in a few moves, and then moved towards the small church
where Xia Man had gone.
Upon reaching the outskirts of the church, Yilan smiled softly, greeted the air, and then disappeared into the alley. Subsequently, Xia Man's figure slowly appeared from within the alley.
The crystal ball's psychological invisibility. Yilan shook his head with a sigh.
Indeed, once this thing was discovered for the first time, it became much easier to detect afterward.
Any discoveries?
Xia Man shook her head, then asked.
What about your side? Many discoveries. This single sentence boosted Xia Man's spirits, and Yilan then began to explain in detail.
This included the mysterious glass shard, the possibility that Yuguang land might be caught in another conspiracy, and that it could disappear like the Rotten God cult at any moment, among other things.
Xia Man listened with a deep frown, feeling the pressure piling up into a tangled mess.
And just at that moment, Yilan, in a gentle and guiding manner, asked her,
"What do you think?" Xia Man's head ached even more. "I'm not too sure. But it's getting more and more troublesome. The Pope and Li Valley are connected, at least Li Valley has nominally pledged allegiance to the Pope. If we directly ask him for help. No, even just inquiring carries risks and isn't appropriate. And if we act from other angles, it will drag on for too long." Right. The God of Edge might also be a breakthrough. He gave the Pope something to enhance his staff. Wasn't Sister ultimately killed by that very thing? Yilan's eyes flickered slightly, and he gently shook his head, rejecting Xia Man's plan in his mind. It's too long, it no longer holds such significance. Yilan raised his head. We'll go directly to Yuhui Pope. Xia Man looked utterly stunned. Ah? Didn't you say? I reiterate, Yilan said, the reason we haven't gone to Yuhui Pope isn't because we fear him, he doesn't have that much prestige. Rather, it's because the ancient gods touches pseudo-dead avatars are everywhere in Yuguang land, likely with a deep-seated plan.
And once I truly reveal myself, it will inevitably be alerted prematurely.
Not only that. Because of Old Third's abnormal state, I also have to consider the possibility that the Pope might already be controlled by the ancient god's touch. And even.
Yilan paused. The previous conspiracy theory, that the killing of Xiaqingyu was at 003's request.
If that were the case, even he would have to give himself an explanation. Xia Man nodded blankly. So now.
But now, all these problems no longer exist.
Yilan smiled softly.
First, this matter has nothing to do with 003, it was the Pope's own willful act. Second, the Pope is also a god's chosen of the first rank, closely related to pure remnant sun, and supported by over 10 anomalies in Yuguang City.
So the possibility of him being controlled is minimal. Ah.
Xia Man finally snapped out of her daze, feeling both a surge of excitement and extreme. But wouldn't this affect your relationship with pure remnant sun?
Oh, affect the relationship between Twilight God Cult and Eternal Night Divine Church? No, and...
Yilan blinked. If Xia Tianan or Xiaqingyu were sitting on the Pope's throne, how would it affect the relationship between our two
churches? Xia Man. That makes so much sense.
The ancient god's touch is targeting Yuguan land. This is the home ground of your Twilight God cult. Yilan finished, then let out a soft sigh. I need an intelligence network, I need a behemoth like the Twilight God cult to operate at its peak, I need Twilight and my people to have close, even seamless, cooperation. I might even need to mobilize all available personnel in Yuguan land at a certain moment to serve me, to suppress and transfer the ancient gods' touch, which is blossoming everywhere in Yuguan land. As Yilan spoke, he grew furious. This has already reached a critical point, yet your Twilight Pope has ignited a civil war.
Can I trust him? No, absolutely not. Now, it's time to rectify all of this.
Xia Man remained silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke.
But what if my sister is really dead?
Yilan paused, then gave her a deep look. I will throw your Pope in pure remnant sun's face and demand an explanation from him.
Then,
you should prepare to take over here and cooperate with my actions.
Xia Man. Is this the Eternal Night God?
Even a wasteland's top power like the Twilight God cult is so casually replaced in his eyes.
So we'll just go straight to him? Xia Man probed, set off for Yuguang City?
Yilan also looked at her with a look that suggested he wanted to speak but held back.
Should we beat gongs and drums, shouting ancient god's touch, I'm here, as we go? Xia Man.
Tell me about your channels, Yilan said.
Are there any infiltration routes that are inconspicuous and lead directly to the Pope? Xia Man began to ponder. That's easy enough.
The Pope's current movements are limited to the temple and the cathedral.
I know many secret passages. But no matter what, it means we have to go to Yuguang City.
Yilan's brows furrowed slightly.
Must we enter Yuguang City? Xia Man didn't understand why Yilan was so concerned about this question and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Yilan gave her a rather reasonable explanation. I want to greet him warmly, but I'm afraid the commotion in Yuguang City might be too great, ultimately exposing my true identity.
Xia Man. How warm would that be?
At this stage, first, I don't believe the Pope dares to leave Yuguang City.
There are dozens of anomalies in the city, and the Judgment Tribunal has been working there for decades.
Xia Man rubbed her head. I don't really think he isn't afraid of his home being stolen if he goes out.
Yilan's eyes flickered. Unless there's something he absolutely has to leave Yuguang City for.
Xia Man pursed her lips, feeling that Yilan was about to start digging a pit again. Indeed, Yilan spoke leisurely the next moment.
I have two plans.
Xia Man looked at him.
The Pope personally giving instructions to transfer this group of people from Liang Town to Yuguang City shows his emphasis.
At that time, he will most likely choose to greet them outside the city. Yilan narrowed his eyes. I believe that through the power of anomalies, perhaps a perfect opportunity can be created at that time. Xiao Man suddenly felt a bit like Su Lejang back in Sewage Town.
What kind of resource management master? Can these people from Liang Town still be used? However, this time we won't sneak in and follow.
I'll notify by Tao Tao and Nighthouse later to follow the team from Liang Town to Yuguang City.
We just need to arrive when they do. Yilan rubbed his chin.
I still have a small matter to attend to at Dawn Fortress, the timing should be just right.
Xiao Man was thoughtful, then couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't you have a second plan? Yilan nodded. Yes, the second plan is to act when Yu Hui Pope and Eternal Night Pope meet. Xiao Man was startled. But hasn't he been constantly putting off the meeting? I don't care if he wants to meet or not. Yilan rolled his eyes. Anyway, Nighthouse has already gone with him. If he doesn't meet, then we'll force a meeting. Sunset Bell. Dawn Fortress, Holy Light Plaza. When Yilan arrived, the sky had already begun to show signs of darkening, and a large number of residents were gathered in the plaza. They were praying to the sky, some stretching, others embracing with fully open arms. Why pray here and not at the church? This was the question Yilan asked Xiao Man. Although it was reasonable, such a scene still felt a little unsettling. It's a custom of the Yuguan land. We are grateful for the moment the sun rises each day and show respect for the moment it sets, Xiao Man explained. This kind of prayer can also be done at home. Perhaps because of the frequent incidents in Dawn Fortress recently, everyone is a bit panicked and has come here to seek comfort. Yilan nodded slightly, then shook his head. But, you still haven't explained why so many people are gathered here? What's special about this plaza? Didn't I just say that the sunrise and sunset are the two most important times in the Yuguan land? At these two times every day, the gathering points within the Yuguan land will ring the morning bell and dusk bell, and the sound of the bells will spread throughout the entire Yuguan land. Yilan thoughtfully looked down at the time. So, according to the time, there's still 1 hour left until sunset? Xiao Man nodded, of course, a little confused. What are you going to do? Didn't you say you were looking for the Pope? Why did you come here? Listening to her confusion, Yilan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why do you only listen to half of what I say? Didn't I say there were 2 other small things to do? Oh, Xiao Man nodded, but her expression made Yilan feel a bit like she was itching to get started and couldn't wait. What do you need to do? Let's make it quick. Yilan hesitated to speak. But it was clear that the Pope's current fate seemed entirely dependent on the lives of Xia Qingyu and Xia Tianan. First, I need to see the bottle of edge. As an anomaly, and being here, it should know a lot of high-level inside information, which I really need. For example, it must know the purpose and value of that glass shard. Xia Man nodded. The Eternal Night God asking an anomaly for information, well, that's very reasonable. And then? Then I need to understand the situation in Yuguang City. From what the Pope said, a very major incident may have occurred, and I don't think you currently have information channels for that. Xia Man. Why not just interrogate Li Valley directly? Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, as if ever since he said he would go directly to the Pope, Xiao Man's thinking had become completely radicalized. His position and stance are both special and awkward. If you want to successfully interrogate the Pope, it's best not to alarm him first. And, Yilan paused, I don't think he knows much. If he knew enough, he wouldn't sincerely, and secretly, seek the help of mist forging. Thinking of the glass shard again, Yilan sighed softly. I always feel like I'm smelling a trap. Xiao Man's eyebrows raised slightly. A trap targeting you? Not necessarily. But as long as the trap is strong enough. Yilan chuckled, it still poses a huge threat to unrelated parties. Xiao Man nodded as if she understood but didn't, then realized she was even more confused. Wait, you've explained a lot of questions, but it seems you still haven't said why we're here. Yilan gave her a speechless look. For the past 3 days, every morning bell and dusk bell in Holy Light Plaza has been accompanied by strange sounds.
The bell's reverberations carry a delicate, crisp ringing, like a bamboo forest martial arts performance, making one feel as if bathed in a spring
breeze. Isn't that the information you collected for me? Xiaomanman nodded blankly. Yes, it is.
For the past 3 days, everyone who came to Holy Light Plaza to pray felt physically and mentally comfortable, and there were even a few cases of
medical miracles where diseases were cured. Of course, later, some other side effects were discovered, right? Xiaomanman nodded blankly again. Yes, she paused, finally understanding. You mean the bottle of edge is here? Because of the anomaly's characteristics and influence?
Yilan nodded, and Xiaomanman finally understood.
But that's not it. Xiaomanman quickly said, the bell that's going to be rung is also an anomaly. An anomaly?
Yilan was slightly stunned.
What is that anomaly called? Sunset Bell.
Yilan immediately communicated telepathically with the mind cat.
What is the sequence number of this anomaly?
Completely beyond Yilan's expectation, the mind cat racked its brains, but in the end, it only opened its mouth.
I don't remember meow. Either I forgot meow, or...
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
Or, the sunset bell is not an anomaly of the containment tower? That's right meow. Yilan's eyes flickered. Things were starting to get interesting. Currently, there were only 2 factions of anomalies in the wasteland, the Containment Tower faction led by him, and the Ancient God's Touch faction.
Because of the strange characteristics of the Ancient God's Touch, since leaving the Containment Tower, Yilan had never seen any non-containment
Tower faction anomalies working here.
The Shadow of the Past was an exception, it belonged to the kind with a very ambiguous stance. And now, a second such strange fellow had appeared.
I understand what you mean. Yilan chuckled, but, who stipulated that 2 anomalies cannot be together? All anomalies possess influence and characteristics, continuously exerting influence on their surroundings.
As long as the data is comprehensive enough, in specific situations, 2 anomalies with different characteristics can neutralize each other's
influence. Xiaomanman was stunned for a moment, and Yilan, with relish, added another jab. You're not professional enough. If he were to ask himself if the Shadow of the Past had defected to him, he would, of course, accept it, but at the very least, he would have to assign an anomaly to always be by its side, wouldn't he?
Next was the rather tedious waiting. Yilan also tried their prayer movements and found it was indeed a bit comfortable, especially while basking in the sunlight above. However, Xiaomanman was somewhat at a loss for what expression to show.
The eternal night god, in front of me, mingled in the plaza and prayed to the pure remnant sun in a human manner? What kind of ghost story is this? Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5:40. Rumble.
A convoy, more ceremonial than powerful, slowly drove over, gleaming with golden light, like a light chariot passing by, even dazzling. The light chariot stopped beneath the tall tower, and the tower slowly opened its mechanical groove. Dozens of Dawn military corps soldiers, dressed in Dawn Fortress military uniforms, spread out, guarding the Holy Light Plaza. Then a small team of Dawn Guard entered the tall tower, and the mechanical door slowly closed. As they entered, a beam of light rose from below, quietly ascending towards the top of the 100-meter-tall tower.
An elevator?
Yilan was slightly confused.
Something similar, but the defense is completely different.
This entire 100-meter-tall tower is a special ability object. Xiaomanman looked at the rising light, chuckled, and also felt a little proud.
Its defense will definitely exceed your expectations.
The Sunset Bell is located at the highest point of the entire Dawn Fortress, which is the very top of that building. We habitually call it the Tall Tower.
Yilan was thoughtful. They're here to ring the bell? Yes. Xiaomanman confirmed Yilan's speculation.
Yilan narrowed his eyes. 100-meter-tall tower, present at every gathering point in the Yuguan land, the entire structure being an ability object.
An anomaly that must be rung at sunrise and sunset every day.
The sound of the bell could reverberate throughout the entire Yuguan land.
This didn't seem like an ordinary ritual.
but a truly grand, anomaly-level ritual, concerning the deep secrets of the entire Yuguang land.
No exception. We're not going up? Xia Man accurately caught Yi Lan's curiosity and eagerness, and couldn't help but suggest.
After thinking for a moment, Yi Lan still gently shook his head.
No rush, let's observe first. It's not going anywhere.
Yi Lan was currently very focused on the regular operation of the Yuguang land, which was the ringing of the two bells. He wasn't in a hurry at this moment. Instead, out of basic trust in 003, Yi Lan had to guard against his rash interruption causing unpredictable and significant impacts on the entire
Yuguang land.
During this quiet waiting, more and more people gathered in Holy Light Plaza. Although life in Yuguang land was already much happier compared to the entire wasteland, with the magical rumors about it circulating for 3 days.
How many people wouldn't want to give it a try?
The light in the sky grew redder and more fiery, presenting a scene of the setting sun. Under the vast twilight, some streetlights had already turned on, emitting a silver-white glow. In this quiet waiting, it was Xia Man who first frowned.
Yi Lan, who was carefully observing the surroundings, couldn't help but look over. What's wrong?
Something's not right, Xia Man said. Yi Lan was neither surprised nor pleased by this answer. He was gradually becoming somewhat aware.
Things related to him, no matter how normal they seemed, often ended up turning into something ridiculous, right? What's not right?
At all gathering points in Yuguang land, the morning bell and evening bell must be rung, day after day, year after year, for decades without exception. Xia Man licked her somewhat cracked lips, her nerves surprisingly taut at this moment.
Because this is the main god's request.
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes.
Pure Remnant Sun's request.
This was a crucial piece of information, because with its style of maximizing efficiency and benefit, something it personally spoke of could never be merely a superficial event meant only to provide spiritual sustenance for ordinary people.
What happens if it's not rung? Xia Man shook her head.
I don't know, perhaps only those at Li Valley's level and above know the inside story. I'm just very sure that if the 2 daily bells fail to ring, it will be catastrophic for the Yuguang land gathering point. In the 60-year history of the Twilight God cult, the bells have never failed to ring, because it's impossible. Yi Lan nodded gently, looking at the towering high tower, and slowly spoke.
So, what's the problem now? From Yi Lan's perspective, everything was normal.
The light, which seemed to be an elevator carrying the Dawn Guard team slowly upwards from below, successfully reached the highest point.
But clearly, the entire plaza seemed to be a little agitated.
To ensure foolproof operation and to confirm the status of the responsible team, 15 minutes before each bell ringing, a small bell will be
tapped every 30 seconds as a rehearsal and status report.
Yi Lan looked down at the time and paused slightly.
And now, with only 10 minutes left until sunset, the small bell symbolizing the warm-up hasn't rung from the high tower? Xia Man nodded gravely.
Those people have already gone up, so either something happened to them on the way up, or something happened at the very top of the high tower.
Yi Lan frowned. The situation had become very tricky.
Although such a big, crucial matter being handled by only one small team seemed to indicate a very low margin for error, but the true backup and main act were at the top of the high tower. The Bottle of Edge and the Sunset Bell, these were already at least 2 anomalies.
What could possibly go wrong? Click.
Taking out his activation grappling hook, Yi Lan aimed at the top of the high tower.
Hey! Wait! Xia Man was startled and quickly grabbed Yi Lan. What are you doing?
Going up to check the situation, Yi Lan said as a matter of course.
Wait. Wait a moment.
Xia Man was still relatively clear about Yi Lan's plans and policies, and tried to dissuade him.
Wait a little longer.
You may not be afraid of anyone, but at this moment, Dawn Fortress is probably already on edge and ready to explode.
You will definitely be treated as an enemy attack.
Yi Lan frowned slightly, then nodded gently.
That's true. Although theoretically he could already fight Dawn Fortress alone, not to mention the problem of exposing his identity, with an unknown major threat. Above, fighting Dawn Fortress first wasn't a suitable development. Okay. Boom. Da-day. Bang.
A few minutes later, as something like a flare pierced the sky, growing larger and larger, rising into the sky, it burst forth with light like the
midday sun.
All shadows were illuminated, as if it were afternoon, making it impossible for people to distinguish the current time for a moment. The golden protective film, previously speculated to be a small barrier of the world, lit up around the city, materializing and enclosing the entire
Dawn Fortress.
Countless beams of light shot up into the sky, and an overwhelming mist spread, making the entire Dawn Fortress seem to be in the clouds in an
instant.
The roar of countless cars and helicopters echoed all around, and the mighty Dawn Legion arrived in droves, instantly surrounding Holy Light Plaza. Yilan stood in the plaza without moving, deep in thought. No wonder Xiao Man had stopped him just now.
Although he was completely unafraid, Dawn Fortress was truly taking this seriously.
There were psionic fluctuations everywhere, and Li Valley personally took command. The fortress's citywide defense laid out by 003 was fully activated, and all the elites of the Dawn Legion surrounded the area. Yilan no longer paid attention to the vast power belonging to Dawn Fortress, but raised his head, looking directly at the very top of the high tower.
Man, I remember your previous introduction. Are you sure that the daily morning bell and dusk bell are heard throughout the entire Yuguan land, and not just in the respective strongholds?
Xiao Man was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
Yes.
When the two bells ring, you can hear them clearly from any corner of Yuguan land.
Yilan's expression was solemn. Then, in your prevention requirements, if Dawn Fortress fails to ring the morning bell and dusk bell, will it affect Yuguan City?
There's no such saying, Xiao Man shook her head. But it's very certain that any gathering point that fails to ring the two bells will face a huge disaster. Yilan squinted slightly, facing the dazzling light in mid-air. The light was still brilliant, the sun like fire.
But he wondered if it was an illusion.
Yilan felt as if the sky above Dawn Fortress had been frozen. Including the sun at the horizon, he always felt that as these few minutes passed, it should have descended a little more.
But it hadn't. Yet the sky had grown a little darker.
It wasn't the darkness of night, but a true gloom. The sunlight-like radiance, erupted by countless human efforts and ability objects, seemed difficult to maintain, dimming with that gloom.
Sound waves.
The entire high tower was incredibly quiet.
Yilan didn't know what was happening inside, but the tranquility sent a chill down his spine.
It's not enough, Yilan said calmly. If it's just like this, Dawn Fortress won't be able to stop this anomaly.
Whoosh!
As if to respond to Yilan's words, the moment his voice fell, a piercing whooshing sound, accompanied by layers of psionic fluctuations, shot over,
carrying a force like a tear in the air. Yilan looked up.
The sky seemed to have been streaked by a row of fighter jets, their tail wings leaving white contrails, as a penetrating force viciously plunged
towards the high tower. Needle of Ruin, meow. Mindcat only managed to shout out the name, unable to provide a detailed explanation.
Yilan looked up at the psionic arc, a combination of shattering and explosion, and deduced that it was heading directly for the top of the high
tower.
However, from its state, after departing from Dawn Cathedral and reaching this position with an explosion, it was as if some terrifying force had pressed its head down, making it plummet uncontrollably straight to the ground, like a crashing plane. Yilan tilted his head slightly, looking at the command area of the Dawn Military Corps.
Li Valley's expression was slightly stiff, his brows furrowed.
Little cat, relay what they're saying over there.
Okay, meow.
That Li Valley is very flustered, meow, listening to his subordinates' reports, meow.
They said the God of Ruin is out of control, meow, no, not that kind of out of control, meow, it's lost control of its body, meow. The God of Ruin is making its final calibration, meow, get ready to respond, meow. Boom.
There was no need for further explanation. Yilan had already seen the Needle of Ruin, like a falling meteor, strike the base of the high tower with all its might. At that moment, it was as if a certain tranquility had been shattered. The extreme silence accompanying the high tower shattered, and it seemed to reconnect with this world.
A moderately sized hole was blasted open in the high tower. Hiss!
As that hole was pierced, a vast, almost irresistible, strange sound wave spread out.
This was no longer something that could be solved by covering one's ears.
Facing that sound wave was like a surfer standing before a tsunami. A mayfly against a 1,000-meter wave.
Boom! Ah ah ah!
Endless wails echoed throughout Holy Light Plaza.
The entire defense line of the Dawn Military Corps collapsed in an instant.
Everyone trembled in strange postures, as if they had been electrocuted. A vast and alien, strange airwave surged out from the high tower, spreading towards the entire Dawn Fortress. In an instant, the entire Dawn Fortress began to be assimilated, as if, with that airwave, it gradually took on an empty, unworldly color.
Swish!
The dazzling artificial light in the rosy pure remnant sun above instantly extinguished, as if turning into a grayish-brown with that sound wave.
The entire plaza plunged into wails, with people either stiff or writhing. For a moment, Holy Light Plaza seemed to turn into a land of walking dead.
The good news was that no anomaly occurred, it was more like a desperate struggle due to sudden severe discomfort.
What is that?
Xiaoman also half-crouched on the ground, clutching her head in pain.
I feel so uncomfortable. It's like something is being sucked away.
Yilan's brows furrowed tightly, and his deep blue psionic energy spread out, enveloping Xiaoman's entire body in the blink of an eye.
Xiaoman's condition quickly stabilized, visibly to the naked eye.
Yilan then observed the situation of the Dawn Military Corps, which seemed to have stabilized itself, and he quietly let out a sigh of relief.
With a strong enemy ahead, he truly dared not expend most of his power to aid the entire city.
After observing his surroundings, Yilan himself was slightly startled, and he spoke to Xiaoman, somewhat uncertainly.
Do you think
this strange and uncomfortable sound wave
sounds like the bottle of edge? Xiaoman was stunned, truly, completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? How is it similar?
The God of Edge's voice clearly has a clear and pleasant.
Wait. Xiaoman's pupils contracted sharply, and then she froze. It really sounds a bit similar?
These continuous hissing and wailing sounds were exactly like the light and airy crisp sound of the bottle of edge, but with an added heavy metal.
Feel.
Xiaoman suddenly turned her head, with a mix of fright and relief at having found an answer, her voice somewhat difficult to control as she spoke.
Is something wrong with the God of Edge?
Yilan had also deduced this, but he still couldn't fully analyze the current situation, so he nodded somewhat uncertainly.
Probably.
However, no matter what, Yilan's judgment of the current situation was far superior to Xiaoman's, and even the Dawn Military Corps'. First, there's definitely a problem with the high tower and the Dusk Bell, but Dawn Fortress made a wrong judgment, Yilan said, sweeping his gaze
across the high tower as he made his assessment. They thought there was some problem inside the high tower, worried that the bell wouldn't be rung in time, so they requested the abnormal forces stationed in other Dawn fortresses to intervene, which is the Needle of Ruin, attempting to forcibly open the sealed and anomalous high tower from the outside, then enter and resolve the problem. But they never imagined that the situation was exactly the opposite. Yilan paused, staring gravely at the towering high tower. There was indeed a problem inside, but the problem was so severe that the two anomalies inside jointly determined that Dawn Fortress no longer had the power to resolve it alone. So, they did their best to seal the high tower. Then, the Needle of Ruin blasted open the defense. Xiaoman was stunned. Then, what do we do? Yilan's eyes flickered. The problem now is that I don't know what the morning bell and evening bell, and the high tower, ultimately mean. If we look at Dawn Fortress's early response, it seems they were simulating an environment, creating the light of the pure remnant sun through a large accumulation of ability objects. Yilan glanced at the already completely darkened sky. It obviously failed. Heaven and earth had turned into a void like stone gray.
If I consider it this way, I could try to spread my Eternal Night's power, create an Eternal Night environment, and isolate this space.
Perhaps that would work. Yi Lan's expression was truly very uncertain. But I feel like Dawn Fortress is already being pulled out of space. If I operate like this now, it's like adding fuel to the fire. Xia Man was also a bit conflicted.
The Eternal Night God was powerful, but if the direction was wrong, it might have a counterproductive effect. She increasingly understood the significance of her sister and even Lin Zhao's existence. The powerful Eternal Night Divine Church, newly introduced to the world, truly lacked an intelligence network.
Boom!
At that very moment, a vast and strange storm erupted from underground. After the light extinguished, Dawn Fortress revealed a second color. A deeper, darker gray roared towards the high tower.
A faint sense of suffocation spread throughout their bodies.
Yi Lan and Xia Man both looked bewildered. This force that brazenly clashed with the high tower was not. From within the Dawn military course formation, Li Valley's terrified roar came.
Defense! Be careful! Ancient God's touch! Strange stance! Ancient God's touch? Xia Man asked in shock, how could an ancient God's touch erupt at Dawn Fortress?
Those are the vessels scattered all over the world, which various factions mistakenly believe they have contained. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. He had an answer, yet it felt strange. It actually bothered to stop feigning death, and didn't even check who was around before playing dead. A wave of air swept through, and light returned to the world once more.
That was the Dawn Legion, vast and powerful, resisting with all its might, countless ability objects erupting.
However, the ancient God's touch completely ignored them, instead climbing upward like Jack's magic beanstalk, spiraling higher and higher towards the
pinnacle of the tower.
It seemed that at this moment, its target was only one. That was the towering structure above. Now there's a crucial question. Yi Lan, realizing that the power of the ancient God's touch hadn't interfered with him at all, quietly withdrew his
own power. Why did it erupt at this particular time? Xia Man looked sorrowful. Why else?
Dawn Fortress is unprecedentedly weak, so of course it's taking advantage to strike unexpectedly and destroy this crucial node of the Twilight God.
Cult. No.
Yi Lan gently shook his head. The fact is, 70% of the vessels where the ancient God's touch feigns death are in Yuguan land.
It could destroy this place at any time. Of course, that wouldn't be easy. This is why I was so anxious to contact the Twilight God cult, to cooperate, and why I didn't dare reveal my identity before finding a solution. Yi Lan's lips twitched slightly.
But it seems to be heading straight for the tower now, trying to stop something.
Xia Man was stunned once again. Are you saying it's an ally? Yi Lan rolled his eyes. An ally, my ass.
At most, it's a very brief alignment of goals.
Xia Man couldn't really tell the difference. Isn't that a temporary ally then? That's too temporary, so temporary it's unnecessary. Yi Lan shook his head. Because besides solving the anomaly here, I must also ensure that the ancient God's touch doesn't become the subsequent beneficiary. Xia Man's thoughts immediately went into overdrive. But we lack too much information.
We don't know what happened, why the main god wants to ring the dusk bell, or why the ancient God's touch wants to stop it, or what it hopes to
gain. No.
Yi Lan shook his head, having wrapped himself in a black robe at some point.
But I know what to do to be absolutely foolproof. Xia Man was taken aback. What to do? Everything that happened today is because the dusk bell couldn't be rung. Yi Lan then draped a black robe over Xia Man.
So I just need to ring the sunset bell, and the biggest beneficiary will definitely be Old 3. And at the top of this tower, I should be able to get all the answers.
Clap.
Seeing Yi Lan grab her, about to rush towards the tower already covered in tentacles, Xia Man was completely bewildered.
Wait a minute, she said urgently. How are you going to get up there? Are you going to fight your way through the ancient God's touch? Aren't you not supposed to reveal your identity as Yilan?
Yilan gave her a strange look.
Why would it be exposed?
Xiao Man choked for a moment, then her eyes widened suddenly.
In an instant, a strange power erupted from Yilan's entire body.
Faintly visible tentacles permeated the air, completely obscuring the two of them within the tentacles like an illusion. Then, this tentacle, shielding Yilan and Xiao Man, transformed into a strange power, rushing into the tower, moving alongside the thousands of tentacles like an anaconda disaster, roaring upward. It was as if it were a part of the ancient god's touch.
Xiao Man. Seriously, don't you think your style is getting more and more out of whack? You've perfectly blended in.
Climbing upward through the deep tower, Xiao Man felt as if several tentacles had discovered and wrapped around her, only to be directly blasted away by other tentacles, leaving her completely held in the middle, already resigned and no longer resisting.
She couldn't tell which one was Yilan's. But Yilan shouldn't lose, right? Swish!
Getting closer and closer, like climbing up a deep well, a circular opening flashing red light finally appeared before them. If nothing unexpected happened, that would be the very top of the tower. Amidst countless numbing grinding sounds, acid was constantly dripping down from above Yilan's head like rain, sickening.
He looked up.
That blank opening was like an invisible meat grinder, grinding down the ancient god's touch that was desperately trying to ascend within this tower.
Don't move!
The tentacle that Yilan had condensed suddenly squeezed Xiao Man tightly. Xiao Man was startled and almost started to struggle, but thankfully she had already received clear instructions from Yilan. Yilan ascended like this, coiling with countless tentacles, reaching that seemingly empty, yet silently grinding, disc. At the moment they were almost about to collide, Yilan roared.
Illusion!
Yilan wasn't quite sure what this defense mechanism was, but if it could grind down the ancient god's touch, it might not be unable to grind him
down.
In an instant, Yilan and everything on him completely turned illusory, and he charged straight through the opening like that.
Bang! Finally, there was a loud bang, but it was no longer an accident, it was the sound of Yilan and Xiao Man thoroughly and truly rushing into the top of the tower, falling to the ground together. It wasn't intentional, but Yilan's gaze was immediately captivated by the design and scenery at the top of the tower. The entire tower was designed similarly to a wizard's tower in a fantasy world, but the top was a bit more special. Yilan was certain that this place would never use glass, but the surroundings indeed looked like floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a clear view of the somewhat panicked Dawn military corps 100 meters below. Looking up, the ceiling also had this transparent design, but it was incredibly eerie, and the scene didn't resemble the original sky. Like an observatory, stars filled his vision.
Only among those stars, it wasn't a night like eternal night, nor a sun like twilight.
Instead, it was a deep red sky, like hell.
A strange and gigantic object, like a crimson moon.
Yilan's brows suddenly twitched. What was this thing now? However, the situation was finally revealing a clear corner.
003 was suppressing something through some means, and perhaps the entire Yuguang land was within this range.
Sigh.
Yilan sighed softly. He increasingly felt that the entire wasteland was like one dilapidated wooden shack after another. And the thunder, the heavy rain, the cold wind, everything showed no mercy for this already crumbling shack, all making their appearance unavoidable. There was no time for sentimental musings. Yilan quickly scanned the entire top of the tower, searching for the sunset bell. It must be something very large.
Swish! As Yilan's gaze swept across the scene, the center of the area suddenly flickered.
Strangely, there was a trace of a closed door. That strange moment was very, very quick, so quick that Yilan thought he had just imagined it for a second.
Future's Gate? Yilan narrowed his eyes, and before he could ponder the deeper meaning behind this, his gaze was completely drawn to the scene that appeared in the very center of the area.
A giant, textured chrome gold bell, as if it had just become visible, stood upright in the very center of the tower's peak. It swayed slightly, trembled a bit, reflecting an eerie color in the blood-red moon above.
It's very strong, meow.
Staring at it, the mind cat transmitted this message into Yi Lan's mind. All its power is contained within the bell, meow.
And then, when it rings, it will reverberate in all directions? Yi Lan mused thoughtfully. Tap.
Yi Lan took a step forward, and the sunset bell trembled even more violently.
Is it afraid of me?
Thinking this, Yi Lan took 2 more steps forward.
Strange, why did it feel like there should be something on top of it? Just as he thought this, something actually appeared on the sunset bell. It was encased in something. That was. A faint, shimmering glass surface appeared, and in an instant, a kind of sound wave seemed to be unleashed from the void.
A crisp, heavy metal-like sound wave instantly spread out as if materialized.
That is. Xia Man was stunned.
Yi Lan finished her sentence.
The bottle of edge.
The bottle of edge had contained the sunset bell within itself. That heavy metal-like chime was the symphony of the bottle of edge and the sunset bell. The appearance of the bottle of edge had almost completely vanished.
It was desperately trying to protect the sunset bell. The belated evening bell. Boss. The bottle of edge let out a barely audible cry. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Yi Lan was here to ring the bell, of course, but he also had something to ask the bottle of edge. Otherwise, he might not even have come to Holy Light Plaza.
What's going on? What is that glass shard? Yi Lan paused. How are you?
The bottle of edge's form was dissipating little by little, and its voice became intermittent.
I should be fine.
You don't need to worry about Dawn Fortress, as long as it's resolved in the end, none of this will lead to death.
Please find a way to solve the problem of Yuguan Land, don't let it reach the same state as Dawn Fortress. There should be clues in Mirror Prison. The anomalies in Yuguan Land might lead to incorrect situations depending on circumstances. Not everything is trustworthy.
After hurriedly finishing its words, it vanished before Yi Lan's eyes.
What on earth is happening, meow? The mind cat frantically rubbed its head. What do the morning bell and evening bell mean to the ancient god's touch, meow? Why did it come when something unexpected happened, meow? And where exactly is this unexpected situation, meow? Oh, right, what about that small team, meow?
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his head. As he looked down, he saw the scarlet light from above permeating the high tower. The high tower, from top to bottom, seemed to synchronize with a strange tranquility.
It seems the problem lies here. Boom!
Before Yi Lan finished speaking, he heard a thunderous roar. Then, the entrance to the top of the high tower where Yi Lan was, like a dam that could no longer resist a flood, was finally breached by the ancient god's touch. Almost instantly, the unpleasant and chilling psionic fluctuation reached his nose.
Oh no, meow. I forgot about it, meow. The ancient god's touch is here, meow. Yi Lan. I understand your panic, but you really don't need to shout so loudly. Swish.
Yi Lan's psionic energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, half of his body transformed into a bizarre form. That bizarre half-figure stood in the middle of the path, unmoving, while countless tentacles drifted past, as if stirring up a great storm. Just like that, infinite bizarre entities passed directly through Yi Lan.
How amazing, meow. The mind cat looked at Yi Lan in surprise. It seems to have completely not noticed you, meow. Yi Lan's brows furrowed.
Given the situation, it sounded reasonable.
But it only seemed that way.
The ancient god's touch would rather risk exposing its feigned death to rush here. How could it not be fully concentrated in giving its all? Even if his aura was very similar, his appearance was still too different. This meant that if the ancient god's touch had even glanced here, he would definitely have been discovered.
But it didn't. Which meant unconscious state? Or is its consciousness fighting elsewhere?
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, still unmoving. Next, the vast tentacles formed a gripping posture, forcefully reaching for the sunset bell that had been released by the bottle of edge.
Yi Lan's eyebrows twitched. This posture, it wants to pick it up. It's not trying to take it away, but rather, Yi Lan's eyes moved, it wants to ring it too? Regardless of what situation in price would come from the dusk bell not being rung, the ancient god's touch's actions actually coincided with his. Oh! Yi Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and then amidst the countless tentacles, enveloped in massive psionic energy, he boldly grasped the bell hammer. It is known that the morning bell and dusk bell were 003's requirements, and they had not been missed for 60 years. It is known that if the bell is not rung, something bad will happen. Then it can be confirmed that the third one is the beneficiary. It is known that the ancient god's touch is trying to prevent this bad thing from happening. By ringing the dusk bell, it might also be a beneficiary. Then the matter is simple, Yi Lan chuckled softly. The bell must be rung. The difference is, who rings it? The moment one hand completely grasped the bell hammer, Yi Lan trembled slightly. This feeling. Boom! The instant he grabbed the bell hammer, Yi Lan felt as if he had been forcibly connected to something else. A thunderous roar, uncontrollable and from an unknown source, echoed in his mind, and in the somewhat sluggish interval of thought, the bell hammer, as if sticky, tore at Yi Lan. Falling into a bottomless abyss. This feeling, Yi Lan's expression changed slightly, but this was not yet over. There was another imminent threat. The ancient god's touch, forcefully pushed aside and driven away by the power of eternal night, somewhat confused but its power growing stronger and stronger, more and more intense. Boom! Yi Lan held the bell hammer, and deep blue mist swirled and lingered in the center of the area. The ancient god's touch's countless tentacles touched the bell hammer from above and below, intertwining in layers, seemingly contending with the power of eternal night. The two, one on the left and one on the right, filled and divided the entire high tower. The blood moon above, like a torrent, had imperceptibly and slowly pressed down. The growing terror felt as if the sky was collapsing. Yi Lan. Xiaomanman, her face full of fear, slumped to the ground, looking up at the glass window above and the blood-colored starry sky outside, trembling slightly. That blood moon seemed to have turned into an eye. Silently gazing at everything. Red light rained down, like countless vertical strips of tiny insects, descending and being born into this world. Yi Lan assessed the strength of the ancient god's touch, which was playing against him, and then raised his head. It was too weak, probably similar to the half-dead clone currently lying in the night house. Instead, the blood moon above, and the eerie stars behind the glass, were quite concerning. Too fake. The art style was too fake. And, the weirdness was also a bit fake, right? So much so that even though Yi Lan felt a sense of powerlessness, like, what the hell is this, it's so hard to fight, he wasn't flustered at all. How could this be real? Drip. Time flew by, until Yi Lan heard a crisp sound and looked towards its source. 6:01. The dusk bell was supposed to ring at 6 in the afternoon. Strangely, the sunset in Yuguan land was always at 6 o'clock sharp every day. Crack! At this moment, Yi Lan heard the sound of glass shattering. Pop! Pop! A series of crisp sounds rang out from all directions, and when he turned his head again, all the glass in the entire high tower had shattered to the ground. Yi Lan's pupils suddenly constricted. It was as if some kind of environment had been broken, the false was no longer false, the impossible became real. Visibly, dust floated outside the window. And visibly, all light seemed to have disappeared. No, that's not right. The sun should indeed have set. But, it shouldn't be this color. This wasn't like night, but like dead silence of the void. Visibly, only Dawn Fortress remained. And beyond Dawn Fortress, everything visible to the naked eye was no longer Yuguan land, but a void. Ringing. Poof. Bang. Two loud bangs in quick succession, one was the weaker clone of the ancient god's touch being directly sent flying by Yi Lan, and the other was a problem with the ancient god's touch itself? Yi Lan wasn't quite sure, as the current situation was somewhat complex for him. He didn't know what that thing above was, nor if it was real,
but the only absolute certainty was that it was related to the strange glass shards he had seen earlier in the Dawn Cathedral.
Below, the ancient god's touch was desperately rushing upwards. He didn't know what it was trying to do, and its condition wasn't good, but he couldn't let his guard down. But at this moment, this dire situation finally improved. The power of the ancient god's touch, entrenched in this tall tower, almost instantly vanished, like a kite with a broken string, plummeting straight down.
A series of crackling sounds echoed from the end of the tall tower. It was the sound of something falling from a great height to the ground.
Was it really ambushed from behind? Yi Lan's expression was slightly odd. Even if it was just a clone, it was still the ancient god's touch. Above the wasteland, under the heavens, only he and Yi Wuwen could achieve such a feat, right? He didn't know if Yi Wuwen was responsible, but even if not, it was a good thing. At least he no longer had to face a situation where he was attacked from both front and back. Crack! Another crisp sound, and Yi Lan looked over. Each time such a sound appeared, it signified a new change. Only this time, he didn't know what was breaking, but the sound echoed throughout the world. Amidst the changing colors, Yi Lan looked up and suddenly realized that at some point, the image of the sun had almost disappeared. The colors of the world had imperceptibly switched, and everyone in the entire Dawn Fortress was silently vanishing, including Li Valley, who had been anxiously directing the scene just a second ago. Vanishing? In the blink of an eye, everything that had happened during this period flashed through Yi Lan's mind. The vanished Lin Jiao, the vanished entire rotten god cult. The mysterious glass shards, the feeling of being pulled into disappearance, and his past experiences of vanishing. Like a switch, the morning bell and dusk bell either blocked or unleashed something. Can't wait any longer. Yi Lan didn't like this feeling of insufficient information, but no matter what, he couldn't let this situation continue. Boom! The moment the ancient god's touch left, Yi Lan no longer needed to worry or conceal his location in the slightest. Under the strange sky, he went all out. He fully grasped the handle of the bell hammer, and deep blue psionic energy permeated it like water. The handle offered no resistance, as if it too had its suction fully open, absorbing Yi Lan's psionic energy with immense force. With both sides contributing, the previously light small bell hammer began to gain weight and mass. In Yi Lan's hand, it gradually became a tool filled with terrifying power, and then, little by little, it became translucent. Translucent? Yi Lan's pupils contracted. Unbeknownst to him, the bell hammer of the sunset bell had transformed into a transparent color. A material like glass, yet perfectly flawless and transparent. Glass? Yi Lan's pupils narrowed slightly. No need to say more, it was enough to immediately connect certain things. The strange glass that made people disappear was related to the sunset bell. But it wasn't just related to the sunset bell, the mirror prison also had similar things. In short, it was related to some arrangement of 003. The handle of the bell hammer became increasingly transparent and imbued with power. Yi Lan could feel that he was in a somewhat miraculous charging process. During the charging process, Yi Lan looked up, focusing on the center of the storm. That is, the legendary sunset bell. However, according to Xiao Manman's introduction, its main body is in Yuguang City, so the ones distributed elsewhere should be considered clones, which seem unable to communicate. The giant bell stood there, incomparably majestic. Only the flickering light on its body became increasingly imbued with a sinister aura. Half of it was blood red, and the other half was barely touched by the red glow of the setting sun, retaining a hint of sacredness. Yi Lan held the bell hammer, slowly raising it, and then aimed it at the giant bell. At some point, it seemed as if the world had fallen into a deathly silence. And so, at this moment, Yi Lan spontaneously felt a strong urge to strike this sunset bell. The bell that awakens everything. Vaguely, Yi Lan seemed to have guessed a little about the meaning of this sunset bell. Bang! Yi Lan gripped the bell hammer tightly, unhindered, ignoring the terrifying presence in the sky, and smashed it down fiercely. The bell hammer, carrying Yi Lan's vast psionic energy, which was both suppressed and erupting, finally struck down like a thunderous blow. Bang!
A fierce, unreasonable full-power strike landed on the bell, causing Xia Manman's eyelids to twitch slightly. She wondered if it was her illusion, but she felt a crack appear on the sunset bell. Buzz! The sunset bell rang out with an unprecedentedly loud sound, its chimes layering upon each other, as if carrying a surge of powerful air current,
spreading in all directions.
That air current did not dispel the darkness, but it did dispel the scattered red glow that had already fallen into the Dawn Fortress. Like a sweeping gale, the already half-dead ancient god's touch was reduced to fragments scattered everywhere. The bell's chime seemed to activate something, as the sound swept across the entire Dawn Fortress. After one strike, Yilan felt that the strange power above his head, both distant and near, seemed to lose its threat. There was no longer a sense of danger, nor cause for worry. It was a pity that he couldn't discern the meaning of the air current and the dusk bell during this brief outburst, but at least he could confirm that this was the correct feedback.
Dawn! Boom!
Another powerful strike landed, and the hum of the sunset bell already carried a trembling, almost broken sound. He wondered if even something as powerful as an anomaly could feel a little pain.
The surging air current once again spread across the entire Dawn Fortress. This time, even Xia Manman could already see significant changes. The entire tall tower became increasingly ordinary, and the already shattered windows were no longer so menacing. The red glow began to dim, and the world's color palette regained sunlight. Time also seemed to stop being static, and the moon rose and set again. The scene came alive. Everything returned to the last moment before sunset. The world was filled with beautiful, scorching sun, its reddish glow spreading across the entire sky, extending across the Yuguan land. But Yilan narrowed his eyes. Was the light in this world truly sunlight? Boom!
Once again, Yilan held the bell hammer and struck the sunset bell.
Bang! The bell's chime, carrying the air current, spread out once more.
This time, Yilan's expression indeed changed slightly. The light above his head was indeed not sunlight. It was the light of the Yuguan land itself. As the three strikes landed, that light, like smoke, was scattered by the wind.
Behind it, there was still that almost ethereal void. Approaching. Man.
Yilan turned his head to communicate, despite being busy.
How did Yuguan land come to be?
Xia Man was stunned, not knowing why Yilan suddenly brought up such a strange question in such an urgent situation. It was already developing here when the cult was first established.
I know, what I mean is, did you specifically migrate here, or did it originate here? Yilan asked seriously. Seeing Yilan ask so earnestly, Xia Man couldn't help but think. If that's the case, it should be a complete migration after this area was designated as the core of our power, right? Yilan's expression tightened slightly. Sure enough? The problem, in fact, was with the entire Yuguan land.
When Yilan first entered Yuguan land, he noticed some strange things. Of course, he didn't think too much of it, just taking it as a unique wonder of the Twilight God cult.
The entire Yuguan land seemed to be under a filter, bathed in a glow. Since 003 was the sun, he naturally felt that this was perfectly reasonable, didn't he? But now there's a completely new possibility. This isn't the sunlight from 003. Or, it's light created by 003, but its essence is to conceal what's behind the light. That almost void-like emptiness. Buzz! Yilan charged up again, raising the bell hammer, but he hesitated to strike it down. The current situation was a bit peculiar. Each strike he made was suppressing the bizarre sky with the blood moon above his head. 3 consecutive strikes, each one delivering a fatal weakening to the strangeness overhead. But perhaps because he failed to strike before sunset, and it was now too late. Each strike he made now seemed to be making Dawn Fortress more and more transparent. Yes, transparent, that was the most accurate feeling Yilan could pinpoint. Dawn Fortress seemed to be growing increasingly distant from this world. So much so that Yilan himself wasn't entirely sure if he should continue striking. He had a very clear feeling. When the next strike landed, this strangeness should be resolved, and Yuguan land would return to normal. But Dawn Fortress might just disappear entirely. Yilan.
At this moment, Xiao Man suddenly showed a hint of doubt and confusion. She faced the empty air in front of her, waved her hand, and her eyes filled with confusion.
Here, it seems like there's something?
Yilan frowned, weighing the situation, not rushing to strike the fourth blow.
What is there? I don't know how to say it.
For a moment, Xiao Man looked as if she found it difficult to speak, perhaps even she thought her words were somewhat absurd.
It just feels like, there's something here, probably, a life signal?
Yilan's mouth twitched, he understood why she didn't know how to put it. A life signal, that really does sound like nonsense.
However,
Yilan looked at Xiao Man. Perhaps she herself was completely unaware, but the Twilight God cult emblem on her body was glowing brightly in the strange colors of this world.
Xiao Man's sensory ability was indeed a mystery that remained unsolved to this day.
Yilan suddenly recalled something from a very, very long time ago. It was when he first arrived in Sewage Town, and he and their team were cautiously testing each other.
Little Cat had performed a flashback in their room, and Xiao Man seemed to have sensed him from a distance.
Xiao Man herself couldn't explain this point even now, but it was undeniable that, regardless of whose foreshadowing it was, she possessed such an
ability. Life signal disappeared.
Yilan mused. So, at this location, this signal. He narrowed his eyes, the Dawn Holy Site team we saw, who were supposed to ring the bell.
But they.
This eerie scene made Xiao Man somewhat unnerved, but Yilan couldn't help but lick his lips. I have a feeling that we are finally, almost, touching upon the truth of the disappearance.
Bang!
Buzz! Finally, the fourth hammer struck down hard. The sound waves, carrying a fierce wind, spread in all directions, scattering everything. The layered, vibrating hum made Yilan feel his soul tremble, filled with a sense of disoriented out-of-body experience. So much so that when he looked up again, Yilan was a little unsure whether the problem was with himself or with what was before his eyes.
The deafening bell rang, and the light of Yuguang land was blown away.
With the light gone, everything turned into a dead silent void. The only light, surprisingly, was the scattered, twinkling lights from all directions within Dawn Fortress.
Damn it! In a slight mental daze, Yilan's eyes twitched slightly. Where is this place? The water in this Yuguang land is too deep, isn't it?
Although he had guessed when he arrived that something big was going to happen at Dawn Fortress, he didn't expect things to escalate to this extent so
quickly.
But then again, it was only natural. In this bizarre world, 003 had not appeared for a long time. Beneath this vast Yuguang land, danger and strangeness had already accumulated to an unmanageable degree. Coupled with the Civil War, it was fate. By the time he arrived, everything had already reached its breaking point. Amidst the dizziness, the forgetting, and a strange feeling of being detached from the world, Yilan heavily charged up and struck the fifth bell.
Boom!
The blood moon had completely vanished, leaving only the color of the void in all directions. In this instant, the air current brought by the bell hammer was like the rings around a planet in the universe, activating in layers, and also bringing new light to Dawn Fortress. Crack! Like the sound of giant searchlights turning on, suddenly, loud sounds like this echoed from all directions. In the pitch-black sky, in different directions at the distant end, several light points similar to Dawn Fortress could suddenly be seen. At least from Yilan's perspective, the entire Yuguang land was plunged into eternal darkness, like a land of death. Except for these scattered, less than 10 large circles of light in total. If this entire darkness now is Yuguang land? As Yilan murmured, Xiao Man gasped.
The locations of these light circles are every gathering point within Yuguang land. Gathering point?
Yilan froze for a moment, his thoughts rapidly turning over in his mind. Yuguang land was different from other parts of the wasteland. On one hand, it was vast, and on the other, it had very few gathering points. The Twilight God cult was consciously not building small gathering points, but rather concentrating its power to build large ones. Yuguang City, the 3 major fortresses, civilization's end. Although the current situation was extremely bizarre, there seemed to be no high-risk threats nearby. Yilan, instead, calmly picked up the map and deduced based on the direction of the light circles. In the vast Yuguan land, only Yuguang City, the three major fortresses, and at most three functionally special gathering points could be named.
But what does this mean? Yilan's brows furrowed in confusion, and where is this place?
Yilan looked at the distant light circles, his eyes flickering, and found the most distinct point. They were also gathering point locations, also covered by light circles. But the distant light circles were only at the town locations, only light circles, only Dawn Fortress, the entire gathering point, had entered this void. It was certain that this was not a normal world.
Yilan quickly thought. So where is this place? The world after disappearing? The world after he held the glass shard? Finally, Yilan showed a smile. I understand. Main body. Yilan's understanding expression greatly reassured Xiaomanman, though she wasn't quite sure what Yilan had understood. 003's initial choice of location in Yuguan land was precisely because there was a problem here, Yilan said, deep in thought. There's something within the scope of Yuguan land that, once triggered, brings one here. It first came here to prevent the overlap of two worlds. No, I'll call them two spaces for now, to prevent the overlap of two spaces. His solution was to use the sunset bell to ring the morning bell and dusk bell. Two timely rings, like an exorcism, could prevent this eerie space from overlapping with reality. That's why Yuguan land doesn't build small gathering points, only large ones, to concentrate strength as much as possible, ensuring every gathering point has enough power and can handle anomalies. This way, it can be ensured that no matter what happens over the decades, the morning bell and dusk bell can always be rung at least once. Xiaomanman was incredibly surprised. She truly hadn't expected such a secret to be hidden deep within Yuguan land, where she had grown up. But what is this? Why is this? Yilan shook his head. That's unknown, but I think once we leave here and find the Pope, we should be able to get some answers from him. Because, without a doubt, the Pope's scepter, the strange glass shards, all of these are intimately connected. Xiaomanman nodded in a daze, then realized something. So your theory is? My sister, and the people from the Judgment Tribunal, have actually fallen into this space now? Yilan gave a peculiar smile. Perhaps, it's not just them. After speaking, Yilan's expression became serious again. So, Dawn Fortress has actually. It's too late, he sighed. If the bell doesn't ring before sunset, that gathering point will fall into this place. The situation just now was quite complex. On one hand, the eerie sky loomed, on the other, the ancient god's touch was rushing here in an illogical manner. He was simultaneously understanding the situation and communicating with the bottle of edge, while his hand holding the bell hammer also had to channel spiritual energy to charge. Ultimately, that hammer strike couldn't land before sunset. Xiaomanman's eyes widened. Are you saying Dawn Fortress has now disappeared from Yuguan land? Yilan nodded gently. How is this possible? Xiaomanman's face was full of disbelief. Although she had always known that not ringing the morning bell and dusk bell would lead to big trouble, she never imagined it would be this severe. The gathering point, it disappeared? Then how do we get out? No, that's not right. Xiaomanman truly felt her thoughts couldn't keep up. But this can't be possible, can it? 60 years have passed. With the passage of time, so many major events and crises have occurred. How could our Twilight God cult have never had an accident at any gathering point when ringing the bell? How do you know there haven't been accidents? Yilan gently shook his head, his gaze suddenly fixed on a halo in the distance. Beneath the halo, the outline of a city was slowly emerging. Xiaomanman was stunned. Yilan. Did you see that? Yilan nodded gently, grabbed Xiaomanman, and flew towards that direction. I saw it. It seems that today, Dawn Fortress wasn't the only one that failed to ring the dusk bell. Rushing quickly towards the outline of another gathering point, Yilan soon slowly stopped. It wasn't a hallucination, or a mirage.
The problem was that the uniformity of color greatly distorted the concept of distance.
This was another city. It was clearly very, very far away. What city is that?
That Shattered Light City, Xiaomanman said, hesitating. It was a city initially built in Yuguangland for a special reason, gathering a lot of resources.
Resources? Yes, Xiaomanman nodded. A special. Or.
Before Yilan could say anything, his pupils suddenly contracted. Another city in the distance, a gathering point in Yuguan land, was gradually disappearing as if erased by an eraser.
This.
Just as he uttered a single word, Shattered Light City actually disappeared just like that.
Disappeared?
Yilan was momentarily stunned, almost overturning all his recent deductions. It wasn't that it couldn't disappear, rather, being here, it should disappear.
Because this was the world of disappearance, Dawn Fortress, and even he himself, had already disappeared there. But it disappeared again. No, something's wrong. Yilan's brain went into overdrive, spinning at full capacity.
Shattered Light City and Dawn Fortress both disappeared because they failed to ring the bell in time, but they ultimately didn't end up in the same
place. What's the difference? The difference.
Yilan paused, then suddenly looked up.
He found the difference. The difference is that Shattered Light City failed to ring the dusk bell, and that was the end of it. But Dawn Fortress, after sunset, rang the dusk bell.
The moment he made this judgment, Yilan moved again. He made a somewhat risky decision, but his reasoning was absolutely correct.
If that kind of falling was a process of heading towards a destination,
then the current Dawn Fortress is stuck halfway, and hasn't reached the final destination.
With that, Yilan completely stepped out of Dawn Fortress.
As if falling into the deepest place, Dawn Fortress instantly vanished from Yilan's sight, leaving only that halo between heaven and earth.
And, Shattered Light City.
Looking and counting again, there were a total of 7 halos in the sky.
7?
Yilan's pupils contracted, and he suddenly turned his head. Of all things, there was no sign of Dawn Fortress here.
And not just that.
Besides Shattered Light City, there was actually another city in this void.
Another city?
Yilan and Xiaomanman exchanged glances, everything already understood without words.
Dawn Fortress wasn't the first. For whatever reason, over the past 60+ years, there had been another city dragged into the void. Whoosh!
The halos in the sky began to move, seemingly drawn by something, starting to converge from all directions towards the center.
Hold on tight.
Yilan lightly shouted, grabbed Xiaomanman, and stood on the top of the tall tower. As he expected, Dawn Fortress was no longer visible here. All that could be seen was this solitary tall tower. Standing on the tall tower, facing the pitch-black, apocalyptic sky, and a cold wind that seemed to come from nowhere, Yilan couldn't help but feel a
little desolate.
He even couldn't help but recall the scene he saw in Future's Gate.
Yilan paused. Oh my god, no way?
Yilan's initial exclamation was just a casual remark, but then he froze.
How similar was the scene here? Wait. If that's really the case, what does it mean? Whoosh!
7 enormous halos continuously floated, forming a long line of light in the pitch-black night sky. It was a misty light, different from sunlight, more like the filter of Yuguang land. It stretched all the way, connecting like a halo in the void sky. Some lines of light moved extremely fast, tough and straight, while others appeared sluggish, as if injured. Some even resembled the tentacles of the ancient god's touch, incredibly soft and gently wriggling closer. Though I don't know what this is this the one in perfect condition, the heavily damaged one, and the one eroded by the ancient god's touch? Yilan paid particular attention to which gathering point that line of light resembling the ancient god's touch belonged to, then, little by little, watched these lines gather, forming a half-trapezoid in the sky.
Trapezoid. What does this mean? Xiaomanman looked up at the sky, the streaks of light readorning the darkness, making it less terrifying. Actually, I think it should have formed a rectangle, right?
Yilan looked up and pointed directly above their position.
Isn't Dawn Fortress missing a corner? For a moment, Xiaomanman felt a bit uneasy. Dawn Fortress might no longer be in the real world, and it's not even here. Then where on earth did we send it?
Yilan was speechless for a moment, just looking up at the sky.
I guess this thing will give me the answer.
Suddenly, Yilan almost thought it was an illusion. The sky didn't seem so dark anymore. Then he realized it wasn't that the sky had brightened, but that a picture had appeared within the half-trapezoid enveloped by light in the sky.
Yes, a picture.
In this open-air cinema, as if the sky itself were a screen, Yilan saw countless familiar images.
This is... Yilan's eyes widened.
The shadow of the past itself.
Other half. Shadow of the past?
Xiaomanman had been with Yilan for several maps now, so she was quite astonished.
Isn't that your intelligence officer? Wait, his true body? In Yuguan land? Here?
Yilan was on high alert, as the power of the shadow of the past's true body was not to be underestimated.
He just wasn't part of the containment tower and didn't have a number.
Otherwise, with his abilities, a top 10 ranking would be no problem. For example, Future's Gate, in Yilan's eyes, was comparable in strength to him, meaning he possessed a power close to 004. But Xiaomanman's remark about intelligence officer almost made Yilan lose his composure.
Really? There's such a thing? I didn't even know.
However, if he thought about it carefully, the shadow of the past's actions did indeed seem to fit that description.
Then I'll see. This time, what kind of scene are you going to show me?
It was unclear if the shadow of the past heard his words, but the curtain that filled the entire sky began to display an image. In the endless darkness, a rotten tree was growing madly. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown to the size of a city.
This is...
Yilan had an incredible guess, but he said nothing, continuing to watch. Within the gigantic city formed by the rotten tree, traces of people began to appear, but their clothing varied, their forms were blurry, and they were covered by constantly extending branches, making it impossible for Yilan to discern who they were. Time passed, and the city formed by the rotten tree rose from the ground, becoming more and more prosperous, eventually enveloping the curtain and
blocking all sight. No. I must see.
I must see if the core of this continuously growing rotten tree is what I imagine. Yilan's psionic energy surged across the sky, forcibly connecting with the shadow of the past's true body in the sky, and then his vision moved.
Again.
He passed through the curtain of branches, flying deeper into the rotten tree city, flying to its very depths. But as Yilan moved, an extremely uncomfortable sensation began to transmit.
That feeling.
Yilan covered his head with one hand, while the other continued to emit psionic energy, surging towards the center of the rotten tree city. An unbearable falling sensation rushed into Yilan's mind, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Falling again. Yilan. I feel so scared.
Xiaomanman suddenly grabbed Yilan's hand, her face pale and slightly trembling. Yilan was stunned for a moment, finally sobering up a little from that somewhat frantic falling.
Scared?
Xiaomanman should be one of the more carefree people he knew, and her courage should rank among the top few.
This sudden feeling of being terrified was very out of place. Did you sense something?
Yilan pondered, then thought of Xiaomanman's extremely powerful sensory abilities, whose origin was unknown. Xiaomanman gritted her teeth. I don't know what it is.
But there's so much. So scary. Yilan's eyes flickered slightly.
He stood in the center of the rotten tree city, temporarily stopping his actions, and suddenly felt a hint of lingering fear.
Falling?
Yilan narrowed his eyes. This didn't seem to be a mere sensation, but an actual movement. He wasn't entirely clear where he was now, but he could already describe it in a relatively vivid way.
The wasteland was the first floor, and Yuguang land was like the elevator on the first floor.
The first fall led to the first basement, which was the location of Dawn Fortress after the anomaly occurred and the dusk bell was rung. The second fall reached the second basement, which was the location where anomalies occurred but the bell was not rung. Currently, most of the disappeared people were there, such as Shattered Light City. So, logically, this should be the end, but if he continued to fall, where would he go? Just like this, stay close to me. Yilan instructed, and his psionic energy connected even more closely with the shadow of the past. His vision continued to move. Continuing to fall, continuing to descend. Yilan found it hard to give up this opportunity. He had a feeling he was very close to the truth. Boom! Amidst the swaying, Yilan felt as if he had pierced through something, and the falling stopped. At this moment, he found that his connection with the shadow of the past had become unprecedentedly close. It was a sense of familiarity. If he had to give an example, it was extremely similar to the connection between himself and the night house. Boom! The endless curtain was opened, and Yilan saw the wide tree roots. Psionic energy drifted around it, subtly fluctuating like snoring. This is 002. Yilan watched silently, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Since that fleeting glimpse in the shadow of the past in Sewage Town, he had finally seen those two silly fellows again. Sleeping? Now there was an obvious question, where was this? This was not in the shadow of the past's past, yet Yilan was certain that this was a scene from the past. What a magical place. It seems that in this place, the shadow of the past's power has reached its peak. Yilan did not rashly disturb 002's slumber. After all, for beings like them, there was no such thing as being tired, they would only fall into slumber when severely injured. As he watched, Yilan noticed a crack at the base of the tree. This crack was a door? Yilan's interest was immediately piqued. There was a door on the second eldest's body, could someone be living inside? This is... Xia Manman took a deep breath, feeling that her 20-plus years of life had never been this absurd and colorful. Don't tell me, this is the rotten tree? My goodness, what the hell is this, meeting the main god of an enemy faction? Yes. Yilan gave an affirmative answer with absolute authority. Xia Manman's breathing quickened once again. Of course, Yilan probably couldn't guess what she was thinking. For example, if I bravely attack him right now, will I go down in history? No. Wait. Xia Manman finally realized something. Where exactly is this place? We are within the shadow of the past, Yilan said with certainty, but the problem is, we are also in this strange, void world. So I'm not entirely sure about the situation here, but it should be different from entering the shadow of the past and returning to the past before. The shadow of the past combined with this special space has reached another level that I can't quite see through. But without a doubt. Yilan paused, then pushed open the wooden door on the rotten tree. My intelligence officer wants to show me something. Creak. The wooden door opened, and Yilan walked into the sleeping rotten tree. Inside the tree was not the natural scenery Yilan had imagined at all, but like a building, a complete structure. Yilan froze, and then the mime cat's voice meowed somewhat sharply. This meow. How is this possible meow? This is the upper half of the big clumsy house meow. This is. The air seemed to solidify a bit. The containment tower meow. Going deeper. Standing in the slightly empty tree heart, Yilan was unable to calm down for a long time. If it weren't for the emptiness here, he would truly feel as if he had been transported to another world. Containment tower? It was reasonable that 002 was severely injured and dormant. After his exploration and investigation, the disappearance of the rotten god cult and the response of the Yuguan land had commonalities, eventually converging in one place, which was also reasonable. It was also reasonable that the shadow of the past's main body was hidden here, with the sunset bell appearing from who knows where outside, and a strange red moon in the sky. But when 002 was dormant, why was the containment tower inside his body? I think meow, the mind cat knew that it wasn't calm enough right now, but no matter what, it felt it absolutely had to ensure Yilan calmed down.
First, we need to broaden our minds, meow.
Although this place is very strange, meow, and we may not have entered the shadow of the past or returned to the past, meow, this should be something
from history, meow.
Yilan took a deep breath and continued the mind cat's words.
So, after the apocalypse, 002 ran away with the containment tower, meow? Mind cat. Wait, let me sort this out. Yilan no longer bothered with the meow that had slipped out.
Assuming the apocalypse broke out, and the containment tower fell apart, but there was something that needed to be preserved.
So, my activation and taking away the Nighthouse was part of the plan, and then 002 took away the remaining part. This is a reasonable understanding, right?
The mind cat thought for a moment, then shook its head and nodded, thinking that way is reasonable, but if this person were 003, I'd find it very reasonable, but 002.
The mind cat hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back.
That's impossible, meow, because he is absolutely one of the anomalies in the containment tower who most detested the containment system, meow.
Yilan nodded lightly. Then I make the following assumption. After the containment tower ended, could there be some existence capable of ordering 002 to take something away? The mind cat stared at Yilan. Yilan didn't understand its meaning. Yilan.
With great effort, Yilan finally adjusted his state and lightly cleared his throat.
I understand. Then let's go up and take a look first.
Yilan rubbed his head. After all, it seems this containment tower is just an empty shell.
Yilan sighed.
Regardless, this incredible experience proved the correctness and necessity of Yilan's journey to the Yuguan land. 002 and 003 were the strongest individuals below himself in the wasteland. The Rotten God Cult and the Twilight God Cult were the two most powerful forces in this wasteland.
There was an absolute core secret concerning the entire world within this.
Stepping onto the majestic and futuristic-looking staircase, Yilan ascended. Xia Man was also uncharacteristically silent. Then, she made a playful remark.
How about, after everything is over, I also join the Eternal Night Divine Church? Xia Man chuckled. If you trust me, you can give me a small team.
She didn't know where this was, but she knew she had seen too many secrets. As for piety, she had already decided to help Yilan keep the secret. So, from her heart, she felt she was no longer worthy of staying in the Twilight God Cult.
I don't care. Yilan shrugged.
After ascending more than 10 floors, he saw no living creatures as far as his eyes could reach. Yilan occasionally stopped on one or more floors, opening his eyes to look inside, but found nothing. He wasn't sure if he should breathe a sigh of relief, having seen nothing on any floor. During this process, Yilan also felt the falling sensation gradually disappearing and lessening, though he was still unsure what this meant. It wasn't until the position of the 20th floor that all paths converged in a large, temple-like room. Yilan stood at the door and transmitted a message to the mind cat.
Where is this? I don't know, meow.
The mind cat, revisiting an old place, also felt a mix of complexity and apprehension.
It's probably some kind of checkpoint, meow. But back when I was in the containment tower, meow, I never heard of or saw anyone going up here, meow. No one ever went up. Yilan frowned. Does your never include the containment tower's staff? It includes them. The mind cat said with certainty.
Yilan's brows furrowed slightly.
That was indeed a bit strange. However, then it seems the time has come, and we should go up. Creak.
As he pushed open the door, Yilan's hair floated up.
He never expected that the moment he opened the door, it would be a fierce wind.
But immediately, Yilan realized that it wasn't a real wind.
It was psionic energy.
Vast, unseen psionic energy filled the entire room, like countless swirling vortices, making the whole room appear somewhat fantastical for a moment. The surging psionic fluctuations made Yilan feel like an ordinary person standing before a typhoon, as if he were about to be blown away. Then, Yilan froze. In the room, at the most vast location of psionic energy, at the center of the vortex, stood a strangely dressed figure with his back to him. Yilan was truly stunned. Perhaps it was too quiet on the way up, he hadn't seen any people, anomalies, or oddities. But at this moment, a person suddenly appeared, catching him completely off guard. Then, Yilan unconsciously adjusted his stance, psionic energy surged, the illusory blade in his left hand, and the chaos bell in his right. Having someone here was a good thing, meaning communication was possible, meaning he could truly understand this place. But the problem was that this place was too eerie. This was the containment tower. Moreover, the other party's vast psionic energy intensity made Yilan feel a bit uneasy. Am I going to accidentally poke the final boss? This unknown room had been isolated from the world for who knows how long, and the internal psionic energy swept into every corner of the air. An outsider, the intervention of an external psionic force, was like waking a hibernating giant beast, causing the figure to tremble slightly. Then, slowly, he turned around. Click! Yilan pressed the safety of the chaos bell, and the person also seemed to have adopted an attacking stance, with overwhelming psionic energy aimed at Yilan like sharp knives. Then, their eyes met. At that instant, Yilan froze. A very young face, a pair of very clear eyes. Without the slightest hint of sanity loss, and aside from being unnaturally strong, he looked very much like a human in every other way. The figure looked at Yilan and also froze for a moment. Ha! He uttered a sound that was 3 parts confusion, 7 parts absurdity. Ha! Yilan uttered a sound that was 7 parts confusion, 3 parts absurdity. This is interesting. The figure made a very intrigued sound. To actually encounter such an incredible thing, should I say I didn't trust the shadow of the past wrongly? Yilan felt the boundless psionic energy transform into a surging suction force, engulfing him. Let me see what it's like a few decades from now. The mime cat jumped up in alarm, then felt it was dangerous and burrowed into Yilan's body, its voice trembling slightly. Is this you, Meow? Fighting? Yes. Yilan never expected that the figure, with his back to him in such a strange place, who turned around, was actually himself. Himself? Without hesitation, Yilan's purest devouring power erupted, absorbing the surging psionic energy that filled the entire room. However, before he could devour anything, the terrifying, vortex-like psionic energy began to devour him from all directions. The quality was the same, but the quantity was the difference between an ocean and a stream. In just an instant, Yilan felt his soul being devoured, and all the psionic energy throughout his body was about to leave him, turning him into a skeleton in the next moment. Damn it! I've always been the one devouring others. It turns out being overwhelmingly devoured like this is so uncomfortable. Why are you so weak? The figure resembling Yilan frowned. No, are you King crazy? Yilan felt it was utterly absurd. Are you trying to kill me? Bang 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 bang. With the arrow on the string, Yilan was also merciless, unleashing his greatest weapon, the Chaos Bell, 6 times in a row, perfectly locking onto the opponent's body. Put. Under the vast psionic energy, the Chaos Bell's power converged at a single point and exploded, finally managing to barely embed a bullet into the opponent's body. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. A perfectly aimed killing shot only penetrated the opponent's flesh, failing to even pierce through. When Yilan fired, he could even feel the Chaos Bell trembling. It seemed to be utterly afraid of hitting this target, and only because the one holding the gun was also himself did it dare to fire those 6 bullets. Chaos Bell? The Yilan opposite showed a somewhat humanized expression of pain, then withdrew a small portion of psionic energy back to his shoulder, healing the bullet wound in a few seconds. A second before it healed, with a pop, the bullet was ejected from his body. Strange, how did this guy get so strong? He can actually break through my defense? You are. Yilan fully mobilized his strength, finally managing to push away the opponent's devouring power, and at last guessed something, his face full of disbelief, my past self? I guess so. The Yilan opposite seemed very unhappy and listless, but I don't really want to admit that right now, you're too weak, which
makes me feel like the future is bleak. Yilan.
Both the future and the past can be changed. The Yilan opposite gave a cold smile, it's better to kill you. That way, a new future might give birth to a stronger me.
Holy meow. No meow. You're in a weakened state meow.
The mine cat finally couldn't hold back, leaping out and manifesting its physical form. Wait.
Wait meow.
The Yilan opposite paused, and a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes.
Little cat? Meow. It's okay, this is a decisive battle between myself and myself meow. He said gently, just hide far away for now, I'll protect you. No no no. It shouldn't be like this meow.
The mine cat frantically rushed back into Yilan's body, shouting.
Run meow. Run fast meow. This is your past's peak state meow. The eve of the decisive battle with the ancient gods touch meow. You absolutely can't beat him now meow. He's serious meow. Run fast meow. Put.
As the mine cat burrowed into his body, Yilan felt a deadly killing intent from the opponent. The vast psionic energy devoured him relentlessly, making him even unable to control himself. The mine cat's words warmed Yilan, but at the same time, they also brought a fact.
That was him.
That was his past self.
He doesn't acknowledge me as him.
In this situation, Yilan struggled, a flicker of anger rising in his eyes.
But have you ever considered that I don't acknowledge him as me either?
Yilan raised his head, all his power layered upon layer, compressed into a pure defense, blocking the deadly devouring.
This arrogant, seemingly awesome demeanor is truly annoying.
Yilan gritted his teeth, his back straightening even further, uttering words even more audacious than his opponents.
I don't know as much as you, but
since you said that the past and future can all be changed, and you're not afraid to kill me,
doesn't that also mean I can kill you without any worries either?
A deep, ethereal blue gleamed in Yilan's eyes.
Kill you, and then bring out a more polite me.
The mine cat froze, looking left and right, then sighed and covered its eyes.
It's over meow. What will happen if two brother Yilans fight meow?
That sounds not bad.
The past Yilan rarely showed a hint of satisfaction, but with such a weak you, how will you achieve it? Devour.
The past Yilan unleashed his full power, launching a fatal blow that crashed against Yilan's barrier. The sky-obscuring psionic storm swept away everything in sight, making it impossible to see anything. This continued for nearly a minute, Yilan's fluctuations growing weaker and weaker, almost to the point of extinction. The past Yilan's mood was low, and he sighed softly.
It seems this is truly the only way.
I shouldn't be too excessive, just being cruel to myself. He opened his right hand and clenched it suddenly.
Devour. It's over. Boom.
The psionic storm swept across the sky and earth, and he turned his head once more. But the moment he turned, the past Yilan suddenly frowned.
What is this?
The devouring had reached its final step, but it made him feel an extreme disgust. It was as if at the last moment of devouring, he suddenly encountered something difficult to digest. He turned back in surprise, finding that the location where Yilan had been was now a completely different color.
Another vast psionic fluctuation and a strange dark gray color swept across the world, transforming into the appearance of hell.
And then, thousands upon thousands of ancient gods' touch tentacles surged towards it like a tide, colliding with the devouring power.
The past Yilan? What is this? Wasn't I fighting myself? How did the ancient gods' touch break into my home in the blink of an eye? Boom!
Amidst the waves of countless ancient gods' touch, a psionic energy, with an unparalleled sharpness, pierced through his layers of devouring, carrying
a fatal blow, and shot through.
In that strange attack, the past Yilan met Yilan's somewhat shadowed eyes. He held a hideous tentacle in his hand. The tentacle grew harder and harder, transforming into the shape of a spear as it charged towards him.
Holy crap! The past Yilan's eyes widened. How did you do this? This is Ancient God's Spear. Yilan, holding the Ancient God's Spear, stabbed it into the chest of his past self. Unexpected attack. Snap. The past Yilan, of course, wouldn't allow it. Without any skill, relying on his abundant psionic energy, he recklessly grabbed the spearhead with one hand in front of his chest. The Ancient God's Spear instantly pierced his hand. For a moment, his palm became a battlefield where the strange power of the Ancient God's touch and Yilan's eternal night power intertwined and clashed, standing as equals. The Ancient God's Spear became the site of their battle, and the past Yilan was momentarily short-circuited. What's going on? Did you surrender? Yilan. Yilan gritted his teeth, truly not believing this was his past self. But for a moment, he somewhat understood his past self. His past self, upon seeing him, probably thought, what is this? So weak. Let's get a replacement. And he, looking at his past self, probably thought, what is this? So foolish. Let's get a replacement. But thankfully, his past self wasn't that foolish. Wait. Holy crap, you stole the power of the Ancient God's touch? He was dumbfounded. No, why did fourth brother never show me this possibility? For a moment, he was even a little excited. You created a brand new future? However, at this moment, Yilan's eyes grew increasingly strange. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you are me or not. You want to kill me. Boom. Yilan, holding the rotten spear in his right hand, poured all his power towards his past self, then suddenly half-squatted, pressing his left hand to the ground. This place is also the containment tower. Then, his voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Activation. Activation? The past Yilan was slightly startled, then his head buzzed. Wait. No. You can't activate this place. It's all your fault, meow. Big dummy, meow. The mind cat leaped out from Yilan's body again, scolding the past Yilan with a booming voice. Brother Yilan just mastered this power, meow. This is his first time using it with full power, meow. But you just drained all his power, meow. Now he's having a hard time balancing, meow. You're making me so angry, meow. You dummy, meow. The past Yilan. This. His eyes changed rapidly, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't allow the containment tower to be activated. So he held the Ancient God's spear tightly with one hand, half-squatted, and pressed his other hand to the ground. Activation. Boom. Two terrifying powers simultaneously unfolded on the containment tower, as if two different personalities of consciousness awakened within it. Intertwining, yet both suffering immensely. After the events in Radiant City, Yilan had already confirmed one thing. Activation and activation were similar, yet completely different powers. It was inherently like the mutual generation and suppression between Yilan and the Ancient God's touch. Boom! The entire containment tower roared. At this moment, it seemed the containment tower itself had also joined the battle. Amidst the rumbling tremors, even 002 seemed to open one hazy eye. The mind cat could hardly guess its reaction if it woke up. What the heck, 2001s are fighting in my house? Amidst the earth-shattering tremors of the entire containment tower, a huge, pure gold outline picture frame slowly floated directly above this special room. The mind cat immediately looked up. Intelligence officer, meow. You should also come down quickly and think of a solution, meow. Shadow of the past. When did I become an intelligence officer? However, the current situation was indeed special, and it really needed to do something within its power. The mind cat was also taking a gamble, as according to its previous analysis with Yilan, this shadow of the past was very likely his person. Sure enough, the shadow of the past, for once, stopped playing dead and slowly spoke. But, these two bosses, who should I help? The mind cat waved its paws, asserting confidently, of course, help the one on my side, meow. Any brother Yilan without me by his side is a fake, meow. The past Yilan. Little cat. Shut up, meow. You were the one who started it, meow. And I'm not from your timeline, meow. Don't even think about manipulating me, meow. The past Yelan.
He sighed softly, gazing at Yelan, and transmitted a trace of his own eternal night power.
We are not some overly sci-fi parallel universe, we merely represent the past and the future. This means it doesn't matter who among us comes. The task of dealing with the ancient god's touch should be left to the most capable one.
With his own power returning to his body, Yelan's eyes quickly regained clarity. Uncontrollable power is not good power, and it proved that, under his control, his power and the power of the ancient god's touch maintained a
delicate balance.
Yes, although I find you very annoying, it would be a bit foolish for us to fight to the death.
The mind cat sighed. The current situation was utterly bizarre.
The future Yelan had amnesia, so he was completely unfamiliar with his past self. And the past Yelan couldn't possibly be familiar with his future self.
With a formidable enemy at hand, neither would show any consideration for the other.
At this very moment, Yelan suddenly sensed something. Then, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile.
Let me give you a heads up. Although you are very strong now, if you are so arrogant.
As Yelan spoke, he gave up on the activation of the containment tower, raised his hand towards the shadow of the past, and a vast psionic energy
connected to it. Then I know why I woke up weak and amnesiac from the containment tower.
Yelan sighed softly.
In Radiant City, I very much trusted my past self. So, you really, be more reliable. Boom!
The moment it connected to the shadow of the past, the entire space trembled violently. Another familiar sensation of falling appeared, but what was falling was not himself, but something else. That thing was breaking through layers of space, falling towards this unknown place.
Boom!
At this moment, Yelan, gathering the full power of the ancient god's spear, stabbed towards his past self.
Puff!
The moment he fully concentrated, everyone suddenly heard a puff. It was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The past Yelan turned his head in shock, looking at the dagger embedded in his body, psionic energy frantically draining from the wound, refusing to
heal.
Behind him was a faceless, formless figure, whose appearance and origin were unknown.
The figure perfectly pierced the past Yelan's body. He turned his head, met its gaze, and the figure suddenly stiffened. What's going on? You? I? Don't panic. Yelan rolled his eyes and waved to him. You didn't hit the wrong person, come over to my side.
The invisible figure dazedly came to Yelan's side, but everything around them began to fade. The containment tower disappeared, his past self disappeared.
If it weren't for the invisible figure and the shadow of the past also starting to fade, Yelan would have suspected he had a long dream.
When he blinked again, the shadow of the past had already floated into the air, returning to its original position.
That golden half-trapezoid in the sky. In a blink of an eye, he was back to the very beginning. Yelan frowned.
According to his previous deduction about Yuguan land, he had returned to the second layer. Seeing the light above his head growing fainter and fainter, the shadow of the past seemed to be gradually disappearing. Yelan frowned slightly.
Where is this place? By now, you shouldn't need to hide your identity anymore, right?
Yes, boss. This was the first time the shadow of the past clearly and explicitly expressed its stance.
Your guess is correct, but the place you just returned to is not strictly the third basement level. Theoretically, this is the deepest part of Yuguan land.
That was just a small bug I exploited through my own abilities and the peculiarities of Yuguan land, a temporary past, appearing in Yuguan land.
In the form of space.
Yelan narrowed his eyes.
What is the meaning? The meaning is that you had an opportunity to interact with your past self. The shadow of the past said, next time you come here, I believe he will prepare a grand gift for you. A grand gift, huh?
Yelan chuckled, then suddenly realized something was wrong and frowned deeply.
Next time?
Yes. The voice of the shadow of the past grew fainter and fainter. You cannot stay here for too long this time, otherwise, you will remain here
forever. You need to find the true entrance, in the real world, in Yuguang land, and come here again. A secret of paramount importance to you, is hidden in Yuguang land. An entrance, ha!
Yilan narrowed his eyes, the Pope's face, the strange glass shards, and the vanished shattered light city flashed through his mind.
The clues were sufficient, finding the entrance would probably not be difficult. So, what exactly is this place?
Both 002 and 003 are trapped here, the shadow of the past said this, and then both its voice and light completely vanished. The Twilight God cult
recorded it as the land of nothingness. I call it
shattered space. Watching the shadow of the past completely disappear, Yilan was expressionless, looking at the formless, faceless person beside him.
So, why could I summon you?
Yilan hesitated. You must be very close.
How are you here? Yi Wuhan. Separate actions. Hearing Yilan ask, Yi Wuhan gave an awkward, yet matter-of-fact smile. I'm doing the task you gave me.
Yilan's lips twitched slightly, and it was only then that he remembered the task he had given Yi Wuhan.
Investigating the Twilight God cult and finding clues about Lin Jiao. Although he didn't know what investigations Yi Wuhan had handled, it seemed everything was on the right track.
The Yuguang land was the starting point.
However, one thing seemed to have an answer. You came in from Dawn Fortress? Yes. Yi Lan's expression grew even stranger. The ancient god's touch that rushed towards the tall tower suddenly got severely injured. You did that? Yi Wuhan blinked. Ah, you were there too?
Yilan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yes, and you made me misjudge the situation, thinking Dawn Fortress was guarding some master I didn't know about. After all that trouble, it turned out to be his own person. Thinking this, Yilan unconsciously took a deep breath, and his psionic energy surged even more violently. The entire ethereal world was repelling him, causing his psionic energy consumption to double, which was probably why the shadow of the past mentioned
not entering through the proper entrance. However,
Yilan observed Yi Wuhan, frowning slightly.
Are you all right?
Yi Wuhan was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
Although I don't know what you're talking about, I feel perfectly fine, so I should be okay. Yilan didn't know how to respond for a moment, then thought for a bit and said, no discomfort? Discomfort?
Yi Wuhan carefully felt himself, then shook his head. It's strange, but I feel a sense of familiarity with this place.
A sense of familiarity? Yilan's heart immediately tensed, and Yi Wuhan's background suddenly echoed in his mind. Where did the mysterious hunter come from?
He felt familiar with this shattered space. Did it mean? Yilan's brows furrowed tightly, feeling that the situation in Yuguang land had become even more complicated.
In that case, you stay here for now. Yilan quickly made a decision.
This place is much more dangerous than you imagine. You are definitely not invincible.
You must wait for me, understand? I hope you do some intelligence gathering first, then I'll meet up with you.
Yi Wuhan was stunned for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief.
Solo mission? I like it.
Otherwise, he would have been scared to death just now. He was clearly fighting Yilan's enemy, and then the enemy turned around and it was Yilan.
What the hell? No problem. Leave it to me. His reaction brought back very unpleasant memories for Yilan, making him even more uneasy. You know what to do, right? I know. Yi Wuhan blinked. Gather intelligence, lie low carefully. Yilan couldn't find any fault, so he nodded gently.
And if you can find those missing people, especially those I'm familiar with, Lin Jiao, Xiao Qingyu, etc., please help me protect them.
Yi Wuhan patted his chest. No problem, I'm a professional. Yilan finally couldn't hold back anymore.
Are you referring to how I asked you to stay in the Radiant Disk, and you ended up becoming Zhao Ganghuan, leading a research project for 30 years,
and even directed the Eternal Night Dawn to bombard me? Yi Wuhan licked his lips. Really, can it be that interesting this time too? Yi Lan's eyelids twitched, and he didn't want to say another word.
His psionic energy spread, grasping the last remaining light of the shadow of the past. Then, little by little, he disappeared into the shattered space. Surprisingly, this teleportation sensation was very comfortable, like being pulled back into the normal world.
Warm, and then, falling. Falling?
As soon as this highly distinctive sensation appeared, Yi Lan suddenly opened his eyes.
Didn't I just leave there? Why am I?
The dazzling light almost brought tears to his eyes. The void was no longer there, and Yi Lan couldn't help but confirm one more thing. He had left the shattered space.
This falling sensation could also be described as weightlessness. This time it was truly a physical fall, and at this moment, the two were 100 meters in the air. Ah!
Before Yi Lan could make a deep deduction, Xiao Manman's deafening scream had already sounded beside him.
We're going to fall. Ah! Yi Lan's expression changed slightly.
Clearly, falling directly from this height would certainly be fatal. Even with his mortal body, he would likely perish.
Click!
Yi Lan grabbed Xiao Manman with one hand and pulled out the activated grappling hook with the other, but his expression changed even more drastically.
This is bad, something's happened.
The problem now was that the ground was extremely flat, with no buildings, just a vast golden expanse, like a desert. Without a leverage point, the grappling hook was completely useless.
Little cat. Meow. Meow. Yi Lan. Just a meow meant there was no plan.
Scanning his surroundings again, Yi Lan confirmed for the second time that there was truly no one here.
For a moment, half of Yi Lan's body became grotesquely distorted. Then, layers of tentacles stacked up on the ground, soft and squishy, somewhat resembling a springy trampoline. Bang!
Just like that, the two, like meteors, crashed from the sky onto the extended tentacles.
Whoosh!
As soon as they landed steadily, Yi Lan quickly retracted his psionic energy. With the disappearance of the tentacle trampoline, the two got up. Xiao Manman looked as if she had just finished a roller coaster ride, her eyes filled with confusion.
Looking around, she became even more confused. Where is this?
She almost suspected her memory was wrong. It's so empty, but it's a bit different from the wilderness scenery of Yuguan land.
No. Matter what, our previous trajectory has nothing to do with this place, right?
Yi Lan also looked around, then shook his head.
No, it's very relevant. He raised his head, looking at the golden glow and dazzling sunlight above, and spoke softly. Because this is Dawn Fortress. Disappearing. Huh?
Xiao Manman was truly stunned for a moment. Then, she finally came to her senses. That's right, Dawn Fortress had disappeared. They had come out of Dawn Fortress. They fell from 100 meters in the air, directly mirroring the tower they had been in before. But, Xiao Manman opened her mouth, feeling that the scene was still somewhat surreal and chaotic. Time, what about the time? Yi Lan glanced at the time. Perhaps the flow of time inside and outside is different. We should have spent 3 hours inside, but it's already the morning of the next day. Xiao Manman still found it incredibly absurd. Then, shouldn't there be ruins? Isn't it empty under our feet? It was as if it had never existed. Theoretically, it's reasonable, because Dawn Fortress itself wasn't damaged, Yi Lan mused. But from the situation, we can infer that Dawn Fortress completely disappeared. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little silent. They're not going to be in trouble, are they? Yi Lan knew Xiao Manman was talking about the safety of the residents in Dawn Fortress, and he gently shook his head, sounding quite certain. Not for now. Why? Xiao Manman was seeking psychological comfort. Because the bottle of edge guaranteed it, Yi Lan said. It said that the disappeared people will not die for now. Yi Lan had only just had some time to chew on the words of the bottle of edge amidst the flurry of activity, and he frowned slightly. But this also shows that it's only temporary, only meaning there's room for rescue and a delay of risk. Suddenly, Yi Lan was slightly startled again.
What about the bottle of edge? Did the bottle of edge also disappear there? He hadn't seen it there.
And, perhaps because the sending of the past sent him out, his perception wasn't very clear.
Was that place really so difficult to leave? Even abnormalities would disappear, would be difficult to leave?
After a flicker in his eyes, Yilan picked up the communicator in his hand and dialed the corresponding frequency.
Tao Tao.
I'm here, a sweet female voice responded.
Confirming the identity, Yilan nodded gently. What's the situation on your side? Everything is going smoothly.
Nighthouse is following the Liang Town team, and they should only be half a day away from Twilight City, Bai Taodao said.
However, the punishment tribunal escorting them has noticed us and seems to be constantly calling for reinforcements from Twilight City.
Although there has been no contact, the other side seems to have more and more personnel.
More and more personnel, huh?
Yilan processed the relevant information in his mind and nodded gently.
It's not a big problem, they won't be able to stop Nighthouse, and they probably won't dare to. He issued an order. You continue to command Nighthouse, follow Liang Town towards Twilight City.
Then notify Arthur and Luo Cho, and instruct them to immediately drive to Dawn Fortress and rendezvous with me. Bai Taodao was slightly stunned, and her voice carried a hint of embarrassment for a moment.
Sorry, but... Where is Dawn Fortress?
Yilan was slightly taken aback, but then he found it perfectly natural. It was normal for Bai Taodao not to know Dawn Fortress, after all, he was also here for the first time, and he had arrived through Xiaomanman's
manual navigation.
I've marked it on the electronic map, make sure to synchronize a copy with Arthur and the others. Yilan operated on the special communicator and
gave his final instructions. You tell them, they must be fast. Yes.
The speed was indeed very fast. 10 minutes later, 4 off-road vehicles emblazoned with the eternal night imprint sped in, bathed in dazzling light.
Clang! Clang!
A continuous series of car doors opening and closing, and 2 fully organized elite teams spread out.
Divine Envoy.
Arthur and Luo Cho rushed over with swift strides. Yilan surveyed the group of people and nodded slightly. Not to mention their own strength, which had been honed through their journey to Radiant City, their equipment was also meticulously crafted through
cooperation with Radiant City.
And let's not even mention the unique ability objects Yilan had custom-made for each of them, as well as other ability objects from the Eternal Night
Divine Church's inventory.
This elite team of the Eternal Night Divine Church had truly become elite. It was a genuinely presentable team, capable of standing on par with similar structures from other forces, second only to himself.
Divine Envoy, what's the situation?
Arthur and Luo Cho scanned the surrounding terrain, and a hint of confusion was evident in their eyes. Yilan had called them urgently, so it was clear without guessing that it was an important and urgent matter. But the further they drove, the stranger it got. Why had they come to such an empty place where there was nothing? Conduct a full-scale, carpet search of this area. Upon hearing Yilan's command, both elite teams looked around the vast desert with a hint of confusion.
Huh? What are we looking for? Arthur asked rationally. I need some specific targets.
Yilan gave a rather broad scope. Any traces of human presence, Yilan said. Signs of life, abandoned items, and so on. Arthur Luo Cho exchanged glances.
The scope given was a bit too general, wasn't it? However, they were also experienced and already had a rough idea. Traces. That means looking for signs that someone had been here, right? What was here? Ruins? A hidden ruin that would interest a Lord-level existence?
The 2 teams spread out and began their preliminary investigation under the command of their respective captains.
Xiaomanman also wanted to join the search immediately, but then she suddenly felt a bit lost. It's too terrifying, isn't it? She hesitated. The entire settlement just disappeared, nothing left, not even the abnormalities? So many abnormalities.
If she hadn't been with Yilan, there was no doubt that she, too, would have been one of the vanished. Listening to her words, Yilan was about to say something, but at that very moment, he suddenly paused, belatedly.
That's right. This was indeed the most bizarre aspect of the Rotten God cult's disappearance, wasn't it?
Unlike Dawn Fortress and the Star-Shattering Hammer, the Rotten God cult, as the second most powerful force in the wasteland, rivaling the Twilight
God cult, undoubtedly had considerable overall strength.
Yilan wasn't sure exactly how many abnormalities the Rotten God cult had, but the Twilight God cult's record showed over 30, so the Rotten God
cult wouldn't have too few, at least between 20 and 30. Even all the abnormalities had disappeared? This is indeed a problem.
But don't panic, you go and assist Arthur Luocha with the search and share the recent situation with them, Yilan said with a solemn expression.
I need to do a review. Xia Man said nothing, and seeing that she couldn't help, she nodded gently and left the scene.
Immediately after, Yilan began to communicate with Mind Cat.
Little cat, there are many things worth pondering.
I think we need to re-evaluate everything that just happened.
Forgetting. I think so too, meow. The Mind Cat seemed to be of the same opinion.
The special phenomenon just now is closely related to Yuguan land itself. Including that strange glass shard, it's actually also closely related to Yuguan land. Yilan mused, so we can make the following inference. It's not that Yuguan land gradually developed problems after the Twilight God cult came to be stationed there, but completely the opposite. Precisely because it had problems, it garnered the attention of 003, and led to the arrival of the Twilight God cult.
The Mind Cat nodded after hearing this. Indeed, that must be it, meow.
Beneath Yuguan land is a special space, hiding two special anomalous entities, the Shadow of the Past and the Sunset Bell. Yilan narrowed his eyes. They have one thing in common, neither of them belongs to the containment tower system. Especially the Shadow of the Past, which theoretically should be of the ancient god's touch system, but in reality, they are on my side.
Yilan paused.
Now that it's been fully proven that I was once conscious, and this isn't the first time I've left the containment tower, I guess this is one of my
arrangements. The Mind Cat nodded. That's right, it must be, meow. We just saw the me from the past in the shattered space.
But that had nothing to do with Yuguan land, nothing to do with shattered space, it was an accident.
Yilan frowned, revising his judgment. It
can't really be called an accident, it should be an artificially created accident by the Shadow of the Past.
The Mind Cat nodded. It seems so, meow.
So, in the matter of solving the shattered space, saving Yuguan land, and pulling the Xia family and the Rotten God cult out, we don't need to
consider that strange place anymore, nor do we need to treat him as a hypothetical enemy.
Hearing Yilan say this, the Mind Cat, who had been in agreement, finally raised an objection.
I don't think so, meow. Wasn't he defeated by you, meow? He said he'd send you a big gift in a few days, meow. A big gift.
Yilan pursed his lips, a rare hint of bitterness on his face. Is that really me?
How annoying. Was I that annoying before? The Mind Cat. Meow, what do you want me to say, meow?
I don't think you need to worry about it, meow. The Mind Cat said, it feels like that you was already not in the right state, meow.
Perhaps it was on the eve of fighting the ancient god's touch, meow. The Mind Cat spoke loudly. This once again proves my point, meow. Big Brother Yilan is invincible, meow. Even he himself is no match for you, meow.
Yilan felt there were so many things to complain about that he didn't know where to start, and helplessly shook his head.
Let's not talk about him for now.
His mind became flexible again, and Yilan couldn't help but recall Yi Wuhan's ever-changing face. Also, Yi Wuhan has a certain connection with the shattered space. Even I felt an uncomfortable sense of rejection there, but Yi Wuhan was completely fine.
The Mind Cat couldn't help but think, showing a wise gaze. Are you suggesting that the shattered space might be related to Yi Wuhan's original creator, meow? Then there's even less to worry about, meow. We can even go a little later, meow, maybe he's already become someone of Zhao Gangawang's level, meow.
Yilan was unsure if this was a good thing, but it certainly sounded unreliable.
So, one thing is certain, we definitely still need to go.
Yilan glanced at the elite team's search progress and gently shook his head. Then, let's
focus on finding the entrance. How do we find it, meow? It's simple, the plan remains unchanged.
First, find the Yu Pope, beat him up, and then ask him many questions. Yilan stroked his chin. It's just that, obviously, there's one more
question to ask him now. Meow, will that guy, who is more likely to mess things up than to succeed, know any important information, meow? Of course, there must be a backup plan.
Yilan said, let's first see if anything special can be found here at Dawn Fortress.
If not, we'll use Shattered Light City as a starting point.
Yilan narrowed his eyes. In short, with such a major change, no matter the reason, it's impossible for there to be no clues left behind.
That's right, meow. The Mind Cat finally seemed to realize something.
We've always been looking for a mechanism, meow, like if the morning bell or dusk bell isn't rung, we'll fall into the shattered space, meow, but
what exactly happened that caused it not to be rung, meow? Yilan nodded gently. I'm also considering that problem. The dusk bell wasn't successfully rung, there must have been external interference, which means there must be a mastermind behind it.
The Mind Cat felt confused.
But, didn't we rule out the ancient god's touch, meow? The only enemy theoretically capable of confronting us head-on is the ancient god's touch.
Yilan chuckled, but many people are capable of acting from the side, with schemes and harassment.
Meow, meow meow?
The Mind Cat suddenly felt a little flustered, jumping around on Yilan's left and right shoulders.
Does this mean, meow, that we don't have much time left, meow?
You just realized that, Yilan nodded gently, in the next few days, all remaining gathering points in Yuguangland should also face the risk of
disappearing.
Once all gathering points in Yuguangland disappear, it's very possible that we will never be able to enter the shattered space again. For a moment, the atmosphere was quiet and heavy. However, after this small interlude, the initial search on the other side was also completed, and the two elite teams in Xiaomannan returned to Yi
Lan's side. Any findings? Yilan immediately asked. Nothing at all.
Arthur shook his head. We didn't detect any unnatural fluctuations, strange phenomena, or any traces of buildings or supplies.
This is just a wasteland. Yilan frowned. Not even a single trace of human activity or architectural remnants? Even a tiny bit would be a crucial clue. In short, there's certainly nothing on the surface. Arthur concluded, if we still need to find something, we can only further explore the
underground, mountains, rivers, and other surrounding terrains, but we don't have such equipment.
Digging 3 feet deep, huh?
Yilan's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly spoke.
Radiant City's cutting-edge equipment should also be top-notch in the wasteland, right? That's definitely true.
Yilan immediately pressed the communicator, and soon, the communication was connected.
Lujian?
Oh. God of War. What's up?
Things have been going smoothly recently. Not too smoothly.
Yilan indeed wasn't in the mood to bicker with him for now, and said succinctly. 2 teams each of exploration, rescue, surveying, and scientific research, fully equipped, plus an elite military corps capable of sealing off the
site, gathering Yuguangland.
Su Lezhang's face behind the communicator showed a bewildered expression, frozen in place.
What is this for, moving house or raiding a home? Okay, is there a time limit? The sooner the better. Yes. After the initial shock, Su Lezhang gradually became excited. This familiar feeling.
Yilan was about to stir up trouble, a grand and spectacular operation was about to begin. And this time, the location of the trouble wasn't his own home, which made it even more perfect.
No problem.
The military corps might be a bit slower, but the other teams should be assembled within an hour and then quickly transported there by supersonic
fighter jets within another hour.
Su Lezhang, after all, was already the mayor of the largest city in the wasteland, and he also thought of some troublesome matters, such a big commotion, Twilight sighed.
You don't need to worry about it. If the title of Eternal Night Divine Church isn't used now, when will it be?
After speaking, Yilan pulled Bai Tao Tao into this communication frequency band.
Did something big happen?
Bai Tao Tao just saw that this communication included Yilan and Su Lezhang, and Xia Man was also outside the call, and
she felt a familiar sense of storm brewing. Who understands? Wasn't this the same lineup when Yilan first went to Radiant City?
Xia Man by his side, grabbing herself, meeting up with Su Lezhang, and then everything began. In the name of the Eternal Night Pope, send an official letter to the Twilight God cult.
Don't ask for its permission.
Just say that following the divine revelation of the Eternal Night God, the Eternal Night Divine Church in Sky City will fully take over the disaster.
Relief and aid for Dawn Fortress. Everything will be returned as it was after it's all over. Bai Tao Tao licked her lips. This is the confidence of a force with a main god.
The communication was cut, and while waiting, Yilan personally conducted an on-site inspection. But perhaps because the Eternal Night Divine Church had already unilaterally blossomed throughout Yuguang land, making the Twilight God cult
extremely uneasy, this time the reply was extremely fast.
The communication rang again like this.
Bai Tao Tao.
Yilan, the Twilight God cult has replied. Upon hearing this, Yilan's brow furrowed slightly.
Didn't I say not to bother with their reply?
Bai Tao Tao paused, a little hesitant, but their reply is very strange.
Strange.
This word held a certain magic, at least a hint of unease was already echoing in Yilan's heart.
What did they say? The Twilight God cult replied to us, asking what kind of place Dawn Fortress is? Yilan froze.
Then, Bai Tao Tao's puzzled voice also came through.
Sorry, but actually, I don't know where Dawn Fortress is either.
Yilan's pupils contracted slightly, seeing another communication ring on the communicator, and hurriedly spoke.
Wait a minute.
After speaking, Yilan connected Su Lezhang's communication. There was a lot of noise behind the communication, the whirring sound of helicopter propellers. It was just that the situation was so urgent that Yilan didn't even have time to ask if he was planning to come in person, and Su Lezhang's voice came through loudly. God of War. That. I want to ask. Where is Dawn Fortress? We can't find it on our map here. Yilan was truly stunned, and he pulled out a map from his waist. On the map, the marker for Dawn Fortress had disappeared.
It was as if there had never been anything there at all. Downward. Rumble. Crack. Crack. Sizzle.
Hours later, a large number of people were hurrying about here, and the original site of Dawn Fortress was quickly turning into a construction zone. Various cutting-edge portable devices scanned and inspected everywhere, strange noises were incessant, and various professional-looking teams constantly whispered to each other. On a high ground several kilometers away, an elite punishment squad, urgently dispatched by the punishment tribunal, was monitoring the area. Yilan was at the command center, constantly receiving various inspection reports, and he was searching for possible clues in real time within these data. Someone approached again, and Yilan looked up. It was Xia Man, whom he had just called over.
Is the intelligence confirmed? Hearing Yilan's question, Xia Man nodded with a heavy heart. It has been verified. Only Dawn Fortress disappeared, not Shattered Light City. What? You mean Shattered Light City didn't disappear?
From the side of the command room, Su Lezhang, who had roughly heard the whole story as if listening to a tale, exclaimed loudly. Seeing Su Lezhang, Xia Man's lips twitched slightly.
For some reason, a lively atmosphere suddenly permeated the entire camp. It's my expression that was problematic. Shattered Light City disappeared, but at least everyone knows it disappeared. Only Dawn Fortress seems to have been forgotten.
This was not good news. Yilan's heart even sank slightly.
In comparison, what was the difference about Dawn Fortress?
The ancient god's touch had appeared in Dawn Fortress, but not in Shattered Light City, though it shouldn't be blamed on it. The most certain difference for Yilan was that after the incident, Shattered Light City fell normally, while he had rung the dusk bell in Dawn
Fortress.
Therefore, Dawn Fortress should theoretically not be in the same dimension as the other disappeared places now.
I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Yilan sighed softly. Although ringing the bell was suggested by the bottle of edge in an emergency. But if it caused adverse consequences, he wasn't entirely blameless, was he? Divine Envoy.
Arthur rushed in, looking extremely busy. The punishment squad observing us from several kilometers away has submitted a request to connect.
What should we tell them?
Ignore them, Yilan said decisively.
Don't reveal anything about Dawn Fortress to them yet.
I need to sound out the Pope first.
Yes. Lu Zhang, adjust the blockade. Not even a fly is allowed in. Yes.
Looking at the time, Yilan rubbed his head.
I refuse to believe that such a large gathering point could disappear without leaving anything behind.
Nearly half an hour later, someone rushed into his tent again.
Yilan. Something's wrong. Yilan's head instantly swelled. Oh goodness, what kind of terrible line is that? Let's go.
At the original site of Dawn Fortress, in the center of the Sky City camp. Standing before a massive, bottomless pit nearly 1,000 meters deep, Yilan was silent for a moment.
What's going on here?
Hearing this, Luocho, who was in charge of the on-site command, also felt it was a bit outrageous but had to dutifully explain to Yilan. The Sky City team conducted a comprehensive preliminary survey of the area you designated and found no special issues.
After discussions among the exploration team, and at Su Lezhang's suggestion, a plan was proposed to dig down. Yilan's lips twitched slightly.
It was indeed his style, and the strategy of digging down was actually sound.
If there was nothing on the surface, but something still needed to be found, wouldn't one have to dig down and explore? But the problem was.
Yilan hesitated for a moment and said.
But it's already dug nearly 1,000 meters deep, isn't it? And the opening is so wide, isn't that a bit exaggerated? I already know your Radiant City technology is very strong, okay? There's really no need to show off.
At least Yilan felt that even pre-apocalypse construction teams couldn't dig 1,000-meter deep pit in the ground in a few tens of minutes.
Report the situation. Yes. Luo Cho nodded.
Su Lezhang personally led the team, and according to the original plan, they were only supposed to dig down 100 meters. After digging 100 meters, the frontline team contacted us, stating that everything was normal but they found nothing, so they decided to
continue digging down.
When they dug to about 300 meters, our communication with the exploration team was interrupted. Hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but pause.
What kind of interruption was it? No signal?
There was a signal, Luocho said, but no one answered.
Yilan nodded slightly. Continue.
Then, according to the position movement information we have, the frontline team is still continuing to excavate deeper underground, and the opening is getting narrower and narrower. They have already excavated another 100 meters, reaching the current depth. Yilan frowned slightly.
How many people went down? Luo Chao's data was very clear.
Including guards, a total of 52 people.
Over 50 people.
Yilan felt a headache coming on, while Xia Man showed obvious worry.
Unable to contact, no response. This clearly indicated a problem. Can you detect life signals? Yilan asked. We've detected them. Luocho nodded. From the life signals, there have been no casualties yet. No casualties?
That truly was incredibly good news.
What plan have you prepared? Because we are not yet sure if there is interference from an anomalous side, we can only make ordinary rescue preparations, Luocho said with a serious expression.
The moment we lost contact, we realized something was wrong and didn't dare to act rashly, deciding to notify you immediately. But during this time, they continued to dig non-stop, even accelerating their excavation. As of now, they have reached a depth of 700 or 800 meters.
Yilan nodded. You did very well.
With a single sentence, Yilan affirmed his method. It was impossible for there not to be anomalous forces at work here, otherwise, why would the signal be stable, yet they couldn't be contacted? If nothing unexpected happened, the team below had already encountered problems. Increase the intensity of the area blockade.
Leave the matter below to me.
Xia Man hesitated for a moment and volunteered.
I can help. Take me with you.
Yilan glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head gently.
No. We've delayed a bit too long.
The Twilight God cult's petty actions are increasing. You need to stay on the surface and monitor the movements of the punishment squad not far from here.
Yi Lan's reasoning was impeccable.
You understand the Twilight God cult's system best. If, in my absence, you detect any irrational signs of behavior like a forceful assault from them, you must discuss a plan with Bai Tao Tao.
Immediately. Xia Man nodded, okay.
Yilan stood at the mouth of the pit, and Luocho quickly handed him a steel cable, but Yilan waved his hand.
No need.
He put on a specially designed exploration suit, a garment designed on the principle of a night-shining pearl, capable of emitting a faint light in the dark, followed by a tactical helmet with a detachable flashlight.
Bang!
Leaping into the darkness, he struck the rock wall with his grappling hook, and Yilan swung down.
Explosion!
The echoes reverberated continuously as he descended the bottomless underground cave. Yilan's expression grew increasingly serious. He hadn't encountered anything difficult to handle yet, it was simply that this kind of scene caused immense psychological pressure. Similar to the feeling of claustrophobia, it grew deeper, darker, and quieter. It was like a person being separated from the entire world, especially when alone, maximizing this discomfort.
However, for someone like Yilan, it wasn't too bad.
After all, his own strength was extremely formidable. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower, and that's precisely the principle. But as he descended deeper and deeper, and the surroundings became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, even Yilan felt a bit of pressure. Just like a deep-sea diver, Yilan occasionally looked up. The entrance he came through was now just a small hole filled with white light.
Thwack!
The grappling hook once again firmly embedded itself in the rock layer, and after a few swings, Yilan finally landed steadily on the ground.
Is this the bottom?
Yilan frowned slightly and looked around. Clearly, he saw no one here. He took out the instrument Luocho had given him and checked it.
His current position was approximately 300 meters deep underground.
If he remembered correctly, this group of people completely lost contact with the surface camp after reaching this depth. Taking off his headlamp and holding it in his hand, Yilan once again surveyed the situation here.
A large, technologically advanced excavator was abandoned here.
This 300-meter level had been cleared into a sizable space, roughly 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, forming a medium-sized area of about 100 square meters in total. Shining his flashlight directly at the ground, it wasn't long before Yilan discovered a new cave entrance on this level's floor. They were indeed still going down. It was just unknown why, after a simple rest on this level, they seemed to have abandoned the large excavator and instead used multiple small handheld
devices to continue digging downwards.
What was exposed on the ground was a small cave entrance, less than 2 square meters in area.
Did they continue deeper through this entrance?
Yilan murmured, noticing the illogical aspect of this scene.
Boom!
But before he could think further, a huge explosion sound came from an unknown depth below this entrance, causing the level Yilan was on to tremble.
Slightly like an earthquake. Yilan's expression changed slightly.
He reattached the flashlight to his helmet, shot out his grappling hook, and lightly swung deeper again. During dozens of meters of movement, Yilan's body had been scraped multiple times. However, this was not a technical issue, but due to the uneven terrain. It seemed that from here on, the team led by Su Lejian was no longer just moving downwards by excavation.
It was like blasting?
Yilan frowned, suspended in the cave, confirming this point and trying to simulate a reenactment. When they dug down to this point, some extremely hard rock formation blocked their way.
But
Yilan was somewhat worried. Even in such a situation, Su Lezhang still didn't try to lead the team to evacuate.
Instead, he chose a risky localized blasting? Even for Su Lezhang's style, this was already abnormal. The fact that this group could perform precise localized blasting without damaging the geological structure and causing a collapse indicated they could think rationally. But this was strange. If they could think rationally, why didn't they try to establish contact with the camp above? Especially Su Lezhang and Arthur, their communicators should have been able to contact him directly. Boom! Another explosion sounded beneath his feet. Yilan's expression changed again, and his worry deepened. He swung deeper once more.
The successive explosions had already caused the surroundings to shake slightly.
Yilan couldn't help but speed up, lest a few more blasts truly destroy the geological structure and bury everyone below. Thwack! Amidst the continuous swinging of the grappling hook, light finally appeared below, the interwoven glow of dozens of flashlights.
From afar, Yilan heard Su Lezhang's booming voice from above.
All teams, count your numbers. Not one less. Our slogan is, never abandon. Never give up. Yilan.
Although they hadn't met yet, hearing this goofy voice and somewhat inexplicably exaggerated words, Yilan suddenly felt a strange sense of relief.
How to put it?
The louder Su Lezhang's voice, the more controllable the situation.
Thwack! With his feet firmly on the ground for the second time, Yilan reached the end of the deep pit. The moment his feet touched solid ground, Yilan frowned. The scene here was completely different from any scenario he had imagined. The advance team of over 50 people was in neat formation, not one was missing, exuding an air of order. At the same time, each of them was bustling about, some busy to the point of being flustered, others gathered in groups of 3 or 5 discussing something, and Su Lezhang and Arthur were also directing their teams back and forth. This didn't seem like a team that had encountered strange circumstances, suffered hardships, or was disoriented. Yilan looked around. This level had already been mostly cleared. It seemed this team had planned to set up their second camp here. Using this level as a base, they had opened up about 100 square meters of space in all directions, with over 50 people each responsible for different tasks, setting up camp and keeping watch here. Su Lezhang was whispering with Arthur, holding an electronic compass and identifying directions. After what seemed like a brief consultation and Arthur's approval, Su Lezhang pointed in one direction and gave an order. That direction. Continue digging 100 meters. Yilan frowned. What on earth were they doing? However, everyone being safe was the most reassuring thing. After confirming that there were indeed no abnormal dangers around, Yilan strode forward and patted Su Lezhang's shoulder. Holy crap! Unexpectedly, the moment he patted his shoulder, Su Lezhang flinched, immediately performing a beautiful front roll, then quickly looked around. Cautiously. Immediately after, a loud shout echoed through the entire level. Everyone, watch out for falling rocks. Yilan? However, having ample wasteland survival experience, Yilan quickly reacted. Su Lezhang's reaction was, he felt something pat his shoulder, but he didn't see him? Thud. Suddenly, someone fell to the ground with a loud thud, and everyone on the level turned to look. Normally, with so many people together, the noise would be chaotic, and the sound of one person falling wouldn't be so clear. But the problem was, that person's hands were full of instruments, which clattered to the ground, making it particularly noticeable. Faster than Su Lezhang, Yilan quickly flashed over, half-crouched, and observed. Soon, Yilan's expression was a bit confused. This fainted guy. No external injuries, and vital signs were fine. But why was his whole body so stiff, lying on the ground, trembling like someone gravely ill and on the verge of death? It was like... Everyone, move aside. Su Lezhang roared, running over with big strides. He quickly took off his jacket and put it on the fainted person. After taking off his jacket, he was left only in a short-sleeved shirt, and he too was trembling. As he lifted the person from the ground, he gave instructions. Make the bonfire bigger. Bonfire?
Hearing that word, Yilan was a bit confused. Only then did he notice that many bonfires, big and small, had been lit in the camp on this level.
Ha!
Everyone's gear was autumn combat uniforms. In terms of warmth, they could endure winter without issue, so why?
Yilan finally knew what that person's trembling was like. It was like they were freezing to death.
Sure enough, after placing the person next to the bonfire, Su Lezhang immediately urged them again.
Hurry up! Dig faster!
The brothers are about to collapse. How much longer?
Yilan looked in the direction.
This level space had already been horizontally dug through for about 100 meters, and the shouts from over there were full of echoes.
Almost there.
But we still need to calibrate and analyze the geological structure.
Reaching the mountain peak will be very difficult. Damn it!
Su Lezhang cursed, rummaging in his pocket but pulling out nothing, then reaching out and tapping repeatedly in the air.
Damn it! Why is there no signal?
Watching this scene, Yilan's brows unconsciously furrowed into a knot.
Whose problem was it, exactly?
Su Lezhang pressed at the air for a while, then said there was no signal. Finally, Su Lezhang was like a deflated ball, showing an expression of giving up. He flung his hand, looked up to the sky, and roared with powerful momentum.
God of War, save me!
The picture that has not disappeared.
Yilan. I really can't hold it together anymore.
I originally wanted to see the transformation of a young hero, but after all that, why is it these 4 words again? Taking a deep breath, Yilan called out to the mind cat.
Kitty? I'm here, meow.
As the mind cat appeared, Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. This at least meant that he wasn't the one with the problem, and everything he saw was real.
Are they caught in an illusion? This was Yilan's analysis. I think so, meow.
The mind cat and Yilan were on the same page.
But
Yilan hadn't been this puzzled in a long time. Why don't I feel anything at all?
I don't know, meow. I'll investigate, meow. The mind cat's adventurous spirit burned brightly, eager to try.
Then, it materialized, jumped out, and landed on the ground.
Meow. Meow.
In an instant, the mind cat trembled all over, collapsing weakly to the ground.
Achoo, meow. Achoo, meow.
It struggled to get up, but one of its hind legs cramped, making its movements incredibly pitiful.
Yilan Gidge, save me, meow.
Yilan was startled and quickly picked up the mind cat, holding it in his hand.
Its trembling still hadn't stopped. So cold, meow. So cold, meow. After a few more seconds, the mind cat finally stabilized. It looked at Yilan, blinked, then incredibly looked around, and suddenly jumped up, fully revived. Holy crap, meow. So amazing, meow.
Yilan's mouth twitched, and he put it back on the ground.
What's going on? I don't know, meow.
The mind cat answered righteously. I just left your range, meow, and suddenly my vision started spinning, meow, and then it was instantly cold. Cold like wearing a short-sleeved shirt in Antarctica, meow. Yilan frowned, but before he could say anything, he saw Su Lezhang hurrying over with a few people, moving back and forth in front of Yilan.
Are you serious? Su Lezhang looked suspiciously at a subordinate behind him, not hiding his disbelief. You said you saw a cat here just now?
Really, City Lord Su? The subordinate was quite wronged by the questioning. I'm not lying to you, I really saw a cat.
Su Lezhang looked around again, shook his head, and sighed sadly.
I don't blame you, but you must be hallucinating.
How could there be a cat here?
Arthur listened quietly to their dialogue, and after a long time, he shivered and exhaled a puff of smoke.
It's not impossible. Hearing this, Su Lezhang was half shocked, half terrified. Brother Arthur, don't scare me. You must stay clear-headed.
Arthur glanced at Su Lezhang, completely calm.
Did you forget, the divine envoy happens to have a cat that looks very similar to his description?
Su Lezhang's eyes widened, then suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice to the entire cave level.
Brothers! Hold on a little longer. Our actions are meaningful.
The divine envoy of the Eternal Night Divine Church is already organizing our rescue.
The Eternal Night God will bless us. Yilan.
But putting everything else aside, the enthusiasm and will to survive of these people were indeed boosted, achieving a kind of quenching thirst by
looking at Plum's effect. Is it an illusion? Yilan asked the Mind Cat.
Although he didn't understand the principle yet, the kitty had definitely experienced it firsthand.
I think so, meow. It's a bit strange, meow.
Even as a first-hand experiencer, the Mind Cat didn't dare to be too certain. Of course, even so, it provided Yilan with significant reference.
Then the problem arises. Yilan frowned. Why am I completely unaffected? After thinking for a moment, Yilan added. Not only am I unaffected, I haven't even felt any abnormal fluctuations. Maybe it's caused by ability objects, meow?
Because you're too strong for it to interfere with you, meow. The Mind Cat meowed its analysis, and it might also have some ability to hide its own
fluctuations, meow.
Listening quietly, Yilan gently shook his head.
This explanation wasn't very convincing. The Mind Cat was a true anomaly, yet it was pulled into an illusion the moment it left his side?
It wasn't that no anomaly could do this, but a single ability object definitely couldn't.
So, the problem must still be with me. Yilan frowned. What's different about me now? The Mind Cat thought for a moment and only uttered one word. Strong, meow? Yilan.
My strength is real, but that's not why I can avoid attacks. If it were due to power suppression, I should at least feel a sense of resistance.
Yilan quickly dismissed this possibility. But the problem is, I didn't feel anything.
Thinking this, Yilan felt all over his body.
If it wasn't due to himself, then it must be due to an item on him.
Suddenly, when he touched his right pocket, Yilan paused slightly.
Something was hot.
Yilan immediately pulled it out of his pocket, and was slightly taken aback.
This is mist blue coin?
Yilan was surprised at first, but then he saw the illustration on this mist blue coin, and his pupils constricted.
Dawn Fortress.
The moment Dawn Fortress disappeared, it seemed to make the entire wasteland forget its existence, and even the map inexplicably lost its marker.
But on the mist blue coin, the exclusive illustration once issued for it had not disappeared. That's right. How could a mist blue coin be affected by such interference and disappear? Unless that shattered space could remotely instant-kill mist forging. That's absolutely impossible. Mist forging is an anomaly ranked in the top 100 of the sequence. Does the documented function of mist forging mean it could be the key for him to break out of the Yuguan land?
His expression changed several times, and Yilan temporarily pushed this astonishing discovery out of his mind.
The question now was, why was he carrying a mist blue coin? No, a Dawn Fortress commemorative mist blue coin, and unaffected by the illusion?
Is it because this illusion is related to the disappearance of Dawn Fortress, and the existence of this mist blue coin creates a conflict with the
scene?
In an instant, Yilan seemed to grasp the key.
Snap.
He snapped his fingers with satisfaction, and the mist blue coin was thus stored in his formless hand.
Whoosh!
In an instant, Yilan felt a wave of dizziness rush to his brain, the world spun, and the biting cold winds seemed to pierce his bones, making Yilan
shiver. So cold.
As he sighed this, Yilan suddenly realized it was quiet now.
So quiet, so quiet.
Dozens of people stared blankly at him, who had appeared out of thin air, and then
War God!
Su Lezhang burst out a cry of joy, rushing towards Yilan with a big hug.
You've come to save me. Snow Mountain. Hold on.
Although Yilan was already shivering from the cold, he still didn't want to have an intimate hug in front of so many people. He decisively turned slightly and supported Su Lezhang.
What's going on? Su Lezhang also reacted immediately.
He was already a pivotal figure on the wasteland, the city lord of Sky City, so such a reaction was inevitably a loss of composure. He cleared his throat lightly.
I don't know.
He answered with a resounding certainty, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Fortunately, he smoothly recounted what happened after the team went down. After we excavated to about 300 meters below the surface, the world suddenly changed color. When we opened our eyes again, we were already in a snowfield. There was nothing else nearby, only a huge snow mountain.
Snow mountain? Yilan frowned. Yes, a snow mountain.
We were already standing at the foot of the mountain, but the snow was still knee-deep, making it impossible to move.
Su Lezhang said, a hint of lingering fear showing on his face.
We also analyzed it as an illusion at the first moment, but the problem was that it was too real, too real. The weather was also particularly cold, and we couldn't quite bear it. At this time, the ground vibrated slightly again. We felt the snow mountain roaring, as if an avalanche was about to happen.
Yi Lan's brows were tightly furrowed. So? We had no choice.
If we took an avalanche head-on in that situation, we would be dead for sure. The only equipment we had with us was the excavators we brought down, so we could only desperately dig underground. Su Lezhang finally no longer had to be the sole responsible figure in the team, and he complained bitterly to his own leg. During the process of digging down, we also had to be careful, guarding against collapses while constantly evaluating the geological structure. Finally, we dug all the way to this location, which was good in both depth and stability, before stopping to set up camp. Yilan nodded slightly. Everything up to this point was understandable. He pointed to the passage being dug horizontally over there.
So, what are they doing over there?
Oh.
Su Lezhang glanced at it and immediately said, we definitely can't leave on our own. Because it was too real, we had to suspect that we were truly teleported to this kind of ghostly place, so we could only find a way to contact you. The range of this communication device is relatively far. Even if it can't reach, we can try to send signals to Sky City through some ability objects. But no matter what, we must go to an open place. He had a bitter expression, clearly not wanting to repeat the experience he had just gone through. But there's always a risk of an avalanche above, and we don't dare to go up. So, after a discussion, we decided to dig horizontally from here to the foot of the snow mountain. Then, from the foot of the snow mountain, we'll dig vertically upwards, opening a passage that can directly connect to the summit of the snow mountain. And then, at the highest point of the snow mountain, we'll find a way to call for help. Yi Lan's eyes twitched. Although it was a last resort, did such a wild and imaginative plan really have feasibility? This was a snow mountain. So deep from top to bottom, besides rock strata, there was permafrost. Even if they could break through with advanced technology, how to climb up was still a problem. Clap. Yilan snapped his fingers again, and hundreds of carefully selected mist blue coins scattered out. Yilan picked one up and handed it to Su Lezhang. In a dizzying moment, Su Lezhang felt all the coldness in his body disappear instantly, and he was dumbfounded. This. Distribute them, one for each person. Su Lezhang immediately understood that this was Yi Lan's countermeasure, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. A god of war is indeed a god of war. Was this thing that had troubled everyone to the point of life and death really so easily shattered in Yi Lan's hands? Good. His answer was thunderous, and in a short while, the team of over 50 people had all returned to normal. It wasn't that Yilan specifically collected this mist blue coin with the Dawn Fortress as its face, but Yilan genuinely had all denominations and styles in his possession. And the Dawn Fortress, as a 10-denomination mist blue coin, was one of the most widely circulated denominations on the wasteland, with a considerable issuance volume. Taking out 50 of them was indeed not a problem. Seeing that everyone had returned to normal, Yilan re-gripped the mist blue coin, and everyone returned to the underground cave together. Holy crap! Su Lezhang looked around, repeatedly shocked. This is too bizarre. Did we really just come back like that? Smiling helplessly, Yilan patted Su Lezhang's shoulder. Your mission is complete. Leave me one immunity, then pack up and lead the team back to the surface.
Su Lezhang wanted to say something, but Yilan's words cut him off.
This place, I'll handle it. All right. Su Lezhang nodded. Although a little reluctant, he still complied. He also understood that whenever something became serious enough for Yilan to personally intervene, what they should do was absolutely not to hold him back. Of course, he still had to express his feelings. If you need anything, just call me anytime.
The exploration team of over 50 people returned along the passage they had dug.
For speed and safety, many excavators were simply abandoned. Clap.
When the site was completely cleared, Yilan snapped his fingers again, collecting all the remaining mist blue coins into his formless hand. There was an important secret he was pursuing here, and Yilan obviously couldn't leave with everyone else. The moment the mist blue coins disappeared, a wave of biting cold enveloped Yilan again. Dressed in a specially made professional cotton coat, completely bundled up, he still felt occasional gusts of cold wind, chilling him to the bone. After calibrating his direction, Yilan walked towards the passage Su Lezhang and his team had dug. His grappling hook echoed as he returned the way they came. Before long, he returned to the hollow space 300 meters below the surface.
According to Su Lezhang's description, this was where they first entered the illusion. Upon arrival, Yilan let out a soft hiss.
Snow-covered, Yilan had never seen such a silvery white world.
It really is a snowfield and a snow mountain.
It was cold, but it was truly beautiful enough to purify the heart.
Is this the surface, meow?
The mind cat asked in shock. So beautiful, meow.
So beautiful, meow. Will I see the aurora, meow?
It's the surface within the illusion. Yilan explained, our actual location right now is 300 meters below the surface, where they first set up
camp. Rumble.
The ground trembled slightly, but it was hard not to feel a sense of dread. In this situation, perhaps just a slightly stronger gust of wind, or even someone stomping their foot with all their might, could trigger an avalanche.
That would go down in history.
It was a feeling of despair that no human power could contend with. Of course, Yilan hadn't forgotten what he was here for. But looking at the boundless silver expanse, with snow so high it was above his knees, making it impossible to move, Yilan truly didn't know where to
begin his search. In fact, I do know there's something in this place creating the illusion, but what is it?
For a moment, Yilan forced himself to calm down in the cold wind. According to the logic of exploration, the most important place must be in the most special location. With a starting point, Yilan's analysis gradually became smoother. This place is a vast expanse of white, without a single special feature.
If it's truly buried randomly somewhere in the snow, then there's no hope of finding it. Therefore, that thing exists in.
Yilan looked at the only landmark, the towering and sacred place.
The snow mountain?